52488. Prize Stories, 1999. The O. Henry Awards. Edited and with an introduction by Larry Dark. Copyright 1999 by Random House Incorporated. Read by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress Annotation. These 20 short stories selected from magazines include first, second, and third prize-winning entries by Peter Baida, Cary Holladay, and Alice Munro. In A Nurse's Story, Mary McDonald helps her colleagues organize a union for her patients' sake. Violence, strong language, and some descriptions of sex. 1999. Past Jurors. 1997. Louise Erdrich, Tom Jones, David Foster Wallace. 1998. Andrea Barrett, Mary Gateskill, Rick Moody. Past Magazine Award winners. 1997, Epic. 1998, The New Yorker. Publisher's Note. William Sidney Porter, who wrote under the pen name O. Henry, was born in North Carolina in 1862. He started writing stories while in prison for embezzlement, a crime for which he was convicted in 1898. It is uncertain if he actually committed the crime. His writing career was short and started late, but O. Henry proved himself a prolific and widely read short story writer in the 12 years he devoted to the craft, and his name has become synonymous with the American short story. His years in Texas inspired many lively westerns, but it was New York City that galvanized his creative powers, and his New York stories became his claim to fame. Loved for their ironic plot twists, which made for pleasing surprise endings, his highly entertaining tales appeared weekly in Joseph Pulitzer's New York World. His best-known story, The Gift of the Magi, was written for the World in 1905, and has become an American treasure. Dashed off past deadline in a matter of hours, it is the story of a man who sells his watch to buy a set of hair combs as a Christmas present for his wife, who in the meantime has sold her luxurious locks to buy him a watch chain. The Last Leaf is another O. Henry favorite. It is the story of a woman who falls ill with pneumonia and pronounces that she will die when the last leaf of ivy she sees outside her Greenwich Village window falls away. She hangs on with a last stubborn leaf, which gives her the resolve to recover. She eventually learns that her inspirational leaf wasn't a real leaf at all, but rather a painting of a leaf. Her neighbor, who has always dreamed of painting a masterpiece, painted it on the wall, and caught pneumonia in the process. His work made him famous, but O. Henry was an extremely private man who, sadly, preferred to spend his time and money on drink, and ultimately it was the bottle that did him in. He died alone and penniless in 1910. O. Henry's legacy and his popularization of the short story was such that in 1918, Doubleday, in conjunction with the Society of Arts and Sciences, established the O. Henry Awards, an annual anthology of short stories, in his honor. At the end of the century, the short story continues to flourish. Styles have radically changed, and there can be no greater evidence of the evolution and high achievement today's short story writers enjoy than the contents of this 1999 edition of Prize Stories, the O. Henry Awards, selected and compiled by the series editor, Larry Dark. Anchor Books and Doubleday are proud, with the 79th edition of the series, to continue the tradition of publishing this much-beloved collection of outstanding short stories in O. Henry's name. The 20 stories included in Prize Stories 1999, the O. Henry Awards, were chosen by the series editor, Larry Dark, from among the 3,000 or so short stories published during the course of the previous year in the magazines consulted for the series and listed on page 419. Blind copies of these 20 stories, that is, copies with the names of the authors and magazines omitted, were then sent to the prize jury members. Each juror was instructed to vote for his or her top 3 choices, and the first, second, and third prize winners were determined as a result of these votes. The jurors for the 1999 volume were Sherman Alexie, Stephen King, and Laurie Moore. An introduction by one of the 3 jurors precedes each of the top prize stories selected. A short list of 50 other stories, given serious consideration for Prize Stories 1999, the O. Henry Awards, along with brief summaries of each, can be found on page 409. The magazine award is given to the magazine publishing the best fiction during the course of the previous year, as determined by the number of stories selected for prize stories, the O. Henry Awards, the placement of stories among the top prize winners, and the number of shortlisted stories. The magazine award winner for 1999 is The New Yorker. A citation for this award is provided on page 417. Acknowledgements. Thanks to Alice Elliott Dark, Scott Conklin, and, at Anchor Books, Gerald Howard, Tina Pullman, and Katie Burns Howard. Contents. Introduction. Larry Dark. Side 1, Tone 2. A Nurse's Story. First prize, Peter Baida. The Gettysburg Review. Volume 11, Number 3. Introduced by Sherman Alexie. Side 1, Tone 3. Mary Gosari. Second prize, Cary Holladay, Alaska Quarterly Review. Volume 16, Numbers 3 and 4. Introduced by Stephen King. Side 1, Tone 4. Save the Reaper. Third prize, Alice Munro, The New Yorker. June 22nd and 29th, 1998. Introduced by Laurie Moore. Side 2, Tone 1. The Depressed Person. David Foster Wallace, Harper's Magazine, January 1998. Side 3, Tone 1. Cataract, Pam Houston, Cutbank, Number 50. Side 4, Tone 1. Sea Oak, George Saunders, The New Yorker, December 28, 1998, and January 4, 1999. Side 4, Tone 2. Interpreter of Maladies, Jhumpa Lahiri, Agni, Number 47. Side 5, Tone 1. Nixon Under the Bodhi Tree, Gerald Reilly, The Gettysburg Review, Volume 11, Number 3, Side 5, Tone 2. Mr. Brother, Michael Cunningham, Double Take, Number 14, Side 6, Tone 1. Moon, Chaim Potok, Image, Number 19, Side 6, Tone 2. Burning, Robert Schirmer, Fiction, Volume 15, Number 1, Side 6, Tone 3. Watching Girls Play, W. D. Wetherell, The Georgia Review, Volume 52, Number 2, Side 7, Tone 1. Afterbirth, Sheila M. Schwartz, Plowshares, Volume 24, Numbers 2 and 3, Side 7, Tone 2. Son of the Wolfman, Michael Chabon, Harper's Magazine, December 1998. Side 8, Tone 1. Miracle Boy, Pinckney Benedict, Esquire, December 1998. Side 8, Tone 2. The Underground Gardens, T. Caragason Boyle, The New Yorker, May 25, 1998. Side 8, Tone 3. Fork used in eating Reverend Baker, Kiana Davenport, Story, Spring 1998. Side 9, Tone 1. Sign, Charlotte Forbes, New Orleans Review, Volume 24, Number 1, Side 9, Tone 2. A Tortoise for the Queen of Tonga, Julia Whitty, Harper's Magazine, June 1998, Side 9, Tone 3. The Mud Below, Annie Proulx, The New Yorker, June 22nd and 29th, 1998, Side 10, Tone 1. Contributor's Note, Side 11, Tone 1. Jurors, Side 11, Tone 2. Shortlisted Stories, Side 11, Tone 3. 1999 Magazine Award, The New Yorker, Side 11, Tone 4. Magazines Consulted, Side 11, Tone 5. Introduction. The experience of reading a short story is intensely personal. Though the words on the page are the same for everyone who reads them, each person's experience of what the words add up to is different, sometimes vastly so. In this respect, A Rose for Emily is not a rose for Emily is not a rose for Emily. Stories are a distillation of thought and experience that requires interpretation. The source of their effectiveness lies not only in what they give us, but also in what they ask of us. And a good literary short story sometimes asks a lot. The inherent subjectivity of the reading experience is one of the factors that make the task of explaining why I chose the stories I did so difficult. I would like to be able to lay out my criteria, to pinpoint the qualities and characteristics that make for an O. Henry Award-winning story, and it would be convenient to have the capacity to assess everything I read in a precise manner, to be equipped with a hard-edged instrument of objective degree that I could lay up against each story, one that would allow me to pronounce with certainty that this one measures up, this one nearly does, this one doesn't quite, and sorry, this one not at all. But I can't provide reasons that would cover all of my choices this year and in years past and for the foreseeable future, because whenever I try to pinpoint what I believe to be the essential characteristics of the well-made story, I read something not encompassed by or anticipated by my notions. Though the short story is a well-defined form and a good subject for critical analysis, it is also wonderfully elastic, and the potential for the creation of something new remains no matter how many millions of stories are written. If there's one thing that I could say I look for in compiling this collection, it would be the story like no other story I have ever read. I won't claim that every one of these 20 stories precisely fits that description, but they all reach toward it, some of them quietly, others in more obvious ways. I have, for instance, never before encountered a story in which Richard Nixon serves as the muse for an actor facing his own mortality. Note, Nixon under the Bodhi tree, Gerald Reilly, end of note. Nor have I ever read a Reilly analytical study of depression that shows how prolonged navel-gazing can lead to a tragically isolating solipsism. Note, the depressed person, David Foster Wallace, end of note. Or how about 200 or so years in the history of the Pacific nation of Tonga, through the eyes of a tortoise long favored by the island's monarchs? Note, a tortoise for the Queen of Tonga, Julia Whitty, end of note. And this situation is new to me as well. A broad pastiche of trailer park minimalism married to a gothic morality tale in which a male exotic dancer waiter, living with his sister, his cousin, and the girl's out-of-wedlock infants, are visited by a maiden aunt returned from the dead. Note, Sea Oak, George Saunders, end of note. These are instances of artistic risk-taking in which the gambles pay off to reveal deeper truths about human nature. But a story doesn't need an outlandish concept to make it worthy of attention, and ambitious efforts in this direction often fail, reducing the characters rather than enlarging them. The examples above notwithstanding, most of the stories in this year's collection caught my attention with seemingly conventional approaches. Yet each does something very well, whether it's capturing a milieu convincingly, speaking with a distinctive voice, or insightfully detailing the inner workings of a character or characters. Among the interesting milieus visited in these stories are those of the rodeo circuit, where, against all good sense, compulsion drives a young man to risk life and limb riding bulls for the short-lived adrenaline rush that makes him feel truly alive. Note, The Mud Below, Annie Proulx, end of note. The sites of ancient Hindu ruins in India, toured by an Americanized Indian family and their romantically inclined native guide. Note, Interpreter of Maladies, Jhumpa Lahiri, end of note. A whitewater rafting expedition on the Colorado River, attempted under the most dangerous possible conditions, which becomes the backdrop for a pitched battle between the sexes. Note, Cataract, Pam Houston, end of note. The Pacific nation of Fiji, where a tribal woman educated abroad finds herself caught in the dangerous no-man's land between Western-style politics and ancient traditions. Note, Fork used in eating Reverend Baker, Kiana Davenport, end of note. And turn of the century, Fresno, California, where an Italian laborer, frustrated in his dreams of establishing a winery, turns to his skill at digging as a last stab at redemption. Note, The Underground Gardens, T. Caragason Boyle, end of note. Among the distinctive voices with which the stories in this year's collection speak are those of a married woman who has suffered a series of miscarriages and who discovers what she believes to be the terrible reason she wasn't meant to have children. Note, Sign, Charlotte Forbes, end of note. A disaffected man and his equally disaffected girlfriend who, while driving back from a friend's wedding, stop for a strange couple who have just escaped from a burning building. Note, Burning, Robert Schirmer, end of note. And a grown man who finds that he has eclipsed the accomplishments of an older brother who had once seemed to him the embodiment of perfection. Note, Mr. Brother, Michael Cunningham, end of note. The short story is perhaps at its best when it convincingly details the inner workings of its characters in a way that, though particular, sheds light on the human condition in general. Among the characters insightfully depicted in this collection are A group of boys who, out of morbid curiosity, cruelly prey upon a classmate whose accidentally severed feet were surgically reattached. Note: Miracle Boy, Pinckney Benedict. End of note. A wife and mother returning from a conference at which she betrayed her husband, who finds herself aboard a plane with serious mechanical difficulties. Note: Afterbirth, Sheila M. Schwartz. End of note. A privileged but troubled American teen and a boy who has labored in a rug factory in Pakistan, who find common ground despite their differences. Note: Moon, Chaim Potok. End of note. A businessman on his way to an appointment who stops in a village green to watch a girls' soccer game and recalls his youthful prowess at the sport. Note: Watching Girls Play, W.D. Wetherell. End of note. And a woman impregnated by a rapist who decides to keep the baby, despite the strains it puts on her marriage. Note: Son of the Wolfman, Michael Chabon. End of note. Though I have read many thousands of stories in 3 years of editing this series, all of these felt new to me. The ones I haven't yet mentioned are this year's top prize winners, as selected and introduced by Sherman Alexie, Stephen King, and Laurie Moore. I was impressed with the dedication, honesty, and generosity these writers brought to their role as jurors. I know from experience that it's difficult to read with an open mind and difficult to bestow special recognition on a few out of many. As Stephen King put it, reading the stories was a pleasure. Judging them was not. What's most interesting this year is that few readers are likely to recognize the names of the first and second prize winners or to have read the magazines in which these stories were published. The truth this underscores is that the field of the short story is as wide open as the creative possibilities. While it's likely that an Alice Munro or a T.C. Boyle or a David Foster Wallace will write some of the best stories of the year, it is also possible that a Peter Baida or a Cary Holladay will. And while the New Yorker and Harper's Magazine can be expected to publish great fiction, there's also a good chance that the Gettysburg Review and the Alaska Quarterly Review will as well. Skill, talent, insight, inspiration, editorial acumen, and a propensity to take risks were all part of the mix in the stories published during the course of the year. May it ever be so. Larry Dark, 1999. First prize, A Nurse's Story, by Peter Baida, from the Gettysburg Review. Introduced by Sherman Alexie. Okay, so this is the nurse I remember most, the Navajo woman who came to my reservation in 1978 or 1979 and took care of us for 3 or 4 glorious months, as we all, men and women alike, gossiped about her beauty and her near silence, rearranging our schedules and inventing illnesses so that we could be seen by her, and waiting forever in the lobby because we refused to be seen by anybody else, even the doctors, a series of white men too old or young, too incompetent and ill-mannered, too poor at birth, or cursed with an altruistic streak that landed them in an Indian Health Service clinic in Wellpinit, Washington, a town of 500 or 1,000, depending on which welcome sign you read as you drove into our lives. Yes, I remember that Navajo nurse, how she left or was forced to leave after a series of epileptic seizures. And that is all I know about that nurse's story. So it was with great delight that I read Peter Baida's A Nurse's Story, a decidedly quiet yet cinematic story that shifts smoothly in time, takes us on a circular journey from past to present to future, taking us into the life of one Mary McDonald, a nurse who knows the web that connects people in a small town is more tightly spun than the web that exists in a large city. And her story is a mystery, too, in which we first learn she is going to die, and only then discover how she lived, how she helped generations of others live and die. There are no forced epiphanies here, no sermons on the roofs of churches or hospitals. There are union strikes, tragic deaths, and the small realization that a good death, that's what everybody wants. And we want that because we can never be sure about our lives in small towns, on or off the reservation, in this nurse's story, or in that nurse's story. Sherman Alexie. A Nurse's Story, Peter Baida. The pain in Mary McDonald's bones is not the old pain that she knows well, but a new pain. Sitting in her room in the Booth Tiesler Geriatric Center on the 3rd floor in a bulky chair by the window, Mary tries to measure this pain. She sits motionless, with a grave expression on her face, while the cheerless gray sky on the other side of the window slowly fades toward evening. Mary McDonald knows what this pain comes from. It comes from a cancer that began in her colon and then spread to her liver and now has moved into her bones. Mary McDonald has been a nurse for 40 years. She has retained the full use of her faculties, and she understands perfectly where this pain comes from and what it means. Union? Eunice Barnacle says. What do I want with a union? Miss Barnacle, Mary McDonald says, looking at her from the chair by the window, do you think you're paid what you're worth? Miss Barnacle is a lean, sharp-featured black woman in her middle 20s, with a straight nose, small teeth, wary eyes, and a straightforward manner, who joined the staff at Booth Tiesler about a month ago. This place can't afford to pay me what I'm worth, she says. That's certainly what they want you to believe, Miss Barnacle. May I ask a nosy question? I suppose. What do they pay you, Miss Barnacle? That's my business. $8.50 per hour. Is that about right, Miss Barnacle? Miss Barnacle, in her white uniform, turns pale. She has paused with her hand on the doorknob, looking over the neatly made bed to the chair where Mary McDonald is sitting. Pearl-gray light falls on a walker near the chair. Mary McDonald's hands are closed in her lap over a green and gold quilt. Her face is solemn. Do you think this place knows what you're worth, Miss Barnacle? A good death. That's what everyone wants. Mary McDonald still remembers from her first year as a nurse, well over 40 years ago, a little old woman named Ida Peterson, with a tumor in her neck near the carotid artery. The call bell at the nurse's station rang, and Mary McDonald walked down the hall, opened the door, and was struck squarely in the face by something warm, wet, and red. Blood from a ruptured artery gushed out of Mrs. Peterson's tracheotomy opening, out of an ulcerated site on her neck, out of her nose, out of her mouth. Mary was stunned. She saw blood on the ceiling, on the floor, on the bed, on the walls. Mrs. Peterson had wanted to die a peaceful, dignified death in the presence of her husband. She had wanted to die a natural death. Now, as the life poured out of her, she lifted her hand to wipe her nose and mouth. With wide eyes, she looked at the blood on her hand. Ida Peterson had wanted a natural death in the presence of her husband, and she was getting one in the presence of Mary McDonald, a nurse she had known for 5 minutes. Mrs. Peterson's blue, terrified eyes looked into Mary McDonald's eyes for the full 15 minutes it took her to bleed to death. Her hand gripped Mary's hand. Mary did nothing. Her orders were to allow Mrs. Peterson to die a natural death. Mary had never before seen an arterial bleed. She still remembers the splash of blood on her face when she stepped into Mrs. Peterson's room. She still remembers how long it took Mrs. Peterson to die. You wouldn't think that a little woman could have so much blood in her. They tell me you were some good nurse, Eunice Barnacle says, taking Mary's blood pressure. I'm still a good nurse, Mary McDonald says. They tell me you helped start the nurses' union over at the hospital. Who tells you? Mrs. Pierce. Ah. Mrs. Pierce says those were the days. Maybe they were. Eunice loosens the blood pressure cup from Mary's arm. Mrs. McDonald. Yes. That union. Eunice hesitates, looking at the floor. What about it? Mary says. You think it helped you? Booth's Landing is an unpretentious town with a population of nearly 9,000, located among gently rolling hills on the east side of the Hudson River, 50 miles north of New York City. In every generation, for as long as anyone can remember, the Booths and the Tieslers have been the town's leading families. The Booth family descends from the town's founder, Josiah Booth, a merchant of the Revolutionary War period, whom local historians describe as a miniature version of John Jacob Astor. The Tiesler family descends from Klaus Tiesler, an immigrant from Heidelberg, who in 1851 founded a factory that makes silverware. A nice town, people who live in Booth's Landing say. A nice place to bring up a family. That's how Mary McDonald has always felt, and that's what she has always said when people ask her about the place. In every generation, for as long as anyone can remember, one member of the Booth family has run the town's bank, and one member of the Tiesler family has run the silverware factory. The town also supports one movie theater, 2 sporting goods stores, 2 opticians, 3 auto repair shops, 1 synagogue, and 9 churches. Most of the people who die in Booth's Landing were born there. Many have died with Mary McDonald holding their hands. Oh, not so many, Mary thinks, pursing her lips. Not that she has kept count. Why would anyone keep count? You can do worse than to live and die in a place like Booth's Landing. The air is fresh, the streets are clean and safe. The leading families have paid steady attention to their civic and philanthropic responsibilities. If you're sick in Booth's Landing, you go to the Booth-Tiesler Community Hospital. If you want to see live entertainment, you buy tickets for the latest show at the Booth-Tiesler Center for the Performing Arts. If you can no longer take care of yourself, you arrange to have yourself deposited in the Booth-Tiesler Geriatric Center. At the Booth-Tiesler Community College nearly 50 years ago, Mary McDonald fulfilled the requirements for her nursing degree. Now, sitting by her window on the 3rd floor in the Geriatric Center, looking over the cherry tree in the yard below toward the river, with the odor of overcooked turnips floating up from the kitchen on the 1st floor, she finds her mind drifting over her life, back and forth, here and there, like a bird that hops from place to place on a tree with many branches. I've never been a troublemaker. That was what Mary McDonald said to Clarice Hunter when Clarice asked her to help form a nurses' union at the Booth-Tiesler Community Hospital in 1965. Hon, Clarice Hunter said, do you know what the nurses get paid in New York City? I don't live in New York City, Mary said. You know what the nurses get paid in Tarrytown? I don't live in Tarrytown. It's only 10 minutes' drive. Okay, what do they get paid in Tarrytown? Clarice told her. Holy moly, Mary McDonald said. Will you help me? Clarice said. Clarice, don't pester me. You call this pestering? Mary did not answer. What's the problem, Mary? I'm not a big believer in unions. Being a doormat, is that what you believe in? Mary pursed her lips. It's your Catholic upbringing, Clarice said. What about it? Mary, they programmed you. They programmed you to bow down to authority. No doubt about that, Mary thought. Call me bended knee. Mary, your help would mean a lot to us. I've never been a troublemaker. I don't think I'll ever make much money. That was what George MacDonald told Mary a long time ago. Well, George, you are right about that. Mary was 21 when she met him in 1948. She had just taken her first job at the hospital, as a nurse in the emergency room. George was 27. In the Pacific, he had fought in the Battle of the Coral Sea and in the Battle of Midway. The first time Mary saw him, George was helping his father carry a sofa up the stairs into the apartment his sister had rented on Jefferson Street. Mary was friends with the sister, Eleanor, a nurse at the hospital. He was a big man, 6'3", with hair the color of fresh corn and a big boyish smile. The war had left him with a scar 6 inches long, an angry pink dent on his left shin. Mary herself was a heavy-set young woman, with a figure that lacked curves. Even in her 20s, she looked as if she had been carved from a block of wood. As she aged, she looked as if she'd been carved from a larger block. I was stout, not fat. On their first date, George took Mary to see a movie called Johnny Belinda. Then they went over to Krieger's, the luncheonette on Main Street. Mary had a hot fudge sundae. George taught at Booth's Landing High School. He played the clarinet. He thought he would be satisfied teaching music and living in Booth's Landing for the rest of his life. I guess I'm not too ambitious, he said. On the second date, George took Mary on a picnic in Dabney Park. After lunch he took a rowing. At the far end of the lake they paused in the shadows under tall trees. "Kiss me," Mary thought. George crossed his hands over his knees. "I don't think I'll ever make much money," he said. "I've never cared much about it." "There's more to life than money," Mary said. On the third date, George took Mary to see a movie called The Snake Pit. "Would you like to go to Krieger's for a Sunday?" he asked when it was over. "I don't want a Sunday," Mary said. "Let's go walk by the river." She took his hand as they walked down Tremont Street. The night was cool. His fingers were as thick as cigars. 6 months later they were married. Mary still remembered the way his fingers felt, laced in hers. 39 years together. 3 kids, all of them grown now and moved away. No other women in his life, no other men in hers. He died of kidney failure in 1988. A man who rarely lost his temper, a father who taught his sons how to scramble eggs and his daughter how to throw a baseball, a small-town music teacher who loved the clarinet. Oh, George, I miss you. You can't imagine. Maybe you can. "How are you feeling today, Mrs. M?" Dr. Siebold says. He is a large man with a friendly face, pink skin, and paprika-colored hair. His breath smells of peppermint. "Well enough, Tom. How are you feeling?" "I'm fine, ma'am, thank you." "How's your family?" "My mother broke her toe." "Broke her toe? How'd she do that?" "Bowling." "Dropped a bowling ball?" "No, dropped a coffee mug. She tried to hop away, but she couldn't hop fast enough." "None of us hop as fast as we used to." "That's the truth, Mrs. M." "You tell her I hope she feels better. Don't forget." 40 years ago, in the years before Tom Siebold was born, his mother had 2 miscarriages. Mary still remembers the look in Laura Siebold's eyes after the second one. She had carried the child for 6 months, the happiest months of her life, and when she lost it, her life went out of her eyes. The spring went out of her step, and for a full year she wandered through town with a bleak, dazed, shell-shocked look on her face. Mary still remembers taking care of Laura Siebold during the 3 days she spent in the hospital after the Saturday night when she swallowed every pill in the house. Tom Siebold puts his hand gently on Mary's shoulder. "You sure you're feeling fine, Mrs. M?" A coffee mug. Broke her toe with a coffee mug. "Tom, how long have you known me?" "As long as I can remember." "May I ask you an honest question?" "Why, sure, Mrs. M." "Considering I've got a colon cancer that's chewing up my liver, just how well do you expect me to feel?" Meatloaf. If this is Monday, that gray-brown slab on Mary McDonald's plate must be meatloaf. "What I want to know is where the money goes," Lucy Hayward says. "We pay. It's not as if we don't pay." "What I want to know," Penny Mac says, "is what happens to us when the money's all gone." "Money, money, money, money," Roy Quigley says. "If I had $1 for every day I spent worrying about money, I'd be a rich man." "I'm tired of meatloaf," Barbara Collins says. "Did you read in the paper about Frank Sinatra?" Lucy Hayward says. "You're not tired of meatloaf," Mary McDonald says. "I am," Barbara Collins says. "I certainly am." "What happened to variety shows?" Penny Mac says. "Remember Gary Moore?" "That man has no shame," Lucy Hayward says. "Gary Moore? Sinatra." "Did you see those photos of Princess Di? Whatever happened to Carol Burnett?" "You're not tired of meatloaf," Mary McDonald says, leaning toward Barbara Collins. "You're tired of life." "I'm not," Barbara Collins says, holding up a fork with a gravy-smeared piece of meatloaf on the end of it. "I'm not tired of life." Mary McDonald's grandmother also died of colon cancer. "Also" is the word that comes into Mary's mind. Her grandmother died in 1957, or maybe 1958. If you lived long enough, Mary had noticed, you forgot when things happened. The only years she remembered were the years her kids were born. Mary's parents took a grandmother down to New York City, to Columbia Presbyterian, so a famous surgeon could operate. Mary could remember the look on the surgeon's face after the operation, when he came into the room where Mary and her parents were waiting. Mary sighs, sitting by the window in her room. Outside, in the yard below her window, a breeze stirs the leaves of the cherry tree. The sky is white today. Poor Grandma. The famous surgeon cut her open, looked inside, and sewed her up. Nothing he could do. Just as 9 months ago, a different surgeon had sewed up Mary. My goose is cooked. At Booth Tiesler, in Grandma's final days, Clarice Hunter was the nurse on the day shift. Mary remembers her grandmother telling her how Clarice had bathed her and combed her hair and talked to her. Mary's grandmother was a plain-looking, plain-talking woman, with only an 8th-grade education, who expected nothing from life and generally got what she expected. But then, in the last days of her life, she got Clarice Hunter as her nurse. "This woman is a jewel," Mary's grandmother said to Mary, while Clarice blushed. "This woman is a blessing." "Just doing my job," Clarice said, checking Grandma's pulse. At 1 o'clock in the morning, on the night Mary's grandmother died, she insisted on seeing her family. The night nurse called Mary's parents, who came to the hospital with Mary. "Where's Clarice?" Mary's grandmother said. "I want to see Clarice." "It's the middle of the night," Mary said. "She'll be here in the morning." "I need her now," Mary's grandmother said, turning on Mary a look so fierce that Mary still remembered it. Mary called Clarice, who came to the hospital at 2 in the morning. At 3, Mary's grandmother fell asleep with her mouth wide open. At 6, with a terrifying snort, she woke and died. Clarice helped the night nurse wash the body. Then she worked the day shift. "Little stick," Eunice Barnacle says, leaning over. She pushes a tiny needle into a vein in Mary's hand. Blood flows back through the needle into the tubing. "Good shot," Mary said. "Tell me about that strike. When was it?" 1967. "What was it made you want a union?" "I didn't want one. Not at first." "So what happened?" At a sink in the nurse's laboratory, Clarice Hunter is crying. The year is 1965, 10 years after the death of Mary McDonald's grandmother. Mary is 38. Clarice is 10 years older. Mary walks over to the sink and carefully puts one hand on her friend's shoulder. "You okay?" Mary asks. "I guess." Clarice blows her nose. "Thanks." Mary waits. "Mary." "Yes." "They're driving me crazy. They're running me off my feet." "They're running all of us, dear." "But it's making me crazy, Mary. I lost my temper with Mrs. Gerbic. I nearly got into a fight with Mr. Palermo's daughter, and I forgot all about Mr. Howard's pain medicine. That poor man waited 50 minutes for his pain medicine. We're all rushing, Clarice. We're all making mistakes. Mary, I have 20 patients." "I know, dear." "I can't take care of 20 patients." "I know, dear." "Mary." "Yes." "You know how hard a nurse has to work." "Of course." "What'll I do, Mary? I can't take care of 20 patients. I can't. I just can't." How about you, Mary? In the nurses' lounge back in 1965, that was the question Ruth Sullivan asked, a few days after Mary McDonald had found Clarice Hunter crying at the sink in the nurses' lavatory. In 3 weeks, the nurses would vote on whether to form a union. Mary had always expected to vote no. "I think maybe I'll vote yes," Mary said. "You'll vote yes?" "I think so. Maybe." "I thought you didn't believe in unions." "I don't, but I think— Oh, I don't know. I think I changed my mind. Maybe." It hadn't occurred to Mary McDonald that anyone would care how she voted, but if you talked to other nurses, you found out that Mary's opinion made a difference. "I hear Mary McDonald's voting yes," a nurse would say. "Really?" "That's what I heard." "I thought she didn't want a union." She changed her mind. Really? That's what I heard. The vote drew near. Arguments were made pro and con. Tempers flared. In September 1965, the nurses voted in favor of a union. In the nurses' lounge, Pam Ryder is leafing through a copy of Family Circle magazine. "Well, it won't be long now," Eunice Barnacle says. "What?" Pam Ryder says. "Mrs. McDonald," Eunice Barnacle says. "Poor woman," Pam Ryder says. "She told me about that union over at the hospital." "We need one here," Pam Ryder says. "You think so?" "You don't?" Eunice does not answer. Pam Ryder turns the page in her magazine. Eunice stirs her coffee. "I know one thing," Eunice says. Pam Ryder looks up, brushing a hair off her forehead. "That union can't help her now," Eunice says. "May I have this dance?" Brad, her youngest, bends over Mary with his hand outstretched. Mary struggles to her feet. Brad takes her right hand with his left. His other hand settles on the small of her back. Barely moving, they dance. In her chair, half dozing, Mary remembers that dance. It was 2 months ago, on Mary's 69th birthday. All 3 of her children had come to Booth's Landing with their families. They know what's up. George Jr. offered again to take her to Chicago. "I want to die here," Mary said. "But, Mother—" "No, but." A gangling, loose-jointed, long-armed boy, a star athlete, George Jr. has grown up to become an earnest, quiet-voiced man who dresses in rumpled suits. He's an attorney, but of course he can't win an argument with his mother. Who can? Though he's tall and moves gracefully, he's no longer slim. His face has grown puffy. His belly bulges over his belt. "George," Mary said on her birthday 2 months ago, "you need to lose weight." "Yes, Mother," George said. The look in his eyes told her how sad he was to see her dying. "Oh, George, I'm sorry I nagged you, but it's true you should lose weight." Jane came from Boston with her 2 little girls, cute as could be, but bored, and who could blame them? They didn't understand why Mommy had dragged them to see their grandmother. "Jane, you look tired." "Mother, I'm a nurse. You know what that means." 3 years ago, Jane had a drinking problem. Now she's licked it. Maybe. But she bites her fingernails and smokes. "Jane, do you think I didn't notice?" Brad came all the way from Seattle, where he's worked for a decade. Everyone laughed again at the story about the phone call when he'd told his parents about the job. "Micro what?" Mary had said. "Microsoft, Mother." "You couldn't get a job with IBM?" "Mother, I'm working for Bill Gates." "Bill who?" Mary turned a happy pink while Brad told the story. "Look at Mom. Look at her face." "Brad, my baby, that time when you ran full speed into the clothes line and busted your head open, and I held you while Dad drove us to the emergency room? I know you can't remember, but no one will ever love you the way I loved you on that ride to the hospital." "Enough about me, Eunice. Tell me about yourself." "I was born in Virginia, in Richmond," Eunice says. "My father was no good. My mother brought me up." Outside, 3 blackbirds are flying toward the river. "I don't like to talk about my family, Mrs. McDonald." "That's all right. You don't have to." 2 days later, while Eunice gives Mary a back rub, the conversation resumes. The smell of rubbing alcohol makes Mary feel drowsy. Rain is drizzling from a bleak sky. "My mother, she's in jail." "Oh?" "She had a boyfriend, Jethro, who beat her when he got drunk. So, about 6 years ago, Jethro got arrested, and she bailed him out. But then, when they got home, she killed him." "Oh!" "They gave her life in prison. I guess maybe they had to." "Why did she bail him out?" "That's the thing. She bought a shotgun. She bailed him out to kill him." "She's in Sing Sing. It's only 30 minutes' drive. I visit every Sunday. You know what's funny?" "What?" "Sing Sing. It's in a town called Ossining. I never knew that before." Mary feels Eunice's fingers on her back. "She's a good woman, my mother, but she did wrong. I know that." Mary feels Eunice's fingers on her shoulder blades. "That fellow Jethro, he pushed her too far. George would give her a back rub, and then a front rub, and then... Well, what's marriage for? My mother, she's only 39. She was 16 when I was born. A football, thrown with a perfect spiral, thrown 40 yards through the grey November air, beneath a sky like the sky outside this minute. A football hurled 40 yards and falling into the hands of the receiver, glancing over his shoulder at exactly the right moment, reaching up at exactly the right moment, making the catch, and sprinting into the end zone. It was the winter of 1967. George Jr. threw the football. Warren Booth Jr. caught it. The Booth's Landing football team won the county championship, and life was as good as it gets. Except for the strike. The strike had begun in September, 2 years after the nurses organized their union. What did the nurses want? That was the question that Richard Dill, a reporter on the Booth's Landing Gazette, asked Clarice Hunter, who was the head of the strike committee. Clarice told him. Money, job security. Some say in decisions relating to staffing levels. No, that was what management said. So Mary McDonald, who never in her life, before or after the strike, ever voted for anyone but a Republican, found herself on a picket line. Sister Rosa, the executive director, was a short, no-nonsense woman who made it her business to be seen striding through the halls of Booth-Tiesler Community Hospital, waging war on dust, dirt, and disorder, encouraging nurses and nurses' aides, keeping doctors in line, looking for inefficiencies to eliminate, attacking problems, pushing for improvements. Mr. Dill, Sister Rosa said in the first interview that she gave after the strike began, our nurses are wonderful. All our employees are wonderful, but we cannot let employees set their own salaries. We cannot let employees define the terms and conditions of employment. We cannot let employees set staffing levels. Remembering, Mary McDonald sighs. Oh, Sister Rosa, how I admired you. How I hated doing anything that might displease you. How I wanted you to like me. How I wanted to hear you say, "Good work, Mary. Nice job, Mary." Mr. Dill, management must not run away from its responsibilities. 5 years before the strike, Mary McDonald worked with Sister Rosa on a project to improve the patient scheduling system in the radiation department. With Sister Rosa guiding the project, staff members collected and evaluated treatment time data. Then Sister Rosa designed a system that matched the time allotted for an appointment to the complexity of the treatment. A more flexible scheduling system was put in place. The result? A 20% decrease in patient waiting time, and a 15% increase in physician and hospital revenue. Mary later used what she had learned from Sister Rosa to improve the patient scheduling system in the chemotherapy department. Mr. Dill, management must manage. 1 week before Thanksgiving. Outside, a nasty sky. Inside, the radiator clanks and rattles. Eunice has brought Mary McDonald a tiny white pill in a tiny white cup. You visiting your family for Thanksgiving, Mrs. McDonald? No. Mary swallows her pill. I'm too tired. Your family coming here? They came for my birthday. That was enough. How about you, Eunice? Guess I'll take my little girl to see my mom. Eunice has a daughter 3 years old in daycare. That's nice. Mary looks at Eunice, who is looking at her watch, while she checks Mary's pulse. Mary feels the pressure of Eunice's fingers, a nice feeling. You're a good nurse, Eunice. But the 2-year degree isn't enough. You should go back to school. Do it now while you're young. Mary hears those words in her head, but she does not say them aloud. Mary and Eunice often talk about Eunice's future, but Mary does not feel like talking today. I've got a new picture. Eunice opens her wallet, takes out a photo, and holds it out for Mary to see. The photo shows a bright-eyed little girl with twin pigtails sitting on a mechanical rocking horse outside Tyler's pharmacy. I heard from her daddy. Oh? He lost his job out in San Diego, asked if I could send him some money. Eunice is staring at the photo of her little girl. That man, Eunice says, shaking her head, that man needs a brain transplant. For 6 months the nurses carried picket signs outside the hospital. 20 nurses on the picket line every day and into the night. Mary still remembers the looks people gave them, friendly looks, hostile looks, curious looks. She still remembers the sign she carried. Together we will win. The hospital hired a company that specialized in fighting strikes. The company flew in scab nurses. On the picket line, Mary sang, "Union busting, it's disgusting." In Booth's Landing, people took sides. Millie Tolliver said to Mary at a PTA meeting, "Mary, I'm surprised in you." Carl Usher, the plumber, whose son took clarinet lessons from George, said, "Mrs. McDonald, I just don't see how you girls can walk out on your patients." In an interview on TV, Cheryl Hughes, a woman whom Mary had always liked, whose husband prepared Mary and George's tax return, said, "If you ask me, it's an outrage. Let's just hope nobody dies. Those women ought to be ashamed." The web that connects people in a small town is more tightly spun than the web that exists in a large city. In Booth's Landing, the man who will write Mary McDonald's obituary for the local newspaper is the son of the reporter who covered the nurses' strike of 1967. Richard Dill, the father, lives on the same floor as Mary McDonald at the Booth-Tiesler Geriatric Center. Richard Dill sees that Mary has lost 20 pounds in the last 6 months, sees that her step is weaker each time she comes out of her room, sees that she comes out less and less often, and sees that her skin grows paler and paler, grayer and grayer with every week. Watching Mary fade away, Richard Dill remembers her as a sturdy woman carrying her picket sign 30 years ago. He remembers her 20 years ago, nursing his wife after her surgery. Roger Dill, the son, sometimes sees Mary in the hall with her walker when he visits his father, and he nods amiably in her direction, but he does not remember the nurses' strike of 67, because he was only 3 years old when it took place. Roger Dill does not remember that, when he was 6, Mary's daughter Elizabeth was one of his camp counselors. He remembers the surgery his mother had when he was 12, but he does not remember any of his mother's nurses. A nice boy, Mary thinks when she sees Roger Dill, though she merely nods as he walks with his father in the hall. Mary remembers Roger at the age of 12, a skinny kid carrying a football helmet, visiting his mother in the hospital. Poor woman. What was her name? Jennifer, from a town called Mistletoe in Mississippi. Mary taught her how to care for the colostomy bags that she needed after her surgery. 2 months into the strike, the hospital withdrew recognition of the union. "Withdrew recognition?" Mary said to Clarice Hunter. "How can they do that?" "They can't," Clarice Hunter said, "not unless they've hired those scabs as permanent replacements." "Sister Rosa wouldn't do that." In fact, that was exactly what Sister Rosa had done. "What'll we do?" Mary asked Clarice. "We'll move into Phase 2. Phase 1, the nurses carried picket signs outside the hospital. Phase 2, the nurses took their fight up to the top of Mountain View Drive. Why Mountain View Drive? Because that was where Warren Booth, the chairman of the board, lived with his wife and children. Mary McDonald remembers Warren Booth, with a big frown on his broad, well-scrubbed face when he came down the driveway from his mansion to confront the strikers. She remembers the tone of his voice and the look in his eyes and the way his jaw worked and the way he turned on his heel and strode back up the driveway and into the house. George Jr. said, "But, Mom, don't you see what you're doing? I'm the quarterback, and Warren Jr. is my best receiver." In Booth's Landing, back in 1967, the public schools were good enough that the son of the richest man in town and the son of George and Mary McDonald could go to the same school and play on the same football team. "Mom, Warren's my teammate." "Yes, George, I understand, but out in the world where I work, well, let's just say that Warren's dad isn't my teammate." Frank Gifford. "If Frank Gifford ever comes to town," George used to say, "I'll have to lock Mary away from him." Well, George, you may have been right about that. Mary and the Giants. Everybody who knew Mary McDonald knew about her love affair with the Giants. She was a knowledgeable fan. When the announcer said that the Giants had gone into their prevent defense, Mary would shout, "No, not the prevent, anything but the prevent." She'd seen the Giants lose too many games when the prevent defense failed to prevent anything. Her other great love was beer, the darker the better. "I can't stand that piss-colored beer," she would tell people. Once she discovered Guinness, she never drank anything else. It's true. I could use one right now. She didn't like games. She didn't like to travel. She didn't have any hobbies. What she really liked was nursing. That's also true. I loved it from day one. She knew things that only nurses know. If you smell an unpleasant odor coming from a patient's urine drainage bag, add 10 milliliters of hydrogen peroxide to the bag when you empty it. If a nasogastric feeding tube becomes clogged, use Diet Cola to flush it. If you need to remove oil-based paint that is close to a patient's eyes or mouth, use mineral water, not turpentine. In the neighborhood where George and Mary lived, phone calls to physicians were rare. People called Mary first, and Mary told them what to do. So they hired permanent replacements, Eunice Barnacle said. Then what? What you have to remember, Mary said, is that Booth Tiesler is part of a chain of hospitals. And it's a chain of Catholic hospitals. That's why nuns run the place. What difference does it make who runs it? A big difference. Maybe all the difference. Most of the striking nurses also were Catholic. They didn't merely picket outside the hospital. They prayed. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And they chanted, United we bargain, divided we beg. And they sang, I dreamed I saw Joe Hill last night, alive as you and me. On TV in those days, in and around Booth's Landing, people saw nurses on strike, with their picket signs lowered and their heads bowed in prayer. When people remembered the strike years later, what they remembered was nurses praying on the sidewalk outside the hospital. If the hospital hadn't been run by an order of nuns, Mary McDonald said to Eunice Barnacle, I think we'd have lost, but we hit those nuns where it hurt. We appealed to their consciences. The Sisters of Mercy, that's what the nuns were called, somebody looked up their mission statement. It said that they were committed to act in solidarity with the poor, the weak, the outcast, the elderly, and the infirm. On the chilliest day that winter, with her cheeks freezing and her breath visible in the air, Mary McDonald read the Sisters of Mercy mission statement out loud, while TV cameras rolled. Then Beverly Wellstone began a fast. A nurse who had once been a nun, she was 5 feet tall, trim and intense, with bright blue eyes and cinnamon-colored hair. She fasted for 33 days, her eyes growing brighter and brighter as the flesh fell from her face. Other nurses fasted in support, usually for 24 or 48 hours. The TV cameras kept rolling. I am fasting in an effort to bring this strike to the attention of higher authorities, Beverly Wellstone said. The look in her eyes was the look you see in paintings, in the eyes of martyred saints. Other strikers begged her to stop, but Beverly Wellstone declined with a nearly invisible movement of her parched lips. To represent the women on this picket line, Beverly Wellstone said, is an honor and privilege I will never know again in my life. A camera crew arrived from New York. One of the national networks had picked up the story. That night, millions of people learned about the striking nurses of Booth's Landing. From her cot in the basement of a local church, Beverly Wellstone whispered a few words about the role of faith in her life. Warren Booth, Sr., entering the hospital for an emergency meeting of the board, declined to comment. He looked haggard and distracted. The next day, according to newspaper reports published later, a stranger arrived in Booth's Landing. 3 days later, the strike was over. A stranger? Eunice Barnacle said. An emissary of the Cardinal, Mary McDonald said. What did he do? He carried a message to Sister Rosa. A message from the Cardinal? Yes. Then what happened? Talks resumed, but in a different spirit. Eunice was leaning against the window-sill in Mary McDonald's room. The light that poured through the window from a clear winter sky made her skin shine. Mary McDonald, as she told the story, was sitting up comfortably in bed, her back supported by 2 pillows set on end. So you won, Eunice Barnacle said. The scab nurses were dismissed. Mary said. The striking nurses were rehired. The effort to decertify the union was abandoned. You got the salary increase you wanted? No. We got about half the increase we wanted. But we also got something we wanted for our patients. What was that? More staff on the medical and surgical floors. For the next 3 years after we signed that contract, we had the staff to give the kind of care we wanted to give. $30,000. That was what Sister Margaret calculated that Booth Tiesler Community Hospital would save annually by buying less expensive surgical gloves. Sister Margaret's expertise in materials management dazzled everyone who worked with her at Booth Tiesler. It was an expertise she had honed in years of hard work under the eye of her mentor and predecessor, Sister Rosa, whom she had succeeded as executive director in 1984. Sister Margaret had turned on her dictaphone with the intention of dictating a memorandum on the subject of surgical gloves, when Sister Celia softly entered the office with the latest pile of papers and reports for Sister Margaret's inbox. Something in Sister Celia's eyes, a flicker that suggested the desire to speak, led Sister Margaret to lift her own eyes with an inquiring look. Mary McDonald died this morning, Sister Celia said. Oh. The word came out of Sister Margaret's mouth as a sigh. When Mary McDonald was transferred from the geriatric center to the hospital 3 days ago, Sister Margaret had suspected that the end was near. Now memories of Mary McDonald mixed in Sister Margaret's mind with the thought that the time had come to take another look at soap prices. What Sister Margaret said, looking at Sister Celia, was simply, a good nurse. A damned good nurse. The word damned was pronounced with an emphasis that verged on audacity. Sister Margaret remembered the nurses' union, and the strike of '67, and the look on Sister Rosa's face in the days after the Cardinal had sent his emissary to Booth's Landing. Of course, Sister Margaret said, we had our differences. Roger Dill, at his old-fashioned desk in the old-fashioned offices of the Booth's Landing Gazette, took a long sip of coffee, paused to savor the taste, paused to savor the warmth in his stomach, and typed. Mary McDonald died at the Booth Tiesler Nursing Home on December 16th. She was 69. Roger closed his eyes. When they opened, his fingers moved swiftly. A graduate of Booth Tiesler Community College, Mrs. McDonald worked for many years as a nurse at Booth Tiesler Community Hospital. Roger closed his eyes again. People of no great consequence died every week in Booth's Landing, and Roger Dill was required to write 3 to 5 paragraphs about them. It was not a task that he resented, but it was not one that excited or inspired him. How much could he say about a nurse he had never met? Mrs. McDonald is survived by 3 children. Roger Dill suppressed a yawn and thought about the legs of his son's piano teacher. Even with coffee, he found that it was sometimes a challenge not to fall asleep with his fingers on the keyboard, the computer humming gently on his desk, and the conventional sentences taking shape in his head. From his office on the top floor of the Booth's Landing Savings and Loan Association, a sturdy stone building at the intersection of Tremont and Main Streets, Warren Booth, Jr. could see the blue shimmer of the Hudson sweeping south, and beyond it the fields and meadows of New Jersey. Though it had rained a few hours ago, the day had brightened. Warren Booth allowed his gaze to linger on the river, beneath the sparkling blue of the mid-afternoon sky. The Booth's Landing Gazette lay open on Warren Booth's desk. Looking out over the river, the town's leading banker found himself falling into a strangely agitated mood. Nearly 30 years had passed, yet he still remembered the days when nurses picketed his family's house, while he tried to prepare for the biggest football game of his life. In those days, nothing in the world had seemed more important to Warren Booth than the Booth's Landing football team. George McDonald had been the team's quarterback. Warren had been the team's primary receiver. The team itself had been outstanding, the best that anyone could remember. Yet Warren remembered the winter of 1967 as a painful and confusing time, because a group of nurses, including George McDonald's mother, had made life miserable for Warren's father. Why? Why? With an exasperated sigh, Warren Booth shifted in his chair. He had inherited not merely his father's position in life, but also his attitudes on matters pertaining to civic and business affairs. The nerve of those women! What great enterprise had they ever managed? What did they know about worldly affairs? Something that resembled a grimace appeared on the face of Warren Booth. The fact that he himself had never managed any great enterprise did not occur to him. Those women had made Warren's father out to be some Scrooge, and the press, the damned press— well, better not to think about the press. Warren Booth took a deep breath. He would send a condolence card to George McDonald in Chicago. Yes, he would do that. Hell, he would go to the funeral. Why not? Go to the funeral, pay his respects, see old George. Talk with old George. What would they say to one another? What could they possibly say to one another? Sighing, Warren Booth leaned back in his chair, looked up at the ceiling, and closed his eyes. The look on his face was the look of a troubled man. He kept his eyes closed a long time. Forget the funeral. Send a card. 2 blocks from the little red brick apartment building where Eunice Barnacle lives, there is a park with swings and sliding boards and a jungle gym. Even in winter, on a sunny day, the park fills with children. With all the young voices squealing and shouting, and young feet running and jumping, it is as happy a place as you can find in Booth's Landing. This park is where Eunice Barnacle went with her 3-year-old daughter on the day after Mary McDonald died. It was a Saturday, bright and cold, with a sky completely white. Eunice pushed her daughter on a swing, then sat on a green wooden bench apart from the other mothers, while her daughter played in the sandbox. After a while, another woman sat down near Eunice. The women talked for a time, and then they sat without talking for nearly half an hour. Then Eunice said, "You know what we need, Cary." "What?" "A union." "Union? What do we need with a union?" "You think you're paid what you're worth?" "Eunice, what's got into you?" "Nothing." "That woman brainwashed you." "Nobody brainwashed me." "You could get us in trouble, Eunice." "We're already in trouble." "Not me. I'm not in trouble." "That's what you think." To a little girl in a bulky red jacket in the sandbox, Eunice yelled, "Coretta, sweetie, 5 more minutes." "Mommy, no." 5 minutes, Coretta." The woman on the bench next to Eunice folded her arms across her chest. She was wearing an orange scarf over a silver-gray coat. Eunice was wearing a white scarf over a crimson coat. "I've never been a troublemaker," the woman said. "One thing I've learned in life, Eunice, you go looking for trouble, you'll find it." Eunice did not answer. The sun had gone behind a cloud. A chill came into the air. A month ago, Eunice recalled, she had asked Mary McDonald if the union had really helped her. The old woman had thought a long time before she said, "To tell the truth, it had its good points and its bad points, like most things." Eunice had asked her to explain the good points and the bad points. "Some other time," the old woman had said. "I'm tired now." But the subject had never come up again. So now Eunice did not know what Mary McDonald would have said. "Coretta, sweetie," Eunice called. "But, Mommy—" "Time to go, honey." The child opened her mouth as if to wail, paused, closed her mouth, stood, held out her arms, and toddled toward Eunice. "Let's go home, sweetie. Mommy's tired." At Santino's funeral home, Nick Santino and Harry Orbit were preparing the body of Mary McDonald for its final resting place. "Here's one I'm sorry to see," Nick Santino said. "Oh? Mary McDonald. You knew her?" "A nurse. Took care of my mother, back when she was dying." Mary's body lay on a porcelain embalming table under a sheet. Nick paused, looking at the face of the dead woman. The eyes were closed, the skin was wrinkled and pale, the lips were crooked. A white thread, half an inch long, lay on the face below the left eye. Nick lifted off the thread. Nick and Harry washed Mary's body with warm water and a soapy solution. They cleaned Mary's fingernails. Through a needle that Nick placed in the jugular vein, they drained the blood from Mary's body. Harry inserted cotton in both nostrils to hold the nose straight. Nick sewed Mary's lips shut. A machine pumped embalming fluid into Mary's body. After the fluid had entered Mary's hands, Nick crossed them over her chest. He applied adhesive glue to hold her fingers together. Nick paused, looking at Mary's face. A refrigerator hummed in a corner of the room. "This woman took care of my mother," Nick said, looking down at her. "She took care of my mother like she was taking care of her own mother." Nick shooed away a fly that was buzzing near Mary's cheek. He touched Mary's hair with a gloved hand. He looked at Harry. "This woman washed my mother's feet," Nick said, with sudden intensity. "This woman cleaned my mother's toes with a toothbrush." Mary McDonald, late in the last day of her life, fell into a sleep as deep as a child's sleep after an overactive day. Her eyes were closed, her head was tilted back, her lips were open, her breathing was steady, though not strong. At one point a middle-aged woman in a nun's outfit came into the room, closing the door behind her. With a mild expression on her face and her hands crossed at her waist, the visitor stood looking down at the sleeping woman. Mary's eyes opened. "Sister Rosa, how nice of you to visit." "Don't mention it, dear. How are you?" "Not long for this world, I'm afraid." "Don't be afraid." "No, I'm not." "Have they given you something for pain, Mary?" "Oh, yes. Thank God for morphine." "I'll do that." Mary thought for a moment, with a slightly puzzled expression on her face. Then she let the thought go. "Sister Rosa." "Yes." "When you died, after you died, was it what you expected?" "I'm not allowed to talk about that, dear." "No, I guess not." Mary closed her eyes again. She kept them closed for a long time. When she opened them again, the light in the room seemed different. "Sister Rosa." "Yes, dear." "Would you mind holding my hand?" "Of course not, dear." Sister Rosa put her hand on Mary's hand. The nun's hand was warm, warmer than Mary's, perhaps. Mary closed her eyes again, but opened them almost at once. "There's something on my mind, Sister Rosa." "What's that, dear?" "The strike. You remember the strike?" "Of course, dear." "I hope you didn't take it the wrong way." "The wrong way, dear?" "It wasn't about you, Sister Rosa. I hope you understand that." "I do, dear." "But the nurses, we couldn't let things go the way they were going." "I understand, dear." "We couldn't roll over and die." "Of course, dear, I understand." "You do?" "Mary, I'm glad you fought." "You are?" "Workers have to fight." "You really think so?" "The whole system depends on it." "I'm not sure about that, Sister Rosa." "Well, I am." A sound came from the door, but no one was there. Sister Rosa looked at the door, then back at Mary. "Would you like to see George?" Sister Rosa said. "Is he here?" "He's right outside." "Could I see him?" "Of course." Mary closed her eyes. When she opened them, the light in the room was different. Sister Rosa had gone, but George had not come in. A woman in a white uniform was standing at the bedside, taking Mary's pulse. Mary felt the pressure of her fingers on her wrist. "I'd like to see George," Mary said. "George?" From the foot of the bed, someone said, "That's her husband, my father." "Jane?" "I'm right here, Mom." "How nice. I'm glad you've come, Jane." "Me too." "Brad?" Mary felt confused. The nurse let go of her wrist. Mary looked on the other side of her bed. Brad was there in a navy sweater, and George Jr. in a rumpled suit, with his hand reaching into a bag of pretzels. "You had a good sleep," Brad said. George said, "I'm right here, Mom. We're all here with you." Mary looked at him. His belly bulged over his belt. "You need to lose weight, George." "Yes, Mom, I know." "Promise." George withdrew his hand from the bag without a pretzel. "I promise, Mom." "I can't help myself, George. A mother's a mother till her dying breath." "But where was her George? Sister Rosa had said he was here." Out loud, Mary said, "I don't want a Sunday. Let's go walk by the river." The woman in the white uniform went out of the room. Mary's children talked softly to one another. Mary listened for a while with her eyes closed. She could hear the voices, but the words escaped her. When she opened her eyes, her husband was standing by her bed. The smile on his face made Mary want to get up and throw her arms around his neck. He was young and tall. His hair was the color of fresh corn. His fingers were as thick as cigars, and he had his clarinet with him. Second prize. Mary Gosari by Cary Holladay, from Alaska Quarterly Review. Introduced by Stephen King. Good fiction shows us the inside of things. A community, a job, a relationship, the human heart. Great fiction can sometimes show all of these things working together. It lifts us briefly above the event horizon of our own day-to-day existences and gives us a dreamlike and godlike sense of understanding what life itself is about. Cary Holladay's Mary Gosari is one of those rare and always welcome stories. Based on an actual event, how closely I don't know or want to know, it traces the aftermath of a triple murder. It is a story filled with marvelous details: Sid Treadway's long-scarred, dumbfounded face, the yellow-haired Gulf Shores girl beside the green water and under the green sky, a nameless murderer vomiting at the side of the road as a rain shower pelts down, and illuminated by its passionate yet carefully controlled narration. Its real success, however, lies in Holliday's inspired, and sometimes eccentric, tracing of lives which come together in a blood knot and then wander away again on their own jagged courses. There is a pattern in the rebound, Holliday suggests, a blind evolutionary process that might be for the good as well as for the bad, and it is that mixed feeling which the title so beautifully evokes. Holliday shows us the inside of a senseless crime where there is a pattern no tabloid headline can touch. Stephen King. Mary Gosari, Cary Holladay. And I will cast abominable filth upon thee, and make thee vile, and will set thee as a gazing stock. Nahum 3:6. It begins in an Arkansas courtroom, a trial of a young man for the deaths of 3 boys. It begins in late May, a year after the murders, on a day so hot that the air conditioning can't keep up with the sweat on the 17-year-old defendant's face. He has confessed, though his lawyer protests that the confession, taped in hysterical segments by the police, and existing, too, in written form, signed in Sid's childlike scrawl, means nothing. Sid Treadway is mentally retarded, he says, and the police coerced him. Sid Treadway's long, scarred, dumbfounded face follows his lawyer's striding figure to the bench and back, and then Sid's mild green eyes are distracted by a cicada thrumming on a courtroom windowsill. He recalls the last such insect he saw at his sister's house, which died loudly, clatteringly, in a dish of lemons. He barely hears his lawyer. In revulsion, his sister had thrown out the lemons, which she had planned to use in a pie. She has not come to the courtroom. Only Sid's father is there for him, Big Sid, who, when his son was arrested, had burst into sobs like a child. There will be another trial for Sid's alleged conspirators, one of them widely regarded by an outraged public as the ringleader. Sid's trial is separate because he confessed, implicating the other 2. Sid Treadway helped to slay 3 young boys and left them hog-tied, bleeding and drowning in a ditch, says the prosecutor. That is what the jury believes, swiftly convicting Sid Treadway. But that is just the prelude, the beginning. It begins again in the trial of Benedict James, the devil-worshipping, girlfriend-biting, trailer-dwelling dropout who had tutored his disciples Sid Treadway and Robert Apt in evil, so the prosecutor says 6 weeks later in the same courtroom, who had targeted his 3 victims, their 8-year-old faces, one slyly mugging, another somber, a third the most lovable, expansively smiling, have decorated Tennessee and Arkansas newspapers for months now. If the trial of Sid Treadway was easy, the trial of Benedict James and Robert Apt is as simple as calling Satan by his name. In Benedict's closet there's nothing but black T-shirts and black pants, a police officer testifies, and his diary has poems he wrote to the devil. Benedict's pregnant girlfriend, Victorine Stark, sits every day in the back row. 16, red-haired, beautiful, she has pointed to teeth-mark scars on her white neck for the benefit of photographers. She is carrying the child of the man she loves. This is her fate, she says. Her mother, 32 but looking 60, sits beside her embroidering the face of Jesus on a pillowcase. Nobody loves her, she tells reporters, and she'll be grandmother to the devil. But she has a sweet, lovely daughter, she says. I want the best for my girl. Benedict of the shaggy black hair, the fish-belly white skin, the deeply scalloped underlip, the pedophile's eyes, gets sent to hell right there in the Arkansas courtroom, as daily the trial ends with a curse. The father of one of the victims, who will himself be on trial within the year for stealing furniture from a neighbor's moving van, rushes Benedict in a ritual that the guards and the jury have come to enjoy. "Burn in hell, murderer! You killed my little boy!" he cries. The guards let him get within arm's length of Benedict before gently tugging him out the door. Benedict sits unmoved, only his large stomach moving fast with his breath, his T-shirt lifting up and down. The other defendant, Robert Apt, is vocal, whereas Benedict says nothing and does not take the stand. Robert Apt denies it all, the luring of the 3 young victims, the cutting, the binding, the rapes. But he gets confused. To the prosecuting attorney, he explodes. "Damn you, man, you're trying to mess me up." His lawyer tells the judge that he has advised his client against taking the stand, but Robert Apt, age 16, insisted. "I'm innocent," Robert Apt cries from the witness stand. Benedict James is 18, but looks older. He could be 24 or 5. When the judge sentences him to death and asks if he has anything to say, he replies, "No, sir." Within 6 months he's on television, complaining to an eager, rapid-eyed interviewer about the regular rapes and the blandness of prison food. Yes, he says, he did bite his girlfriend during sex, just a lick. And he demonstrates with his tongue, while the reporter shudders. "I don't worship Satan. I'm a white witch, a Wiccan," he says. "I never said no wise else." He will not talk about the 3 murdered boys, whose faces flash again on the TV screen as Benedict is led handcuffed back to his cell on death row. Facing the camera, the reporter assures viewers that Benedict will be under lock and key until his execution. Within minutes, the TV station is flooded with calls from viewers who express the wish that Benedict be raped every day for as long as he lives. The drainage ditch, called 10 Mile Bayou, where the 3 young boys' bodies were found, still trickles through West Memphis past the truck stops and car washes. Now and then somebody still leaves a wreath of flowers there. Other such offerings, of wire and withered white silk, lie askew in the sludge, stuck in the ditch bank. Victorine Stark, in the trailer she shares with her mother, cuddles her newborn, a boy, and names it Malachi. "That means my messenger," she announces, with middle name Destiny. She had a vision, she tells a reporter who follows up on her story. On the day before the baby's birth, she saw a crow with a long strand of something in its beak, a long piece of videotape. "It gave me hope," she says, her red hair spread out on the pillowcase with the Jesus face on it, while in the background the baby whimpers and Victorine's mother spoons macaroni and cheese onto paper plates, inviting the reporter to stay for supper. "What do you think was on the videotape?" the reporter asks indulgently. "The one that the crow was carrying." Victorine laughs, a sad gurgle that has caught on lately among the girls at her school, who copy the laugh in the way she wears her plentiful hair, loose with a tiny braid encircling the crown of her head. "That videotape would be something pretty. It don't have nothing to do really with the crow. It would show the future my baby will have." Rising from her narrow bed, Victorine announces, "I have memorized something from the Bible, from the book of Malachi. 'Bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat in mine house. And prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven, and pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it.'" The reporter, a young man whose instincts keep him at bay from this girl, but who has loved her violently since he stepped into her trailer 20 minutes earlier, saw her on the narrow bed, and heard the Arkansas honey in her voice, says, "That's beautiful. I've never heard it before because I don't read the Bible." Victorine holds his gaze with her green eyes, undoes her flouncy white blouse, and nurses the baby. It's getting dark outside. Her mother hovers nearby to light candles that smell of patchouli oil. Victorine says, "I still love Benedict, no matter what. Here's my favorite picture of him." She nudges the baby from her breast to draw something from the pocket of her blouse. A newsprint photo of Benedict bare-chested, his arms flung out in the shape of the cross. "That was took just a few days before he was arrested," Victorine says. "Sid Treadway took it. They was drinking and clowning around. You can have it. I've looked at it till it's in my heart forever. I'd tell my baby about his dad." The reporter turns the picture over and discovers on the other side a coupon for a casino in Tunica. "Seafood buffet, half price." Victorine sees it too and says, "I can't wait till I'm old enough to go play those slot machines." The reporter tells her, "I hope things turn out just fine for you. And you too, ma'am," he says to her mother. "You got me thinking," Victorine says. The reporter drives back to Memphis over the bridge with a scent of patchouli candles in his hair. For years afterward, while he entertains eligible young women in restaurants, he grows moody over his wine, imagines rescuing Victorine, taking her to the casinos that she dreams of. He tells himself she'll be old and fat by 19, but it is because of her that he does not marry until he is 40, and the memory of her has faded to an outline of Arkansas trailer and nursing infant. Oh, it begins 1,000 times, as many times in ways as a heart can beat or break. It began when the victims were conceived, 3 boys, one of whom, Matthew, had he lived, would have committed sins at least equal to those he suffered. This secret was written in his genes, and known only to God and to his mother, who had seen something that terrified her in his eyes one day when he came riding his bike out of the woods, April wind streaming across his fresh blonde buzz cut, declaring, "I'm the Tsar! Beat a drum and blow a trumpet for me!" 2 weeks later, Matthew was dead. His mother assumed he had learned the word Tsar in school. That look in his eyes had matched the word somehow. Glossing her lips in the years after the murders, after the trial, she looks in her mirror and thanks God that there is nothing of her dead son's gaze in her own face. "Yes, I loved him," she tells herself, "but not like I love the others." Her other children are twins, docile and calm, with a gift for mimicry. They go with her to pull weeds from their dead brother's grave, but doing so they talk about homework, church, cartoons. Both twins can do lots of cartoon voices, to the point where their mother goes weak with laughter, yanking pokeweed mechanically from Matthew's granite monument. The expensive stone bears in the center a porcelain photograph of Matthew, the somber one that ran for months in the newspapers. Matthew's mother was assured by the monument company that the porcelain picture will outlast even the monument itself. In 500 years, 1,000 years, Matthew's face will still gaze across the yard of the Presbyterian church. "We're as high as a cat's back," the owner of the Monument Company had said proudly, as Matthew's mother picked out the stone and made a down payment. "But we've been in business forever. Lady, Monument Companies come and go as fast as you can say tick, but we'll be here." "I didn't know the grave marker business had such a high turnover," Matthew's mother said, tearing from her checkbook a pastel check printed with a design of irises. "Yep," said the man, "but not us. We've been in business 60 years. In the last 40, the owner-manager's been me." Because of the case, a newspaper photographer wins an award, having snapped a picture of the furious crowd outside the police station the day that Benedict James, Sid Treadway, and Robert Apt were arrested. The black-and-white image of those who gathered to see them brought into custody, the bared teeth, the lunging accusation, the scene electric with Lynch longing, finds a place in national news magazines and on the bulletin boards of thousands of newspapermen, amateur shutterbugs, and crime enthusiasts. In the picture, Sid and Robert hang their heads. Their cuffed hands chafe at their backs. Benedict looks handsome in profile, his black hair tossed back from his high forehead, his nose shaped like Elvis Presley's. But he's in handcuffs, too, and he's hearing the jeers of the crowd that wants him torn apart. The West Memphis police chief, Merle Neville, receives the personal thanks of the governor for cracking the case. Modestly, he announces, "I just listened to the buzz," meaning he has eyes and ears throughout the local subculture. "I kept hearing Benedict James's name." What of Stonehenge, the abandoned cotton gin house where satanic rituals were long rumored to occur? Stonehenge, where word has it that Benedict used to sacrifice dogs, cats, rabbits, chickens. The farmer who owns it burns the parts of it that will catch fire and tears the rest of it down. It had sat so long on the edge of his cotton field, a high-roofed shed. Not until after the arrests did it blossom with 5 pointed stars and 666, and the farmer himself scratched its dirt floor for animal bones and found none, though he did discover charred circles, which the police deemed ritualistic. "Somebody roasted marshmallows out there," the farmer told police, while his wife said, "Henry, that cult stuff is true. You just don't want to believe it. There were orgies going on out there. Do you think it was anybody we know?" Merle Neville reassures the public. "Your German shepherds are safe now. That's what those devil-worshippers want, is German shepherds." The farmer resists even that. He does not know anyone who owns a German shepherd, he tells his wife. Most everybody has hounds. The farmer owns a fat yellow lab that lolls in the grass and snaps at flies as the farmer burns and dismantles his troublesome old cotton shed. To the dog he says, "There were never any devil-worship meetings here. You know it, and I know it." Benedict James had played with a cat skull, his classmates recall, jerking it up and down on a string in the 2nd grade when everybody else had yo-yos. He was 7 then. 11 years later he lured 3 boys into the woods, and with his 2 companions he sodomized and killed them. And then, according to Lyle Adair, a former friend of Benedict's who testified against him, Benedict bragged on it all. Victorine vouched that Benedict spent the night with her, but she could not account for the entire evening. She said it wasn't true that he wanted the baby named Lucifer. "He wanted me to give him a lullaby, but I wouldn't do it," Victorine had told the jury. "He was with me right after them boys was killed. Don't get me wrong, he wouldn't do nothing so bad, but he wasn't with me at the time he said he was. So no lullaby." "She means alibi," her lawyer said. There was another suspect, a man who had wandered into a Chicken Hooray restaurant the afternoon of the killings and covered the walls of the men's room in bloody handprints. The restaurant manager washed them off himself, disgusted, relieved when the man, wild, Indian-looking, went stumbling off without even ordering a meal. When the murders screamed into the news the next morning, the manager called the police and said, "I saw the guy. He was here, all bloody. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't want to fool with him. I never saw him before nor since." The restaurant sits on the highway close to the swampy field where the bodies were found. The investigators stopped by for fried chicken when the shifts changed and complained that the hot wings were too spicy and the chocolate malts too thin. That was when everybody thought some drifter had done it. a trucker or a hitchhiker stopping by to destroy kids who would have been out of school and into summer's liberty in just a few more weeks, kids who had played in the field and in the woods all their lives. The restaurant manager weeps when Benedict, Sid, and Robert are convicted. To his wife and daughter he says, "They didn't do it. I saw the guy that did, but he's gone. I wish to God I'd left that blood on the walls. I wish I'd locked him in the men's room and called the cops. He did it, and got away with it." The manager's wife says, "Maybe he had just been in a fight. Those 3 creeps in jail, they're the ones did it." Their daughter, Crystal, isn't listening. A wispy, blonde 15-year-old with almost transparent skin, she is in love with Robert Apt, having fallen for him during the trial. She has even visited him in jail, secretly, making the trip by bus to the prison 60 miles away, after telling her parents that she is at a friend's house, learning to sew. Her father says, "I will feel wrong for the rest of my life, like I'm wearing the wrong body." His sobs sound racking and unmanly to Crystal's distracted ears. She slips away to a room to write to Robert Apt, in a sacred ritual of pink stationery, calligraphic penmanship, and dabs of perfume on the envelope, always with a "love" stamp placed upside down. In school she had known Robert Apt vaguely. Now she has pledged to herself that she will marry him, even if he stays in jail for the rest of their lives. Robert rarely answers her letters. She knows other girls love him too, and that he could have his pick. Sid Treadway, of the long, pimply face and stigma of retardation and signed confession, has no such following. Benedict James's admirers are the most varied, including the hardest core of the tattooed high school girls, a number of quiet, intellectual women who would never admit an attraction to him, and several stoned older women who ultimately want to mother him and take him to bed. The girls and the women, along with nearly everyone else in West Memphis, make donations to the reading grove that is established at the elementary school in honor of the murdered children. 3 sturdy benches, donated by the local hardware store, and a half-dozen oak saplings that will grow to shade the children of future years who will linger there, the teachers hope, turning the pages of books, the oak leaves whispering above them. Crystal, the daughter of the Chicken Hooray manager, gets A's in school without reading anything at all. She pays attention in class. "I don't read, but I can write," she tells her friends, meaning her letters to Robert, letters so hot and loving that even the recipient, stupid and angry in a cell, catches his breath as he holds the pink mist stationery in his hands, the charm of passion searing his blood. He recalls her then. She has visited him 3 times, a blurry girl who weeps more than she talks, with blonde hair so thin her ears poke through it, reminding him of a lop-eared rabbit. Yes, he remembers her now. To her friends, Crystal says mysteriously, "Robert knows something about what happened, but he didn't do it." When her friends scowl, she sticks out her chin and says, "He'd have told me if it was different." What of the crushed roll of peppermints found at the crime scene, and the scrap of a handkerchief printed with a picture of a hot springs bathhouse? Why was one victim, David, missing his shoes? And where is the 3rd bicycle, only 2 having been recovered at the scene? Who cared about mints or handkerchiefs when the bodies showed treatment that only the devil could have invented or carried out? One detective asked the chief, "Why don't we arrest that Lyle Adair? We got as much on him as on the others. His name comes up just as often. He was seen at a laundry washing clothes with mud on him and hauling a smelly secret box in the back of his car. Why don't we arrest Lyle Adair?" But Lyle goes free, a rangy, skulking presence who skips out of West Memphis after the trial. The convicted ones are enough, and 3 is a magic number. Sid Treadway, Robert Apt, Benedict James. 3 killers for 3 victims. Never mind that David would have grown up to be a brilliant folklorist, that even at 8 he knew that the ballad Barbara Allen existed in at least 92 forms, of which he could sing several in a high, clear voice. Nobody knew where he got it, the curiosity about the old songs or the beautiful voice. His mother, a hairstylist, a tough gal who spends her Saturdays waxing her Jeep, says David just loved old songbooks. She doesn't like those songs, she tells her friends. It used to bug her when David sang about some Barbara Allen asking for a grave long and narrow. He had a premonition, David's mother says moodily, snipping little V's into a client's bangs to give lift and volume, as the radio plays the Statler Brothers. If I'd gone ahead and given him that Game Boy he wanted for his last birthday, he'd have put those creepy old ballads out of his head. His dad and I never sung 'em. Not that she's with David's father any more. Within 6 months of the murder convictions, she has divorced David's father. Matthew's parents were long divorced already. The parents of the other victim, Troy, had never married, though they had talked about it when they were not involved with others. They had last discussed it, and decided against it, at a Halloween costume party the year before the murders, a party for grown-ups and kids, he dressed as a crescent moon, she as the sea, with Troy in tow as an undercover cop. It was a great Halloween party, Troy told his mother, his fingers deep in the sticky icing of the cupcake, amidst the flaring jack-o'-lanterns and the flowing orange punch, though he had to keep explaining his costume to all the other kids. His old jeans and dirty T-shirt gave no clues. He had a squirt gun in his pocket, though, and a plastic badge on his chest, and late in the party he cut armholes in a paper sack and announced it was a bulletproof vest. His father, the Moon, and his mother, the Sea, got drunk enough on rum that they spent the night together, the crescent cardboard mask tossed on her bedroom floor, and her silver shawl, sequined and turquoise, catching the breeze from the window that warm night. It is the crescent moon who rushes Benedict James in the courtroom some months later, daily during the trial, cursing him to hell and back until the final day when the judge sentences Benedict to death, until Benedict, when asked if he has anything to say, moves his scalloped underlip just enough to reply, "No, sir." The animal part of the legend grows. It wasn't just dogs and chickens sacrificed in Mackenzie's cotton shed, the buzz goes, but horses and pigs, sheep and cows, and babies of girls who were themselves raised by goats, and bore on their foreheads the mark of Baphomet, the head of a goat inside a pentagram. Young girls so far gone in depravity that they killed their own infants. They set the babies on a rock and raised the knife, and you can still see the blood, the buzz said. Look for the dark stain on the biggest rock on the floor of the cotton shed that Mackenzie tore down. Baby's blood will never wash away, even if it rains forever. Mackenzie says to his wife, "That triple murder was a sex crime. Didn't have nothing to do with the devil. That was just hype that the police and the lawyers thought up." "Satan works through men, through us humans," his wife says. This is what Troy, the son of the moon and the sea, had done on the day he died. At school that day he had been impressed by the science lesson. The teacher, a young man impassioned in his love for wildlife, had described a field experiment during a college biology class, during which time he had gone from nest to nest in a swamp, shaking the eggs of birds who had laid them there, birds that had invaded the nests of the rightful owners, rare endangered creatures of milder temperament. Troy pictured his teacher seizing the big speckled invaders' eggs and shaking them hard enough to kill the embryos inside. The teacher was kind, so Troy could not grasp the kindness in his shaking the eggs. It seemed so cruel to kill the baby birds inside. After school, Troy found his friends Matthew and David. All three had bikes. With little conversation, they planned to race and play in the woods, as they always did. When the man at the wood's edge beckoned them to follow him, Troy's mind was on those birds' eggs being shaken, even as he pedaled toward the forest with his friends. He felt sick at his stomach, thinking of his teacher shaking those eggs. Something tugged vaguely at his thoughts. Don't. But his legs were churning, and his bike sped into the darkness where the trees were and where the man waited. "Humble dreams," said Treadways. "To be a trucker in one of the rigs that whiz along I-40 and I-55, staying up all night to cover, 600-700 miles. Even after months in jail, he has not realized, not really, that this will not happen for him, that he will never drive such a truck, unless as a very old man straining to read highway signs, his eyes too bleared for driving after dark. It's the driving that has always attracted him, not so much the places, not Chicago or San Francisco or St. Louis, just the fast, hard, non-stop travel that is sexual for him, the idea of it. When a damning piece of evidence, a knife, was retrieved from a pond behind Sid's house, Sid's lawyer argued that it was old, rusty, and unidentifiable as the murder weapon. The jury eyeballed it, still sharp as a spear-point, its handle wrapped with leather thongs, and decided this was it. Those killers thought they'd fooled us, flipping it into the pond when they were through cutting. After the trial, Sid's lawyer fumed to his friends. "There's knives at the bottom of every damn pond in the world, and they said we don't think so." Sid had been to Memphis many times. Just before the 3 little boys were murdered, he had visited the Pink Palace Museum with his father. Sid had long since dropped out of school, abandoning his special education classes, to see a display of elaborate mechanical dinosaurs. At first, Sid thought they were real. Roaring giants, they reared back, then lurched toward him, their claws flexing, their great tails thumping the polished museum floor. His father, Big Sid, dared reach across the velvet rope and slap the haunch of a stegosaurus. The creature rolled its eyes at him, and father and son cried out, only the father was laughing. "They got some kind of sensor in there," Big Sid said. "That ain't alive. Look at them feet. You can see gears and stuff that they tried to hide with rocks and a clump of fake grass." "I want to go home," Sid said. Who else, then, was in the cult? Besides Benedict, Robert, and Sid, speculation ran, a hair-lipped housewife comes under suspicion. She lives on the edge of town. She might slip out of her house to buy a quart of milk, and instead make her way to Stonehenge. Maybe Mackenzie was in on it, people say, and his wife. After all, Stonehenge was on his land. Victorine, of course, was in the cult, although who could blame her? Benedict had brainwashed her, and would have eaten their baby had he not been caught in time. A dozen trailer park teens, grunge-dressed, their ears dulled by endless playing of heavy metal CDs, tell tales of chanting and spells and wild sex, tales about each other, and strangers, too. 30 miles away, in another county, a man and a woman run a shop that sells roach clips, black candles, and wands. A cherry bomb crashes through their plate-glass window and explodes. The couple collect the insurance money and open a tanning salon. Business had been terrible anyway, ever since the occult rumors got started about the killings. They were never devil-worshippers at all, the couple says. They are Methodists. Their tanning parlor, Sun Worshippers, offers discount coupons in conjunction with the pizza parlor next door. It's a hit. Where were you that afternoon, that witching hour of supper-time and twilight, that full-moon evening of sticky, mild air and fierce mosquitoes, when the boys disappeared, leaving 2 of their bicycles mangled deep in the woods? Can you account for where you were every minute, and with whom, and what you did, and why? Suppose it wasn't Benedict, or Sid, or Robert, or the bloody Indian-looking man in Chicken Hooray. Suppose there's a man who knows the woods well. He's driven the service road to the highway 1,000,000 times. He killed the little boys in a place near the highway, where the whiz-a-miz sounds of traffic covered up their shrieks. At the time he read about the boys' disappearance, maybe he was rocking on his heels in Las Vegas. Through the newspapers he followed the trial from Oregon, say, where he was backhauling trash to a landfill. He's on a fishing trip in the Everglades when he reads about the convictions. Every morning he buys coffee and newspapers from an old man at a little bait store. "How about them devil-worshippers in Arkansas?" the fisherman says, squirting milk into a styrofoam coffee cup. The old man says, "What about it? What is it you know?" The old man has ears that could hear the splash of a body being rolled into a creek 900 miles to the northwest. He has God's eyes. The fisherman grins into God's eyes and says, "Fix me a egg sandwich, mister, and don't tell me you never wanted to bugger no little boy." He slaps Benedict's picture on the newspaper and says, "This guy got fat during his trial, didn't he? That's what happens when a vampire eats jail food. He was used to living off little boys' blood. He sucked blood from one of 'em's cock, old man." He drives off in a car he stole in Georgia, a rusty alligator green Crown Vic with a busted radio and bad shocks. When a hard morning storm catches him, he discovers the car leaks, rain splashing through the vinyl roof and onto his arm as he steers. No fishing that day. His stomach lurches. He has to pull over and roll out of the car into the brush to vomit. The egg sandwich, he thinks. He sees again the old man's eyes. His guts heave. He has heard of people dying from throwing up when they get snake bit. He thinks of that now as he convulses in the weeds, though he knows he wasn't bit. His money is almost gone. The rain stings the back of his neck and slashes his bare arms, exposed in the cut-off T-shirt. It feels like knives, but it's rain. The moon's face is God's head turned backwards. That's what a teen, brought in for questioning, told the detectives as the investigation stalled, then picked up, then gathered steam. "Backwards, yes, sir," the girl said, identifying herself as a spirit sister of Victorine, picking at her chipped black nail polish. "Yes," she said, "I had sex with Benedict and Victorine both. We had went to a carnival in Jonesboro, and then we came back to Victorine's trailer, and we was drinking. Later on I found out Victorine was pregnant," the girl says, "and I'm scared she'll have Siamese twins because of what we done." "They're both so sexy," the girl said, "Benedict and Victorine. I know I ought to care more about the 3 little boys that got killed, but the ones I love are Benedict and Victorine, and the baby inside her. Please let it be okay." She told the detective, "I knew we was going to all make love that night as we was heading to the fair. We crossed this field that smelled all sweet like hay, and in the distance I could see the Ferris wheel lit up bright, and I heard the music from the fair, and I just knew. It made me scared, but so happy. I bet you didn't know anybody could be as happy as I was." There was a word that Benedict loved, his mother says, during the trial, speaking as if her son were already dead. It was an old word, something he found in a dictionary, a word that had not been used for centuries. The detectives write this word down, "Merry Go Sorry." "It means a story with good news and bad," she says, slowly, frowning, remembering. "Joy and sorrow mixed together, yes, that's what my son used to say. He was always finding out old-timey stuff. Merry Go Sorry. Like if somebody had a lot of trouble in their life, but was still alive to tell about it. Ill fortune, Benedict used to say, and then something good happens to you. Good and bad smacking you in the face all the time. He's always been sad. He has not had much good in his life, but he's not an evil person. Just drugs and drink and getting that girl pregnant, and no, he never killed no animals except maybe a bullfrog. He's on medication for sadness. I have really tried. He seemed the happiest when we was living out in Washington State a few years back with his real dad. He went to school regular then and liked the snow and the mountains. Benedict James is the name he'd give himself. When he was born I named him Woodrow. His real daddy's last name is Gilson. He took his stepdad's name when he was 12 and searched through phone books looking for a first name. Benedict was the one he chose, so that's what he goes by, and that's what them that loves him calls him." Luminol. What a beautiful word. It makes blood glow in the dark, the egg-shaking science teacher tells the class. Policemen use it to find where people were killed. They used it last year when your friends Troy, David, and Matthew were murdered. Luminol has to be used at night. The police are our friends. They went into the woods at night and sprayed the luminol on the ground around the ditch where the boys were found, and it lit up like sunset. Phosphorescence. Here, let me write it on the board, but I've never been any good at spelling. Y'all are better spellers than I am. Everything leaves a trail. Do you pray for your friends who died? Let's all bow our heads right now. Crystal, in love with Robert Apt, and writing him every night now in the privacy of her own room, a room bedecked with angel sun-catchers, bowls of potpourri, and posters of handsome TV stars, bare-chested in leather jackets, knows that sooner or later her mother will find out about the correspondence. Propped up on pillows on her pretty bed, she expects her mother to barge in and knock the clipboard and the pink mist stationery off the bed, and seize her by the ear, declaring, "Don't you fool with that killer, you hear me?" Yet weeks pass, and Crystal mails the letters each morning in secret at the mailbox near her high school. Growing bolder, she displays a picture of Robert Apt that she clipped from a yearbook. She sticks the picture in the frame of her mirror, so she can look at his defiant face while she brushes her thin blonde hair. In dim light, his eyes follow her movements as she tosses her head, brushing her hair as if it's tresses, a word she doesn't know how she knows. One night her mother enters the room with a basket of fresh clothes, spots the picture, and says, "Who's this?" Crystal puts down her pen and says, "It's who I love." Setting the laundry basket at the foot of Crystal's bed, her mother goes to the mirror, plucks the picture from the frame, and holds it up to the light. "He's one of them three," she says, but with more caution than censure. Crystal waits for outrage, but her mother turns the picture this way and that, then chuckles. "He could be in the church choir. Look at that striped tie and that pressed shirt," she says. "I write to him every day," Crystal says, "and sometimes I go visit him. I'm almost grown. Don't try to stop me." "How can anybody stop their kid from growing up?" her mother says, laying the picture gently on Crystal's dresser. "It's just 'cause he's in jail, and will be until he dies, that he seems like anything at all to you. You write to him all you want, but don't expect me to sew you any white gown for jailbird wedding, if it gets that far. I bet he's got sacks of letters from girls." "Are you mad, Mama?" Crystal asks, confused not by her mother's words, they're nearly what she expected, but by her tone, curiosity mixed with scorn and sadness. "Your daddy thinks that Indian-looking guy did it, the one came stumbling into Chicken Hooray, but I think the police got the right ones. Those three jerks in jail did it. The jury decided it, and the judge just knew. If your Romeo got out tomorrow, he wouldn't seem so hot. Here's your bras and jeans I washed for you. Oh, honey, Robert Apt can't take you to the prom. Find somebody who can." "I'm not going to any prom," Crystal says, glorying in the sacrifice of it all, turning down boys who would ask her. If she chose to, she could spend all afternoon with her hair in curlers, putting on her makeup, pulling on a tight dress with rhinestones on the straps. But she won't. She will take the bus to Cummins Prison on that fine spring day and get home late, smelling the apple blossoms in the air and hearing the distant music over at a rented dance hall. Already there is talk among the juniors and seniors of holding the prom at the Holiday Inn, a place of such sophistication that Crystal's heart nearly bursts with longing to go there. But no, she tells herself, I will not. "Suit yourself, honey," her mother says. "Proms is too expensive these days anyhow. Kids think they have to rent limos, for God's sake. Your daddy and I had one of them old-fashioned proms with crepe paper streamers strung up in the gym, and it was just as good that way." "Did you all drink back then? Did you go all the way?" Crystal sits up straight on her bed. She has never dared to ask her mother these things. "Of course we did. We still do. And I bet that shocks you more." Her mother laughs and leaves the room. Crystal sits on her bed, the writing paper scattered across her lap, remembering something, the way her grandmother used to address her mother, Crystal's mother. She used to call her daughter. Crystal's gaze falls on Robert's picture, and it's her grandmother's voice she hears, saying, "Daughter, I won't see you as a murderer's bride." She picks up her pen again and writes to him. The memory of her dead grandmother has awakened something in her, a whole chain of memories. She writes them down for Robert. "Do you remember," she asks him, as if they are 75 instead of 15 and 16, "do you remember the way our elementary school used to play chimes before the principal spoke over the intercom? We'd hear a xylophone, and then Mr. Butt Savage would speak. Isn't that a funny name? I never heard a funnier one." Crystal writes many other memories in her letter, but that's the only one that Robert apt reads. He remembers Mr. Butt Savage, too, and he hurls the letter to the floor of his cell with an oath. He still remembers a beating the guy gave him, the old wooden paddle kind, but he can't remember why. There was a boy in an Arkansas town who wore a long black coat even in summertime, who walked along the levee speaking in verse, waving his hands with their long fingernails at the sky, squinting at the sun. The prettiest thing he'd ever seen, he told his friends, was a little girl with long blonde hair down at Gulf Breeze, Florida. He'd been there long ago. Her hair was so yellow and the sea so green. The sky was green, too, because it was about to rain, and Benedict liked rain. He used to gesture across the river at Memphis and mention a famous movie star who lived there. He'd tell his friends, "I know friends of hers. They say she's the person they used to go to back in high school when they wanted somebody beat up. She'd get somebody to do it, or she'd beat 'em up herself." Benedict would make his group of followers pause and stare across the river, through the haze that hung always above it, at a pale smudge of townhouses on the cliffs. "See that white house on the bluffs? That's hers." "How do you know these people, these friends of hers?" a doubter asked. "I think you make stuff up." "Maybe I do," Benedict said, "and maybe people tell me stuff. Secrets. I like to think about that movie star beating people up in high school. I'd like to take her on." "She's old, man," somebody said. "But she's pretty," said Benedict. "One time I was with a lady who was 50 years old, and she was damn sexy. You got no idea," he said to his friends. So he loved the memory of the little blonde girl by the green gulf. He loved the river, with its floods and the slow barges moving their cargoes of coal and timber from St. Paul to New Orleans. He loved the long, flat Arkansas roads with cotton fields on either side, and mud puddles, and the painted wooden fake windows, nailed to the sides of small white churches, that serve as stained glass windows for Arkansas congregations that don't have any money. His own church was his room, where he wrote in his journal and burned his candles and loved and tormented his girlfriend, Victorine, on a bare mattress. The rest is all legend, what they say he did with animals and with those little boys. Isn't it? Another baby is growing inside Victorine's belly, this time a black man's child. She took a black man for a lover as easily as she might help herself to a slice of pie. Of all her lovers, and even at 16 and a half, she already has trouble keeping count of them, this man is the one she loves the most, the one who makes her forget about Benedict, whom she had loved because of the neck-biting, the two-timing. This man is a groundskeeper for an old cemetery in Memphis. She met him at a Quick Mart where he was buying gas for his truck. He looked at her as she passed by him, a hungry look that held in it a dream, not just of sex, but of something lasting. She waited in the store, resting the baby, Malachi Destiny, half on her hip, half on the frozen foods case. She had come to buy herself a fudge-sickle, but now in her mind there was only waiting. The man came in the store and paid for the gasoline, and then came straight to her with his deep eyes, hungry and waiting too. He said, "I noticed you came here on foot. Would you like a ride, you and the little baby?" Victorine opened the ice cream case, which steamed frozenly up into her face. She reached in and plucked out a cup of strawberry ice cream. The man stood beside her, all quietness, older, she saw when she looked at him again, older than she'd thought at first, yet with energy and newness. "I'm tired," she told him. "I'm tired of everything. I live in a trailer with my mother, and I have this little boy. We don't have a car. "What's your name?" he asked her, and she told him. "I'm Zebulon," he said. He took the cup of ice cream from her hand and bought it for her, then held the door as she went outside into the beautiful day. It was February by then, and warm the way the Delta can be in late winter, with the trees already wreathed in palest green. The trials had been over for a few weeks, and the baby was fussy, wearing Victorine out in the trailer all day. Benedict, when she visited him in jail, did not care about anything, he said. Zebulon held the door of his truck open, and Victorine climbed into the passenger side. The truck was neat and clean and smelled like the man. She thought about how Benedict would have made her buy the ice cream herself, and buy some for him, too. When Zebulon got behind the steering wheel and started the truck, she turned to him and said,
"Make me laugh. I haven't laughed in a long time."
He held the baby while she ate her ice cream. That very afternoon he took her to Elmwood, the cemetery where he worked. She had not known there were whole cities of the dead, with lanes marked like city streets and communities of sorts laid out. For the yellow fever victims, for the Memphis Jews and Memphis Chinese, for the woodmen of the world, some old-fashioned self-help group, Zebulon said, and row after row of Confederate soldiers. Huge trees stretched out their massed limbs above the graves, so that the whole place was a garden, and the ground was hilly like the old Indian mounds that Victorine used to play on as a child. 80 acres, but it feels like 1,000, said Zebulon, proud. He said, "One evening I saw 4 men all dressed in white at the tomb of that there Napoleon Hill." With a jerk of his chin he indicated a cotton factor's grave. "And they were disappearing."
"What do you mean?"
asked Victorine. "Fading away. And I saw a little child one time sitting on that stone there, the one with an upside-down torch, meaning a life untimely ended, extinguished, you might say."
"I want to be buried here,"
Victorine said.
"Is there room?"
"Yes, but it's high," said Zebulon. He showed her a new grave and said, "Just the marble itself cost $100,000. The air grew darker and colder as they wandered, the baby asleep in Victorine's arms. She could hear the highway distantly on one side of the cemetery, and a slow train moving behind the trees, but all around were just the silent graves. "Here's a man who went drinking on Front Street 100 years ago, and was never seen again," said Zebulon. "Jasper Smith, his name was. See the stone bale of cotton beside him? And here's 2 stone feet underneath a stone tree trunk. That's a lumberjack killed in Arkansas when a tree fell on him. His ma even had his feet measured so the stone feet could be made the right size." But the stone that Victorine fell in love with was an angel, pointing to heaven with her fingers worn off by rain and time. She had a diadem in her hair, a diadem topped by a star. Victorine fell to her knees on the damp winter earth and wept. Zebulon knelt beside her and said, "I have a wife and 2 daughters. I have always kept my marriage vows. But now I want to spend time with you." That much felt familiar. Benedict had not been true to her either. She had not been his only girl. Victorine raised her eyes to the angel.
"Who is buried here?"
she said. "A slave dealer killed in a duel," he said. "Here now," he said, "don't wipe your eyes with that handful of grass. Take my handkerchief." The handkerchief was fresh and white, pressed as for church. He didn't touch her that day. That came later. And when it did, so lovely, even in her passion, she remembered the angel, the clean handkerchief, the strawberry taste of ice cream on her tongue. Where are they buried, the 3 little boys? None in the old cemetery in Memphis, where Victorine's new lover mows the grass and listens to the silence and to the trains and the cars passing fast on the highway behind a screen of trees. One is buried in Alabama, where his mother's people are. That is Troy, whose mother accustomed herself as the sea. The cemetery is new, with the stones flat to the ground. Little David lies in Chicago because his grandparents on his father's side pitched a fit lest he be laid to rest in the town where he was killed. Only Matthew was buried in Arkansas. Matthew, who, had he lived, would have killed someone too, and maybe many. His mother, who with her twins pulls weeds from the stone, wonders at how the weeds got a foothold so fast in the soil. She still hears the church bells ringing all over town as they did on the day of his funeral. Fine, she thinks, trying to end it. This is what was meant for him. I told him not to go into the woods. I told him. You can drive the back roads of Arkansas for 100 years, past Indian mounds, past swamps where turtles cling to logs and slip underwater when your car rumbles by. You can pass through towns so small they have no sidewalks, where the autumn leaves scuttle through unpaved streets. Inside the old shotgun houses that used to be sharecroppers' cabins, people love and fight and worry about money and children. Getting on toward dusk, you pass a barred owl perched on a sign, a black striped sign that indicates a small bridge over a creek. The owl's broad face swivels around to follow your car, its gaze so fierce you back up to look at it again. It doesn't scare. It will hunt into twilight, hunt the mice in the grass and the flocks of blackbirds that whirl like a spray of pepper above fields of cotton and beans. All over the Mid-South, an ice storm strikes in the winter after the trials, a storm so brilliant and terrible that power is out for weeks in parts of Arkansas, western Tennessee, and northern Mississippi. What's beautiful happens by accident. At the Memphis fairgrounds, used as a gathering site for toppled trees and piles of brush, tons of debris ignite spontaneously into a colossal, magnificent fire, visible even across the river in West Memphis, where people jump up from their supper tables to stare, glorying and fearing, for it puts them in mind of Judgment Day. Mary Gosari, a word that Benedict wrote in his journal and taught to his mother, a word detectives pointed out as satanic, though Benedict had merely looked up the phrase in the Oxford English Dictionary. It begins with 3 boys, alive, then dead. It begins when they were conceived, when the man or men who bound them and knifed them were boys themselves. It never ends, not with Crystal setting down her pen and dreaming of Robert Apt in jail, or with Victorine nursing her 2 babies, both biggity, that Arkansas word that just means big, a pale biggity son and a dark daughter. Amaziah, she named the girl, untroubled by the fact that Amaziah in the Book of Chronicles was a king who set up false gods and was ruined. She just loves the name. Victorine with the 2 babies at her breasts, happy enough with her children, all with Farmer Mackenzie gazing up into the high ceiling of his barn where a hay-fork hangs suspended, its spiked jaws chilling him. One frayed spot in the rope, and the rusty fork could fall. He wants to believe some phantom killed those kids, not 3 young men possessed by Satan, as so many of his neighbors say, or 3 young men not possessed. From his farm it's not far to the woods where 10-Mile Bayou spills its dirty water through the forest and out into the fields. Sowing and reaping, he adds up what he knows, and finds it wanting. Third prize. Save the Reaper, by Alice Munro, from the New Yorker. Introduced by Laurie Moore. In Alice Munro's Save the Reaper, as in Flannery O'Connor's A Good Man is Hard to Find, a grandmother on a road trip leads her grandchildren down a hidden and remote dirt road. Both old women are in vague search of a house they recall from their girlhoods. Both have memories of beautiful glass at its entryway. And though in each story the car ominously gets struck and dangerous men appear, Munro, who shares O'Connor's wicked eye but not her theological certitude, quickly parts company with O'Connor in favor of her own themes. Grace here is an accident of the human heart, a pardon from loneliness. Life's susceptible shape is determined by a half-mocking trick of the loins, in this case the sexual touch of strangers, or in the parlance of the grandson's game, the signals offered by plausible-looking people in other cars or from somebody standing by a mailbox or even riding a tractor in a field. As always in the fictional world of Munro, a character's fate pivots not on the penitential moment, but on the erotic one. The penitential ones accumulate at the end of life in a heap of beautiful glass, through which Munro's characters pick and sift, bittersweetly injuring themselves. The poisonous and bewildering contents of memory's store, a subject usually reserved for novels, is here, as in all her short fiction, Munro's signature subject. Munro has rewritten the O'Connor story in honor of her own gods, Eros, Demeter, and Hermes. Ideas of romance, of harvest, of mischievous and thieving fate. "I learned Greek mythology, and I didn't know where Greece was," complains the protagonist's daughter to her mother. "I didn't know what it was." The stupefying power of love, the deep mourning of one's absent married children, the inappropriate or foolish feeling of youthful inclinations in the old, and yet the mourning, too, of their fleetingness, all combine to make Save the Reaper a kind of pagan prayer. It is a masterful short story from someone whose work in the genre continues to be complex, radical, and profound. Laurie Moore. Save the Reaper. Alice Munro. The game they played was almost the same one that Eve had played with Sophie on long, dull car trips when Sophie was a little girl. Then it was spies. Now it was aliens. Sophie's children, Philip and Daisy, were sitting in the back seat. Daisy was barely 3 and could not understand what was going on. Philip was 7 and in control. He was the one who picked the car they were to follow, in which they were newly arrived space travelers on their way to the secret headquarters, the invaders' lair. They got their directions from the signals offered by plausible-looking people in other cars, or from somebody standing by a mailbox, or even riding a tractor in the field. Many aliens had already arrived on Earth and been translated, this was Philip's word, so that anybody might be one. Gas station attendants, or women pushing baby carriages, or even the babies riding in the carriages. They could be giving signals. Usually Eve and Sophie had played this game on a busy highway where there was enough traffic that they wouldn't be detected, though once they had got carried away and ended up in a suburban drive. On the country roads that Eve was taking today, that wasn't so easy. She tried to solve the problem by saying that they might have to switch from following one vehicle to another because some were only decoys, not heading for the hideaway at all, but leading you astray. "No, that isn't it," said Philip. "What they do, they suck the people out of one car into another car, just in case anybody is following. They can be like inside one body, and then they go shloop through the air into another body in another car. They go into different people all the time, and the people never know what was in them." "Really?" Eve said. "So how do we know which car?" "The code's on the license plate," said Philip. "It's changed by the electrical field they create in the car, so their trackers in space can follow them. It's just one simple little thing, but I can't tell you." "Well, no," said Eve. "I suppose very few people know it." Philip said, "I am the only one right now in Ontario." He sat as far forward as he could with the seatbelt on, tapping his teeth sometimes in urgent concentration and making light whistling noises as he cautioned her. Watch out here," he said. "I think you're going to have to turn around. Yeah, I think this may be it." They had been following a white Mazda, and were now, apparently, to follow an old green pickup truck, a Ford. Eve said, "Are you sure?" "Sure." "You felt them sucked through the air?" "They're translated simultaneously," Philip said. "I might have said sucked, but that's just to help people understand it." What Eve had originally planned was to have the headquarters turn out to be in the village store that sold ice cream, or in the playground. It could be revealed that all the aliens were congregated there in the form of children, seduced by the pleasures of ice cream or slides and swings, their powers temporarily in abeyance. No fear they could abduct you, or get into you, unless you chose the one wrong flavor of ice cream, or swung the exact wrong number of times on the designated swing. There would have to be some remaining danger, or else Philip would feel let down, humiliated. But Philip had taken charge so thoroughly that now it was hard to manage the outcome. The pickup truck was turning from the paved county road onto a gravelled side road. It was a decrepit truck with no topper, its body eaten by rust. It would not be going far. Home to some farm, most likely. They might not meet another vehicle to switch to before the destination was reached. "You're positive this is it?" said Eve. "It's only one man by himself, you know. I thought they never traveled alone." "The dog," said Philip. for there was a dog riding in the open back of the truck, running back and forth from one side to the other as if there were events to be kept track of everywhere.
"The dogs won too,"
Philip said. That morning, when Sophie was leaving to meet Ian at the Toronto airport, Philip had kept Daisy occupied in the children's bedroom. Daisy had settled down pretty well in the strange house, except for wetting her bed every night of the holiday. But this was the first time that her mother had gone off and left her behind. So Sophie had asked Philip to distract her, and he did so with enthusiasm, happy at the new turn events had taken. He shot the toy cars across the floor with angry engine noises to cover up the sound of Sophie starting the real rented car and driving away. Shortly after that, he shouted to Eve, "Has the BM gone?" Eve was in the kitchen, clearing up the remains of breakfast and disciplining herself. She walked into the living room. There was the boxed tape of the movie that she and Sophie had been watching last night, The Bridges of Madison County.
"What does mean BM?" said Daisy.
The children's room opened off the living room. This was a cramped little house, fixed up on the cheap for summer rental. Eve's idea had been to get a lakeside cottage for the holiday, Sophie's and Philip's first visit with her in nearly 5 years, and Daisy's first ever. She had picked this stretch of the Lake Huron shore because her parents used to bring her here with her brother when they were children. Things had changed. The cottages were all as substantial as suburban houses, and the rents were out of sight. This house, half a mile inland from the rocky, unfavored north end of the usable beach, had been the best she could manage. It stood in the middle of a cornfield. She had told the children what her father had once told her, that at night you could hear the corn growing. Every day when Sophie took Daisy's hand-washed sheets off the line, she had to shake out the corn bugs.
"It means bowel movement,"
said Philip with a look of sly challenge at Eve. Eve halted in the doorway. Last night she and Sophie had watched Meryl Streep sitting in the husband's truck in the rain, pressing down on the door-handle, choking with longing as her lover drove away. Then they had turned and had seen each other's eyes full of tears and shook their heads and started laughing.
"Also it means Big Mama,"
Philip said in a more conciliatory tone.
"Sometimes that's what Dad calls her."
"Well, then," said Eve, "if that's your question, the answer to your question is yes." She wondered if he thought of Ian as his real father. She hadn't asked Sophie what they'd told him. She wouldn't, of course. His real father had been an Irish boy who was traveling around North America trying to decide what to do now that he had decided not to be a priest. Eve had thought of him as a casual friend of Sophie's, and it seemed that Sophie had thought of him that way too, until she seduced him.
"He was so shy. I never dreamed it would take," she said.
It wasn't until Eve saw Philip that Eve could really picture what the boy had looked like. Then she saw him faithfully reproduced, the bright-eyed, pedantic, sensitive, scornful, fault-finding, blushing, shrinking, arguing young Irishman. Something like Samuel Beckett, she said, even to the wrinkles. Of course, as the baby got older, the wrinkles tended to disappear. Sophie was a full-time archaeology student then. Eve took care of Philip while she was off at her classes. Eve was an actress. She still was, when she could get work. Even in those days there were times when she wasn't working, or if she had daytime rehearsals she could take Philip along. For a couple of years they all lived together, Eve and Sophie and Philip, in Eve's apartment in Toronto. It was Eve who wheeled Philip in his baby carriage, and later on in his stroller, along all the streets between Queen and College and Spadina and Ossington, and during these walks she would sometimes discover a perfect, though neglected, little house for sale in a previously unknown to her, 2-block-long, tree-shaded, dead-end street. She would send Sophie to look at it. They would go round with the real estate agent, talk about a mortgage, discuss what renovations they would have to pay for, and which they could do themselves, dithering and fantasizing, until the house was sold to somebody else, or until Eve had one of her periodic but intense fits of financial prudence, or until somebody persuaded them that these charming little side streets were not half so safe for women and children as the bright, ugly, brash, and noisy street that they continued to live on. Ian was a person Eve took even less note of than she had of the Irish boy. He was a friend. He never came to the apartment except with others. Then he went to a job in California. He was an urban geographer, and Sophie ran up a phone bill which Eve had to speak to her about, and there was a change altogether in the atmosphere of the apartment. Should Eve not have mentioned the bill? Soon a visit was planned, and Sophie took Philip along because Eve was doing a summer play in a regional theater. Not long afterwards came the news from California. Sophie and Ian were going to get married. "Wouldn't it be smarter to try living together for a while?" said Eve on the phone from her boarding house, and Sophie said,
"Oh, no, he's weird. He doesn't believe in that."
"But I can't get off for a wedding," Eve said. "We run till the middle of September."
"That's okay," said Sophie.
"It won't be a wedding. And until this summer Eve had not seen her again. There was the lack of money at both ends in the beginning. When Eve was working, she had a steady commitment, and when she wasn't working, she couldn't afford anything extra. Soon Sophie had a job, too. She was a receptionist in a doctor's office. Once Eve was just about to book a flight when Sophie phoned to say that Ian's father had died and that he was flying to England for the funeral and bringing his mother back with him.
"And we only have the one room," she said.
"Perish the thought," said Eve. "2 mothers-in-law in one house, let alone in one room."
"Maybe after she's gone," said Sophie.
But that mother stayed till after Daisy was born, stayed till they moved into the new house, stayed 8 months in all. By then Ian was starting to write his book, and it was difficult for him if there were visitors in the house. It was difficult enough anyway. The time passed, during which Eve felt confident enough to invite herself. Sophie sent pictures of Daisy, the garden, all the rooms of the house. Then she announced that they could come. She and Philip and Daisy could come back to Ontario this summer. They would spend 3 weeks with Eve while Ian worked alone in California. At the end of that time he would join them, and they would fly from Toronto to England to spend a month with his mother. "I'll get a cottage on the lake," said Eve. "Oh, it will be lovely."
"It will," said Sophie. "It's crazy that it's been so long."
And so it had been. Reasonably lovely, Eve had thought. Sophie hadn't seemed much bothered or surprised by Daisy's wetting the bed. Philip had been finicky and standoffish for a couple of days, responding coolly to Eve's report that she had known him as a baby, and whining about the mosquitoes that descended on them as they hurried through the shoreline woods to get to the beach. He wanted to be taken to Toronto to see the Science Centre, but then he settled down, swam in the lake without complaining that it was cold, and busied himself with solitary projects, such as boiling and scraping the meat off a dead turtle he'd lugged home, so he could keep its shell. The turtle's stomach contained an undigested crayfish, and its shell came off in strips. But none of this dismayed him. Eve and Sophie, meanwhile, developed a pleasant puttering routine of morning chores, afternoons on the beach, wine with supper, and late-evening movies. They were drawn into half-serious speculations about the house. What could be done about it? First, strip off the living-room wallpaper, an imitation of imitation wood paneling. Pull up the linoleum with its silly pattern of gold fleur-de-lis turned brown by ground-in sand and dirty scrub water. Sophie was so carried away that she loosened a bit of it that had rotted in front of the sink, and discovered pine floorboards that surely could be sanded. They talked about the cost of renting a sander, supposing, that is, that the house was theirs, and what colors they would choose for the paint on the doors and woodwork, shutters on the windows, open shelves in the kitchen instead of the dingy plywood cupboards. What about a gas fireplace? And who was going to live here? Eve. The snowmobilers who used the house for a winter clubhouse were building a place of their own, and the landlord might be happy to rent it year-round, or maybe sell it very cheaply, considering its condition. It could be a retreat if Eve got the job she was hoping for next winter. And if she didn't, why not sublet the apartment and live here? There'd be the difference in the rents, and the old-age pension she started getting in October, and the money that still came in from a commercial she had made for a diet supplement. She could manage.
"And then, if we came in the summers, we could help with the rent," said Sophie.
Philip heard them. He said, "Every summer?"
"Well, you like the lake now," Sophie said. "You like it here now."
"And the mosquitoes, you know they're not as bad every year," Eve said. "Usually they're just bad in the early summer, June, before you'd even get here. In the spring there are all these boggy places full of water, and they breed there, and then the boggy places dry up, and they don't breed again. But this year there was so much rain earlier, those places didn't dry up, so the mosquitoes got a second chance, and there's a whole new generation." She had found out how much he respected information, and preferred it to her opinions and reminiscences. Sophie was not keen on reminiscence either. Whenever the past that she and Eve had shared was mentioned, even those months after Philip's birth that Eve thought of as some of the happiest, the hardest, the most purposeful and harmonious in her life, Sophie's face took on a look of gravity and concealment, of patiently withheld judgments. The earlier time, Sophie's own childhood, was a positive minefield, as Eve discovered when they were talking about Philip's school. Sophie thought it a little too rigorous, and Ian thought it just fine. "What a switch from Blackbird," Eve said, and Sophie said at once, almost viciously, "Oh, Blackbird! What a farce! When I think that you paid for that! You paid?" Blackbird was an ungraded alternative school that Sophie had gone to. The name came from Morning Has Broken. It had cost Eve more than she could afford, but she thought it was better for a child whose mother was an actress and whose father was not in evidence. When Sophie was 9 or 10, it had broken up because of disagreements among the parents. "I learned Greek myths, and I didn't know where Greece was," said Sophie. "I didn't know what it was. We had to spend art period making anti-nuke signs." Eve said, "Oh, no, surely." "We did, and they literally badgered us. They badgered us to talk about sex. It was verbal molestation." "You paid?" "I didn't know it was as bad as all that." "Oh, well," said Sophie, "I survived." "That's the main thing," Eve said shakily. "Survival." Sophie's father was from Kerala, in the southern part of India. Eve had met him and spent her whole time with him on a train going from Vancouver to Toronto. He was a young doctor studying in Canada on a fellowship. He had a wife already, and a baby daughter at home in India. The train trip took 3 days. There was a half-hour stop in Calgary. Eve and the doctor ran around looking for a drugstore where they could buy condoms. They didn't find one. By the time they got to Winnipeg, where the train stopped for a full hour, it was too late. "In fact," said Eve when she told their story, "by the time they got to the Calgary city limits, it was probably too late." He was traveling in the day coach. The fellowship was not generous, but Eve had splurged and got herself a roomette. It was this extravagance, a last-minute decision. It was the convenience and privacy of the roomette that were responsible, Eve said, for the existence of Sophie and the greatest change in her, Eve's, life. That and the fact that you couldn't get condoms anywhere around the Calgary station, not for love or money. In Toronto she waved goodbye to her lover from Kerala, as she would wave to any train acquaintance, because she was met there by the man who was at that time the serious interest and main trouble in her life. The whole 3 days had been underscored by the swaying and rocking of the train. The lovers' motions were never just what they contrived themselves, and perhaps for that reason seemed guiltless, irresistible. Their feelings and conversations must have been affected too. Eve remembered these as sweet and generous, never solemn or desperate. It would have been hard to be solemn when you were dealing with the dimensions and the projections of the roomette. She told Sophie his Christian name, Thomas, after the saint. Until she met him, Eve had never heard about the ancient Christians in southern India. For a while, when she was in her teens, Sophie had taken an interest in Kerala. She brought home books from the library and took to going to parties in a sari. She talked about looking her father up when she got older. The fact that she knew his first name and his special study, diseases of the blood, seemed to her possibly enough. Eve stressed to her the size of the population of India and the chance that he had not even stayed there. What she could not bring herself to explain was how incidental, how nearly unimaginable, the existence of Sophie would be, necessarily, in her father's life. Fortunately, the idea faded, and Sophie gave up wearing the sari when all those dramatic, ethnic costumes became too commonplace. The only time she mentioned her father later on was when she was carrying Philip and making jokes about keeping up the family tradition of fly-by fathers. No jokes like that now. Sophie had grown stately, womanly, graceful and reserved. There had been a moment. They were getting through the woods to the beach, and Sophie had bent to scoop up Daisy so that they might move more quickly out of range of the mosquitoes, when Eve had been amazed at the new, late manifestation of her daughter's beauty, a full-bodied, tranquil, classic beauty, achieved not by care and vanity, but by self-forgetfulness and duty. She looked more Indian now. Her creamed coffee skin had darkened in the California sun, and she bore under her eyes the lilac crescents of a permanent, mild fatigue. But she was still a strong swimmer. Swimming was the only sport she had ever cared for, and she swam as well as ever, heading it seemed for the middle of the lake. The first day she had done it, she said, "That was wonderful. I felt so free." She didn't say that it was because Eve was watching the children that she had felt that way, but Eve understood that it didn't need to be said. "I'm glad," she said, though in fact she had been frightened. Several times she had thought, "Turn around now," and Sophie had swum right on, disregarding this urgent telepathic message. Her dark head became a spot, then a speck, then an illusion tossed among the steady waves. What Eve feared and could not think about was not a failure of strength, but of the desire to return. As if this new Sophie, this grown woman so tethered to life, could be actually more indifferent to it than the girl Eve used to know, the young Sophie, with her plentiful risks and loves and dramas. "We have to get that movie back to the store," Eve said to Philip. "Maybe we should do it before we go to the beach." Philip said, "I'm sick of the beach." Eve didn't feel like arguing. With Sophie gone, with all plans altered so that they were leaving, all of them leaving later in the day, she was sick of the beach too. And sick of the house. All she could see now was the way this room would look tomorrow. The crayons, the toy cars, the large pieces of Daisy's simple jigsaw puzzle, all swept up and taken away. The storybooks gone that she knew by heart. No sheets drying outside the window. 18 more days to last by herself in this place. "How about we go somewhere else today?" she said. Philip said, "Where is there?" "Let it be a surprise." Eve had come home from the village the day before, laden with provisions. Fresh shrimp for Sophie. The village store was actually a classy supermarket these days. You could find almost anything. Coffee, wine, rye bread without caraway seeds, because Philip hated caraway, a ripe melon, the dark cherries they all loved, though Daisy had to be watched with the stones, a tub of mocha fudge ice cream, and all the regular things to keep them going for another week. Sophie was clearing up the children's lunch. "Oh!" she cried. "Oh, what'll we do with all that stuff?" Ian had phoned, she said. Ian had phoned and said he was flying into Toronto tomorrow. Work on his book had progressed more quickly than he had expected. He had changed his plans. Instead of waiting for the 3 weeks to be up, he was coming tomorrow to collect Sophie and the children and take them on a little trip. He wanted to go to Quebec City. He had never been there, and he thought the children should see the part of Canada where people spoke French. "He got lonesome," Philip said. Sophie laughed. She said, "Yes, he got lonesome for us." 12 days, Eve thought. 12 days had passed of the 3 weeks. She had had to take the house for a month. She was letting her friend Dev use the apartment. He was another out-of-work actor, and was in such real or imagined financial peril that he answered the phone in various stage voices. She was fond of Dev, but she couldn't go back and share the apartment with him. Sophie said that they would drive to Quebec in the rented car, then drive straight back to the Toronto airport, where the car was to be turned in. No mention of Eve's going along. There wasn't room in the rented car. But couldn't she have taken her own car? Philip riding with her, perhaps, for company. Or Sophie. Ian could take the children, if he was so lonesome for them, and give Sophie a rest. Eve and Sophie could ride together, as they used to in the summer, traveling to some town they had never seen before, where Eve had got a job. That was ridiculous. Eve's car was 9 years old and in no condition to make a long trip. And it was Sophie Ian had got lonesome for. You could tell that by her warm, averted face. Also, Eve hadn't been asked. "Well, that's wonderful," said Eve, "that he's got along so well with his book." "It is," said Sophie. She always had an air of careful detachment when she spoke of Ian's book, and when Eve had asked what it was about, she had said merely, "Urban geography." Perhaps this was the correct behavior for academic wives. Eve had never known any. "Anyway, you'll get some time by yourself," Sophie said. "After all this circus, you'll find out if you really would like to have a place in the country, a retreat. Eve had to start talking about something else, anything else, so that she wouldn't bleat out a question about whether Sophie still thought of coming next summer. "I had a friend who went on one of those real retreats," she said. "He's a Buddhist. No, maybe a Hindu. Not a real Indian." At this mention of Indians, Sophie smiled in a way that said this was another subject that need not be gone into. Anyway, you could not speak on this retreat for 3 months. There were other people around all the time, but you could not speak to them. And he said that one of the things that often happened, and that they were warned about, was that you fell in love with one of these people you'd never spoken to. You felt you were communicating in a special way with them when you couldn't talk. Of course, it was a kind of spiritual love, and you couldn't do anything about it. They were strict about that kind of thing. Well, so he said. Sophie said, "So? When you were finally allowed to speak, what happened?" "It was a big letdown. Usually the person you thought you'd been communicating with hadn't been communicating with you at all. Maybe they thought they'd been communicating that way with somebody else, and they thought—" Sophie laughed with relief. She said, "So it goes," glad that there was to be no show of disappointment, no hurt feelings. Maybe they had a tiff, thought Eve. This whole visit might have been tactical. Sophie might have taken the children off to show him something, spent time with her mother just to show him something, planning future holidays without him to prove to herself that she could do it. A diversion. And the burning question was, who did the phoning? "Why don't you leave the children here?" she said, "just while you drive to the airport? Then just drive back and pick them up and take off. You'd have a little time to yourself and a little time alone with Ian. It'll be hell with them in the airport." Sophie said, "I'm tempted." So in the end, that was what she did. Now Eve had to wonder if she herself had engineered that little change just so she could get to talk to Philip. "Wasn't it a big surprise when your dad phoned from California?" "He didn't phone. My mom phoned him." "Did she? Oh, I didn't know. What did she say?" "She said, 'I can't stand it here. I'm sick of it. Let's figure out some plan to get me away.'" Eve dropped her voice to a matter-of-fact level to indicate an interruption of the game. She said, Philip, listen, I think we've got to stop this. That truck just belongs to some farmer, and it's going to turn in someplace, and we can't go on following." "Yes, we can," Philip said. "No, we can't. They'd want to know what we were doing. They might be very mad." "We'll call up our helicopters to come and shoot them." "Don't be silly. You know this is just a game." "They'll shoot them." "I don't think they have any weapons," said Eve, trying another tack. "They haven't developed any weapons to destroy aliens." Philip said, "You're wrong," and began a description of some kind of rockets, which she did not listen to. When she was a child, staying in the village with her brother and her parents, Eve had sometimes gone for drives in the country with her mother. They didn't have a car. It was wartime. They had come here on the train. The woman who ran the hotel was friends with Eve's mother, and they would be invited along when she drove to the country to buy corn or raspberries or tomatoes. Sometimes they would stop to have tea and look at the old dishes and bits of furniture for sale in some enterprising farm-woman's front parlor. Eve's father preferred to stay behind and play checkers with some other men on the beach. There was a big cement square with a checkerboard painted on it, a roof protecting it, but no walls, and there, even in the rain, the men moved oversized checkers around in a deliberate way with long poles. Eve's brother watched them or went swimming unsupervised. He was older. That was all gone now. The cement even was gone, or something had been built right on top of it. The hotel with its verandas extending over the sand was gone, and the railway station with its flower bed spelling out the name of the village. The railway tracks, too. Instead, there was a fake, old-fashioned mall with a satisfactory new supermarket, and wine shop and boutiques for leisure wear and country crafts. When she was quite small and wore a great hair bow on top of her head, Eve was fond of these country expeditions. She ate tiny jam tarts and cakes whose frosting was stiff on top and soft underneath, topped with a bleeding maraschino cherry. She was not allowed to touch the dishes, or the lace and satin pincushions, or the sallow-looking old dolls, and the women's conversations passed over her head with a temporary and mildly depressing effect, like the inevitable clouds. But she enjoyed riding in the back seat, imagining herself on horseback or in a royal coach. Later on, she refused to go. She began to hate trailing along with her mother and being identified as her mother's daughter. My daughter Eve. How richly condescending, how mistakenly possessive. That voice sounded in her ears. She was to use it, or some version of it, for years as a staple in some of her broadest, least accomplished acting. She detested also her mother's habit of dressing up, wearing large hats and gloves in the country, and sheer dresses on which there were raised flowers like warts. The Oxford shoes, on the other hand, they were worn to favor her mother's corns, appeared embarrassingly stout and shabby. What did you hate most about your mother? Was a game that Eve would play with her friends in her first years free of home. Corsets, one girl would say, and another would say, wet aprons, hair nets, fat arms, Bible quotations. Danny boy. Eve always said, her corns. She had forgotten all about this game until recently. The thought of it now was like touching a bad tooth. Ahead of them the truck slowed and, without signaling, turned into a long tree-lined lane. Eve said, I can't follow them any farther, Philip, and drove on. But as she passed the lane, she noticed the gate-posts. They were unusual, being shaped something like crude minarets and decorated with whitewashed pebbles and a bit of colored glass. Neither one of them was straight, and they were half hidden by goldenrod and wild carrot, so that they had lost all reality as gate-posts and looked instead like lost stage props from some gaudy operetta. The minute she saw them, Eve remembered something else, a whitewashed outdoor wall in which there were pictures set. The pictures were stiff, fantastic, childish scenes, churches with spires, castles with towers, square houses with square, lopsided yellow windows, triangular Christmas trees, and tropical-colored birds half as big as the trees, a fat horse with dinky legs and burning red eyes, curly blue rivers like lengths of ribbon, a moon and drunken stars, and fat sunflowers nodding over the roofs of houses. All of this made of pieces of colored glass set into cement or plaster. She had seen it, and it wasn't in any public place. It was out in the country, and she had been with her mother. The shape of her mother loomed in front of the wall. She was talking to an old farmer. He might only have been her mother's age, of course, and looked old to Eve. Her mother and the hotel woman did go to look at odd things on those trips. They didn't just look at antiques. They had gone to see a shrub cut to resemble a bear, and an orchard of dwarf apple trees. Eve didn't remember the gate-posts at all, but it seemed to her that they could not have belonged to any other place. She backed the car and swung around into the narrow track beneath the trees. The trees were heavy old Scotch pines, probably dangerous. You could see dangling half-dead branches, and branches that had already blown down or fallen down were lying in the grass and weeds on either side of the track. The car rocked back and forth in the ruts, and it seemed that Daisy approved of this motion. She began to make an accompanying noise. Whoppy, whoppy, whoppy. This was something Daisy might remember, all she might remember of this day. The arched trees, the sudden shadow, the interesting motion of the car, maybe the white faces of the wild carrot that brushed at the windows. The sense of Philip beside her, his incomprehensible, serious excitement, the tingling of his childish voice brought under unnatural control, a much vaguer sense of Eve, bare, freckly, sun-wrinkled arms, gray-blonde, frizzy curls held back by a black hairband. Maybe a smell, not of cigarettes anymore, or of the touted creams and cosmetics on which Eve once spent so much of her money. Old skin, garlic, wine, mouthwash. Eve might be dead when Daisy remembered this. Daisy and Philip might be estranged. Eve had not spoken to her own brother for 3 years. Not since he said to her on the phone, "You shouldn't have become an actress if you weren't equipped to make a better go of it." There wasn't any sign of a house ahead, but through a gap in the trees the skeleton of a barn rose up, walls gone, beams intact, roof whole, but flopping to one side like a funny hat. There seemed to be pieces of machinery, old cars or trucks, scattered around it in the sea of flowering weeds. Eve had not much leisure to look. She was busy controlling the car on this rough track. The green truck had disappeared ahead of her. How far could it have gone? Then she saw that the lane curved. It curved. They left the shade of the pines and were out in the sunlight. The same sea foam of wild carrot, the same impression of rusting junk strewed about. A high, wild hedge to one side, and there was the house, finally, behind it. A big house, 2 stories of yellowish-gray brick, an attic story of wood, its dormer windows stuffed with dirty foam rubber. One of the lower windows shone with aluminum foil covering it on the inside. She had come to the wrong place. She had no memory of this house. There was no wall here around mown grass. Saplings grew up at random in the weeds. The truck was parked ahead of her, and ahead of that she could see a patch of cleared ground where gravel had been spread and where she could have turned the car around. But she couldn't get past the truck to do that. She had to stop too. She wondered if the man in the truck had stopped where he did on purpose, so that she would have to explain herself. He was now getting out of the truck in a leisurely way. Without looking at her, he released the dog, which had been running back and forth and barking with a great deal of angry spirit. Once on the ground, it continued to bark, but didn't leave the man's side. The man wore a cap that shaded his face so that Eve could not see his expression. He stood by the truck looking at them, not yet deciding to come any closer. Eve unbuckled her seat belt.
"Don't get out," said Philip. "Stay in the car. Turn around. Drive away." "I can't," said Eve. "It's all right. That dog's just a yapper. He won't hurt me." "Don't get out."
She should never have let that game get so far out of control.
A child of Philip's age could get too carried away. "This isn't part of the game," she said. "He's just a man."
"I know," said Philip, "but don't get out."
"Stop that," said Eve, and got out and shut the door. "Hi," she said. "I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I thought this was somewhere else."
The man said something like, "Hey."
"I was actually looking for another place," said Eve. "It was a place where I came once when I was a little girl. There was a wall with pictures on it, all made with pieces of broken glass. I think a cement wall, whitewashed. When I saw those pillars by the road, I thought this must be it. You must have thought we were following you. It sounds so silly."
She heard the car door open. Philip got out, dragging Daisy behind him. Eve thought he had come to be close to her, and she put out her arm to welcome him. But he detached himself from Daisy and circled round Eve and spoke to the man. He had brought himself out of the alarm of a moment before, and now he seemed steadier than Eve was.
"Is your dog friendly?"
he said in a challenging way.
"She won't hurt you," the man said. "As long as I'm here, she's okay. She gets in a tear because she's not no more than a pup. She's still not no more than a pup."
He was a small man, no taller than Eve. He was wearing jeans and one of those open vests of colorful weave made in Peru or Guatemala. Gold chains and medallions sparkled on his hairless, tanned, and muscular chest. When he spoke, he threw his head back, and Eve could see that his face was older than his body. Some front teeth were missing.
"We won't bother you any more," she said. "Philip, I was just telling this man we drove down this road looking for a place I came when I was a little girl, and there were pictures made of colored glass set in the wall, but I made a mistake. This isn't the place."
"What's its name?" said Philip.
"Trixie," the man said, and on hearing her name the dog jumped up and bumped his arm. He swatted her down.
"I don't know about no pictures. I don't live here. Harold, he's the one would know."
"It's all right," said Eve, and hoisted Daisy up on her hip. "If you could just move the truck ahead, then I could turn around."
"I don't know no pictures. See, if they was in the front part the house, I never would have saw them, because Harold, he's got the front part of the house shut off."
"No, they were outside," said Eve. "It doesn't matter. This was years and years ago."
Yeah, the man was saying, warming to the conversation. "You come in and get Harold to tell you about it. You know Harold? He's who owns it here. Mary, she owns it, but Harold, he put her in the home, so now he does. It wasn't his fault. She had to go there."
He reached into the truck and took out 2 cases of beer.
"I just had to go to town. Harold sent me into town. You go on. You go in. Harold'll be glad to see you."
"Here, Trixie," said Philip sternly. The dog came, yelping and bounding around them. Daisy squealed with fright and pleasure, and somehow they were all on the route to the house, Eve carrying Daisy, and Philip and Trixie scrambling around her up some earthen bumps that had once been steps. The man came close behind them, smelling of the beer that he must have been drinking in the truck. "Open it up. Go ahead in," he said. "Make your way through. You don't mind, it's got a little untidy here. Mary's in the home, nobody to keep it tidied up like it used to be." Massive disorder was what they had to make their way through, the kind that takes years to accumulate. The bottom layer of it made up of chairs and tables and couches and perhaps a stove or two, with old bedclothes and newspapers and window shades and dead potted plants and ends of lumber and empty bottles and broken lighting fixtures and curtain rods piled on top of that, up to the ceiling in some places, blocking nearly all the light from outside. To make up for that, a light was burning by the inside door. The man shifted the beer and got that door open and shouted for Harold. It was hard to tell what sort of room they were in now. There were kitchen cupboards with the doors off the hinges, some cans on the shelves, but there were also a couple of cots with bare mattresses and rumpled blankets. The windows were so successfully covered up with furniture or hanging quilts that you could not tell where they were, and the smell was that of a junk store, a plugged sink, or maybe a plugged toilet, cooking and grease and cigarettes and human sweat and dog mess and unremoved garbage. Nobody answered the shouts. Eve turned around. There was room to turn around here, as there hadn't been in the porch, and said, "I don't think we should—" But Trixie got in her way, and the man ducked round her to bang on another door. "Here he is," he said, still at the top of his voice, though the door had opened. "Here's Harold in here." At the same time, Trixie rushed forward, and another man's voice said, "Fuck! Get that dog out of here." "Lady here wants to see some pictures," the little man said. Trixie whined in pain. Somebody had kicked her. Eve had no choice but to go on into the room. This was a dining room. There was the heavy old dining-room table and the substantial chairs. 3 men were sitting down, playing cards. The 4th man had got up to kick the dog. The temperature in the room was about 90 degrees. "Shut the door, there's a draft," said one of the men at the table. The little man hauled Trixie out from under the table and threw her into the outer room, then closed the door behind Eve and the children. "Christ, fuck," said the man who had got up. His chest and arms were so heavily tattooed that he seemed to have purple or bluish skin. He shook one foot as if it hurt. Perhaps he had also kicked a table leg when he kicked Trixie. Sitting with his back to the door was a young man with sharp, narrow shoulders and a delicate neck. At least Eve assumed he was young because he wore his hair in dyed golden spikes and had gold rings in his ears. He didn't turn around. The man across from him was as old as Eve herself and had a shaved head, a tidy gray beard, and bloodshot blue eyes. He looked at Eve without any friendliness, but with some intelligence or comprehension, and in this he was unlike the tattooed man, who had looked at her as if she was some kind of hallucination that he had decided to ignore. At the end of the table, in the host's or the father's chair, sat the man who had given the order to close the door, but who hadn't looked up or otherwise paid any attention to the interruption. He was a large-boned, fat, pale man, with sweaty brown curls, and as far as Eve could tell he was entirely naked. The tattooed man and the blond man were wearing jeans, and the gray-bearded man was wearing jeans and a checked shirt buttoned up to the neck, and a string tie. There were glasses and bottles on the table. The man in the host's chair, he must be Harold, and the gray-bearded man were drinking whiskey. The other 2 were drinking beer. "I told her maybe there was pictures in the front, but she couldn't go in there. You got that shut up," the little man said. Harold said, "You shut up." Eve said, "I'm really sorry." There seemed to be nothing to do but go into her spiel, enlarging it to include staying at the village hotel as a little girl, drives with her mother, the pictures in the wall, her memory of them today, the gate-posts, her obvious mistake, her apologies. She spoke directly to the greybeard, since he seemed the only one willing to listen or capable of understanding her. Her arm and shoulder ached from the weight of Daisy and from the tension which had got hold of her entire body. Yet she was thinking how she would describe this. She'd say it was like finding yourself in the middle of a Pinter play, or like all her nightmares of a stolid, silent, hostile audience. The greybeard spoke when she could not think of any further charming or apologetic thing to say. He said, "I don't know. You'll have to ask Harold. Hey, Harold, do you know anything about some pictures made out of broken glass?" "Tell her when she was riding around looking at pictures I wasn't even born yet," said Harold without looking up. "You're out of luck, lady," said the greybeard. The tattooed man whistled. "Hey, you," he said to Philip. "Hey, kid, can you play the piano?" There was a piano in the room behind Harold's chair. There was no stool or bench, Harold himself taking up most of the room between the piano and the table, and inappropriate things, such as plates and overcoats, were piled on top of it, as they were on every surface in the house. "No," said Eve quickly. "No, he can't." "I'm asking him," the tattooed man said. "Can you play a tune?" The greybeard said, "Let him alone." "Just asking if he can play a tune. What's the matter with that?" "Let him alone." "You see, I can't move until somebody moves the truck," Eve said. She thought, there is a smell of semen in this room. Philip was mute, pressed against her side. "If you could just move," she said, turning and expecting to find the little man behind her. She stopped when she saw he wasn't there. He wasn't in the room at all. He had got out without her knowing when. What if he had locked the door? She put her hand on the knob, and it turned. The door opened with a little difficulty, and a scramble on the other side of it. The little man had been crouched right there, listening. Eve went out without speaking to him, out through the kitchen, Philip trotting along beside her like the most tractable little boy in the world, along the narrow pathway on the porch, through the junk, and when they reached the open air, she sucked it in, not having taken a real breath for a long time. "You ought to go along down the road. Ask down at Harold's cousin's place," the little man's voice came after her. "They got a nice place. They got a new house. She keeps it beautiful. They'll show you pictures or anything you want. They'll make you welcome. They'll sit you down and feed you. They don't let nobody go away empty." He couldn't have been crouched against the door all the time, because he had moved the truck. Or somebody had. It had disappeared altogether, been driven away to some shed or parking spot out of sight. Eve ignored him. She got Daisy buckled in. Philip was buckling himself in without having to be reminded. Trixie appeared from somewhere and walked around the car in a disconsolate way, sniffing at the tires. Eve got in and closed the door, put her sweating hand on the key. The car started. She pulled ahead onto the gravel, a space that was surrounded by thick bushes, berry bushes, she supposed, and old lilacs as well as weeds. In places, these bushes had been flattened by piles of old tires and bottles and tin cans. It was hard to think that things had been thrown out of that house, considering all that was left in it, but apparently they had. And as Eve swung the car around, she saw, revealed by this flattening, some fragment of a wall, to which bits of whitewash still clung. She thought she could see pieces of glass embedded there, glinting. She didn't slow down to look. She hoped Philip hadn't noticed. He might want to stop. She got the car pointed towards the lane and drove past the dirt steps to the house. The little man stood there with both arms waving, and Trixie was wagging her tail, roused from her scared docility sufficiently to bark farewell and chase them part way down the lane. The chase was only a formality. She could have caught up with them if she wanted to. Eve had had to slow down at once when she hit the ruts. She was driving so slowly that it was possible, it was easy, for a figure to rise up out of the tall weeds on the passenger side of the car and open the door, which Eve had not thought of locking, and jump in. It was the blond man who had been sitting at the table, the one whose face she had never seen. "Don't be scared. Don't be scared, anybody. I just wondered if I could hitch a ride with you guys, okay?" It wasn't a man or a boy. It was a girl. A girl now wearing a dirty sort of undershirt. Eve said, "Okay." She had just managed to hold the car in the track. "I couldn't ask you back in the house," the girl said. "I went in the bathroom and got out the window and run out here. They probably don't even know I'm gone yet. They're boiled. She took hold of a handful of the undershirt, which was much too large for her, and sniffed at it. "Stinks," she said. "I just grabbed this of Harold's. Was in the bathroom. Stinks."
Eve left the ruts, the darkness of the lane, and turned onto the ordinary road.
"Jesus, I'm glad to get out of there," the girl said. "I didn't know nothing about what I was getting into. I didn't know even how I got there. It was night. It wasn't no place for me. You know what I mean?"
"They seemed pretty drunk, all right," said Eve.
"Yeah. Well, I'm sorry if I scared you."
"That's okay."
"If I hadn't have jumped in, I thought you wouldn't stop for me, would you?"
"I don't know," said Eve. "I guess I would have, if it got through to me you were a girl. I didn't really get a look at you before."
"Yeah, I don't look like much now. I look like shit now. I'm not saying I don't like to party. I like to party, but there's party and there's party, you know what I mean?"
She turned in the seat and looked at Eve so steadily that Eve had to take her eyes from the road for a moment and look back. And what she saw was that this girl was much more drunk than she sounded. Her dark brown eyes were glazed, but held wide open, rounded with effort, and they had that imploring yet distant expression that drunks' eyes get, a kind of last-ditch insistence on fooling you. Her skin was blotched in some places and ashy in others. Her whole face crumpled with the effects of a mighty binging. She was a natural brunette. The gold spikes were intentionally and provocatively dark at the roots, and pretty enough, if you disregarded her present dinginess, to make you wonder how she had ever got mixed up with Harold and Harold's crew. Her way of living and the style of the times must have taken 15 or 20 natural pounds off her. But she wasn't tall, and she really wasn't boyish. Her true inclination was to be a cuddly, chunky girl, a darling dumpling.
"Herb was crazy bringing you in there like that," she said. "He's got a screw loose, Herb."
Eve said, "I gathered that."
"I don't know what he does around there. I guess he works for Harold. I don't think Harold uses him too good, neither."
Eve had never believed herself to be attracted to women in a sexual way, and this girl in her soiled and crumpled state seemed unlikely to appeal to anybody. But perhaps the girl did not believe this possible. She must be so used to appealing to people. At any rate, she slid her hand along Eve's bare thigh, just getting a little way beyond the hem of her shorts. It was a practised move, drunk as she was. To spread the fingers, to grasp flesh on the first try would have been too much. A practised, automatically hopeful move, yet so lacking in any true, strong, squirmy, comradely lust that Eve felt that the hand might easily have fallen short and caressed the car upholstery.
"I'm okay,"
the girl said, and her voice, like the hand, struggled to put herself and Eve on a new level of intimacy.
"You know what I mean. You understand me, okay?"
"Of course," said Eve briskly, and the hand trailed away, its tired whore's courtesy done with. But it had not failed, not altogether. Blatant and half-hearted as it was, it had been enough to set some old wires twitching. And the fact that it could be effective in any way at all filled Eve with misgiving, flung a shadow backwards from this moment over all the rowdy and impulsive, as well as all the hopeful and serious, the more or less unrepented of, couplings of her life. Not a real flare-up of shame, a sense of sin, just a dirty shadow. What a joke on her, if she started to hanker now after a purer past and a cleaner slate. But it could be just that still and always she hankered after love. She said, "Where is it you want to go?" The girl jerked backwards, faced the road. She said, "Where are you going? You live around here?" The blurred tone of seductiveness had changed, as no doubt it would change after sex, into a mean-sounding swagger. "There's a bus goes through the village," Eve said. "It stops at the gas station. I've seen the sign."
"Yeah, but just one thing," the girl said. "I got no money. See, I got away from there in such a hurry I never got to collect my money. So what use would it be, me getting on a bus without no money?"
The thing to do was not to recognize a threat. Tell her that she could hitchhike if she had no money. It wasn't likely that she had a gun in her jeans. She just wanted to sound as if she might have one. But a knife? The girl turned for the first time to look into the back seat.
"You kids okay back there?" she said.
No answer.
"They're cute," she said. "They shy with strangers?"
How stupid of Eve to think about sex when the reality, the danger, were elsewhere. Eve's purse was on the floor of the car in front of the girl's feet. She didn't know how much money was in it, $60, $70. Hardly more. If she offered money for a ticket, the girl would name an expensive destination, Montreal, or at least Toronto. If she said, "Just take what's there," the girl would see capitulation. She would sense Eve's fear and might try to push further. What was the best she could do? Steal the car? If she left Eve and the children beside the road, the police would be after her in a hurry. If she left them dead in some thicket, she might get farther. Or if she took them along while she needed them, a knife against Eve's side or a child's throat. Such things happen, but not as regularly as on television or in the movies. Such things don't often happen. Eve turned onto the county road, which was fairly busy. Why did that make her feel better? Safety there was an illusion. She could be driving along the highway in the midst of the day's traffic, taking herself and the children to their deaths. The girl said, "Where's this road go?" "It goes out to the main highway."
"Let's drive out there."
"That's where I am driving," Eve said.
"Which way's the highway go?"
"It goes north to Owen Sound or up to Tobermory, where you get the boat. Or south to... I don't know. But it joins another highway. You can get to Sarnia, or London, or Detroit, or Toronto if you keep going." Nothing more was said until they reached the highway. Eve turned onto it and said, "This is it."
"Which way you heading now?"
"I'm heading north," Eve said.
"That the way you live, then?"
"I'm going to the village. I'm going to stop for gas."
"You got gas," the girl said. "You got over half a tank."
That was stupid. Eve should have said groceries. Beside her, the girl let out a long groan of decision, maybe of relinquishment.
"You know," she said, "I might as well get out here if I'm going to hitch a ride. I could get a ride here as easy as any place."
Eve pulled over onto the gravel. Relief was turning into something like shame. It was probably true that the girl had run away without collecting any money, that she had nothing. What was it like to be drunk, wasted, with no money at the side of the road?
"Which way you said we're going?"
"North," Eve told her again.
"Which way you said to Sarnia?"
"South. Just cross the road. The cars will be headed south. Watch out for the traffic."
"Sure,"
the girl said. Her voice was already distant. She was calculating new chances. She was half out of the car as she said,
"See you,"
and into the back seat.
"See you guys. Be good."
"Wait," said Eve. She leaned over and felt in her purse for her wallet, got out a $20 bill. She got out of the car and came round to where the girl was waiting. "Here," she said. "This'll help you."
"Yeah, thanks,"
the girl said, stuffing the bill in her pocket, her eyes on the road. "Listen," said Eve. "If you're stranded, I'll tell you where my house is. It's about 2 miles north of the village, and the village is about half a mile north of here. North. This way. My family's there now, but they should be gone by evening, if that bothers you. It's got the name Ford on the mailbox. That's not my name. I don't know why it's there. It's all by itself in the middle of a field. It's got one ordinary window on one side of the front door, and a funny-looking little window on the other. That's where they put in the bathroom."
"Yeah,"
the girl said. "It's just that I thought, if you don't get a ride—"
"Okay," the girl said. "Sure."
When they had started driving again, Philip said,
"Yuck! She smelled like vomit."
A little farther on, he said,
"She didn't even know you should look at the sun to tell directions. She was stupid, wasn't she?"
"I guess so," Eve said.
"Yuck! I never ever saw anybody so stupid."
As they went through the village, he asked if they could stop for ice cream cones. Eve said no. "There's so many people stopping for ice cream, it's hard to find a place to park," she said. "We've got enough ice cream at home."
"You shouldn't say home," said Philip. "It's just where we're staying. You should say the house."
The big hay rolls in a field to the east of the highway were facing ends-on into the sun, so tightly packed they looked like shields or gongs or faces of Aztec metal. Past that was a field of pale, soft gold tails or feathers. "That's called barley, that gold stuff with the tails on it," she said to Philip.
he said. "I know." "The tails are called beards sometimes." She began to recite, "But the reapers, reaping early, in among the bearded barley." Daisy said, "What does mean pearly?" Philip said, "Barley." "Only reapers, reaping early," Eve said. She tried to remember, "Save the reapers, reaping early." Save was what sounded best. Save the reapers. Sophie and Ian had bought corn at a roadside stand. It was for dinner. Plans had changed. They weren't leaving till morning, and they had bought a bottle of gin and some tonic and limes. Ian made the drinks while Eve and Sophie sat husking the corn. Eve said, 2 dozen? That's crazy." "Wait and see," said Sophie. "Ian loves corn." Ian bowed when he presented Eve with her drink, and after she had tasted it, she said, "This is most heavenly." Ian wasn't much as she had remembered or pictured him. He was not tall, Teutonic, humorless. He was a slim, fair-haired man of medium height, quick-moving, companionable. Sophie was less assured, more tentative in all she said and did than she had seemed since she'd been here, but happier, too. Eve told her story. She began with the checkerboard on the beach, the vanished hotel, the drives into the country. It included her mother's city-lady outfits, her sheer dresses and matching slips, but not the young Eve's feelings of repugnance. Then the things they went to see, the dwarf orchard, the shelf of old dolls, the marvelous pictures made of colored glass. "They were a little like Chagall," Eve said. Ian said, "Yep, even us urban geographers know about Chagall." Eve said, "Sorry." Both laughed. Now the gateposts, the sudden memory, the dark lane and ruined barn and rusted machinery, the house a shambles. "The owner was in there playing cards with his friends," Eve said. "He didn't know anything about it. Didn't know or didn't care. And by God, it could have been nearly 60 years ago I was there. Think of that." Sophie said, "Oh, Mom, what a shame." She was glowing with relief to see Ian and Eve getting on so well together. "Are you sure it was even the right place?" she said. "Maybe not," said Eve. "Maybe not." She would not mention the fragment of wall she had seen beyond the bushes. Why bother, when there were so many things she thought best not to mention? First, the game that she had got Philip playing, overexciting him, and nearly everything about Harold and his companions. Everything, every single thing about the girl who had jumped into the car. There are people who carry decency and optimism around with them, who seem to cleanse every atmosphere they settle in, and you can't tell such people things. It is too disruptive. Ian struck Eve as being one of those people, in spite of his present graciousness, and Sophie as being someone who thanked her lucky stars that she had found him. It used to be older people who claimed this protection from you, but now it seemed more and more to be younger people, and someone like Eve had to try not to reveal how she was stranded in between. Her whole life liable to be seen as some sort of unseemly thrashing around, a radical mistake. She could say that the house smelled vile, and that the owner and his friends looked altogether boozy and disreputable, but not that Harold was naked, and never that she herself was afraid, and never what she was afraid of. Philip was in charge of gathering up the corn husks and carrying them outside to throw them along the edge of the field. Occasionally Daisy picked up a few on her own and took them off to be distributed around the house. Philip had added nothing to Eve's story, and had not seemed to be concerned with the telling of it. But once it was told, and Ian, interested in bringing this local anecdote into line with his professional studies, was asking Eve what she knew about the break-up of older patterns of village and rural life, about the spread of what was called agribusiness, Philip did look up from his stooping and crawling work around the adult's feet. He looked at Eve. A flat look. A moment of conspiratorial blankness. A buried smile that passed before there could be any need for recognition of it. What did this mean? Only that he had begun the private work of storing and secreting, deciding on his own what should be preserved and how, and what these things were going to mean to him in his unknown future. If the girl came looking for her, they would all still be here. Then Eve's carefulness would go for nothing. The girl wouldn't come. Much better offers would turn up before she'd stood 10 minutes by the highway. More dangerous offers, perhaps, but more interesting, likely to be more profitable. The girl wouldn't come. Unless she found some homeless, heartless wastrel of her own age. I know where there's a place we can stay, if we can get rid of the old lady. Not tonight, but tomorrow night. Eve would lie down in this hollowed-out house, its board walls like a paper shell around her, willing herself to grow light, relieved of consequence, with nothing in her head but the rustle of the deep, tall corn, which might have stopped growing now, but still made its live noise after dark. The Depressed Person. David Foster Wallace. From Harper's Magazine. The depressed person was in terrible and unceasing emotional pain, and the impossibility of sharing or articulating this pain was itself a component of the pain and a contributing factor in its essential horror. Despairing, then, of describing the emotional pain or expressing its utterness to those around her, the depressed person instead described circumstances, both past and ongoing, which were somehow related to the pain, to its etiology and cause, hoping at least to be able to express to others something of the pain's context, its, as it were, shape and texture. The depressed person's parents, for example, who had divorced when she was a child, had used her as a pawn in the sick games they played. The depressed person had, as a child, required orthodontia, and each parent had claimed, not without some cause, given the Medicean legal ambiguities of the divorce settlement, the depressed person always inserted when she described the painful struggle between her parents over the expense of her orthodontia, that the other should be required to pay for it, and the venomous rage of each parent over the other's petty, selfish refusal to pay was vented on their daughter, who had to hear over and over again from each parent how the other was unloving and selfish. Both parents were well off, and each had privately expressed to the depressed person that he, was, of course, if push came to shove, willing to pay for all the orthodonture the depressed person needed, and then some, that it was at its heart a matter not of money or dentition, but of principle. And the depressed person always took care, when as an adult she attempted to describe to a trusted friend the circumstances of the struggle over the cost of her orthodonture, and that struggle's legacy of emotional pain for her, to concede that it may very well truly have appeared to each parent to have been, in fact, just that is, a matter of principle, though unfortunately not a principle that took into account their daughter's needs, or her feelings at receiving the emotional message that scoring petty points off each other was more important to her parents than her own maxillofacial health, and thus constituted, if considered from a certain perspective, a form of parental neglect or abandonment or even outright abuse, an abuse clearly connected, here the depressed person nearly always inserted that her therapist concurred with this assessment, to the bottomless, chronic, adult despair she suffered every day and felt hopelessly trapped in. This was just one example. The depressed person averaged 4 interpolated apologies each time she recounted for supportive friends this type of painful and damaging past circumstance on the telephone, as well as a sort of preamble in which she attempted to describe how painful and frightening it was not to feel able to articulate the chronic depression's excruciating pain itself, but to have to resort to recounting examples that probably sounded, she always took care to acknowledge, dreary or self-pitying, or like one of those people who are narcissistically obsessed with their painful childhoods and painful lives, and wallow in their burdens and insist on recounting them at tiresome length to friends who are trying to be supportive and nurturing, and bore them and repel them. The friends whom the depressed person reached out to for support and tried to open up to and share at least the contextual shape of her unceasing psychic agony and feelings of isolation with, numbered around half a dozen, and underwent a certain amount of rotation.
The depressed person's therapist, who had earned both a terminal graduate degree and a medical degree, and who was the self-professed exponent of a school of therapy which stressed the cultivation and regular use of a supportive peer community in any endogenously depressed adult's journey toward healing, referred to these female friends as the depressed person's support system. The approximately half-dozen rotating members of this support system tended to be either former acquaintances from the depressed person's childhood, or else girls she had roomed with at various stages of her school career, nurturing and comparatively undamaged women who now lived in all manner of different cities, and whom the depressed person often had not seen in person for years and years, and whom she often called late in the evening, long distance, for sharing and support and just a few well-chosen words to help her get some realistic perspective on the day's despair and get centered and gather together the strength to fight through the emotional agony of the next day, and to whom, when she telephoned, the depressed person always began by saying that she apologized if she was dragging them down or coming off as boring or self-pitying or repellent, or taking them away from their active, vibrant, largely pain-free, long-distance lives. The depressed person also made it a point, when reaching out to members of her support system, never to cite circumstances like her parents' endless battle over her orthodonture as the cause of her unceasing adult depression. The blame game was too easy, she said. It was pathetic and contemptible, and besides, she'd had quite enough of the blame game, just listening to her fucking parents all those years. The endless blame and recrimination the two had exchanged over her, through her, using the depressed person's, that is, the depressed person as a child's, own feelings and needs as ammunition, as if her valid feelings and needs were nothing more than a battlefield or theatre of conflict, weapons which the parents felt they could deploy against each other. They had displayed far more interest and passion and emotional availability in their hatred of each other than either had shown toward the depressed person herself as a child. The depressed person confessed to feeling sometimes still. The depressed person's therapist, whose school of therapy rejected the transference relation as a therapeutic resource, and thus deliberately eschewed confrontation and should statements and all normative judging, authority-based theory in favor of a more value-neutral bioexperiential model, and the creative use of analogy and narrative, including, but not necessarily mandating, the use of hand puppets, polystyrene props and toys, role-playing, human sculpture, mirroring, drama therapy, and, in appropriate cases, whole meticulously scripted and storyboarded childhood reconstructions. Had deployed the following medications in an attempt to help the depressed person find some relief from her acute affective discomfort and progress in her, that is, the depressed person's, journey toward enjoying some semblance of a normal adult life: Paxil, Zoloft, Prozac, Tofranil, Wellbutrin, Elavil, Letrozole, in combination with unilateral ECT, during a 2-week voluntary inpatient course of treatment at a regional mood disorders clinic, Pernate, both with and without lithium salts, Nardil, both with and without Xanax. None had delivered any significant relief from the pain and feelings of emotional isolation that rendered the depressed person's every waking hour an indescribable hell on earth, and many of the medications themselves had had side effects, which the depressed person had found intolerable. The depressed person was currently taking only very tiny daily doses of Prozac for her ADD symptoms, and of Ativan, a mild, non-addictive tranquilizer, for the panic attacks which made the hours at her toxically dysfunctional and unsupportive workplace such a living hell. Her therapist gently but repeatedly shared with the depressed person her, that is, therapist's, belief that the very best medicine for her, that is, the depressed person's, endogenous depression was the cultivation and regular use of a support system. The depressed person felt she could reach out to share with and lean on for unconditional caring and support. The exact composition of this support system and its 1 or 2 most special, most trusted core members underwent a certain amount of change and rotation as time passed, which the therapist had encouraged the depressed person to see as perfectly normal and okay, since it was only by taking the risks and exposing the vulnerabilities required to deepen supportive relationships that an individual could discover which friendships could meet her needs and to what degree. The depressed person felt that she trusted the therapist and made a concerted effort to be as completely open and honest with her as she possibly could. She admitted to the therapist that she was always extremely careful to share with whomever she called long distance at night her, that is, the depressed person's, belief that it would be whiny and pathetic to blame her constant, indescribable adult pain on her parents' traumatic divorce, or their cynical use of her, while they hypocritically pretended that each cared for her more than the other did. Her parents had, after all, as her therapist had helped the depressed person to see, done the very best they could with the emotional resources they'd had at the time. And she had, after all, the depressed person always inserted, laughing weakly, eventually gotten the orthodonture she'd needed. The former acquaintances and roommates who composed her support system often told the depressed person that they wished she could be a little less hard on herself, to which the depressed person often responded by bursting involuntarily into tears and telling them that she knew all too well that she was one of those dreaded types of people of everyone's grim acquaintance who called at inconvenient times and just go on and on about themselves, and whom it often takes several increasingly awkward attempts to get off the telephone with. The depressed person said that she was all too horribly aware of what a joyless burden she was to her friends, and during the long-distance calls she always made it a point to express the enormous gratitude she felt at having a friend she could call and share with and get nurturing and support from, however briefly, before the demands of that friend's full, joyful, active life took understandable precedence and required her, that is, the friend, to get off the telephone. The excruciating feelings of shame and inadequacy which the depressed person experienced about calling supportive members of her support system long-distance late at night, and burdening them with her clumsy attempts to articulate at least the overall context of her emotional agony, were an issue on which the depressed person and her therapist were currently doing a great deal of work in their time together. The depressed person confessed that when whatever empathetic friend she was sharing with finally confessed that she, that is, the friend, was dreadfully sorry, but there was no helping it, she absolutely had to get off the telephone, and had finally detached the depressed person's needy fingers from her pant cuff and gotten off the telephone and back to her full, vibrant, long-distance life. The depressed person almost always sat there listening to the empty Apian drone of the dial tone and feeling even more isolated and inadequate and contemptible than she had before she'd called. These feelings of toxic shame at reaching out to others for community and support were issues which the therapist encouraged the depressed person to try to get in touch with and explore so that they could be processed in detail. The depressed person admitted to the therapist that whenever she, that is, the depressed person, reached out long distance to a member of her support system, she almost always visualized the friend's face on the telephone, assuming a combined expression of boredom and pity and repulsion and abstract guilt, and almost always imagined she, that is, the depressed person, could detect in the friend's increasingly long silences and/or tedious repetitions of encouraging cliches the boredom and frustration people always feel when someone is clinging to them and being a burden. She confessed that she could all too well imagine each friend now wincing when the telephone rang late at night, or during the conversation looking impatiently at the clock, or directing silent gestures and facial expressions of helpless entrapment to all the other people in the room with her, that is, the other people in the room with a friend, these inaudible gestures and expressions becoming more and more extreme and desperate as the depressed person just went on and on and on. The depressed person's therapist's most noticeable unconscious personal habit, or tic, consisted of placing the tips of all her fingers together in her lap as she listened attentively to the depressed person, and manipulating the fingers idly so that her mated hands formed various enclosing shapes, for example, cube, sphere, pyramid, right cylinder, and then appearing to study or contemplate them. The depressed person disliked this habit, though she would be the first to admit that this was chiefly because it drew her attention to the therapist's fingers and fingernails, and caused her to compare them with her own. The depressed person had shared with both the therapist and her support system that she could recall all too clearly at her third boarding school once watching her roommate talk to some unknown boy on their room's telephone, as she, that is the roommate, made faces and gestures of repulsion and boredom with the call. This self-assured, popular, and attractive roommate
finally directing at the depressed person an exaggerated pantomime of someone knocking on a door, continuing the pantomime with a desperate expression until the depressed person understood that she was to open the room's door and step outside and knock loudly on the open door so as to give the roommate an excuse to get off the telephone. As a schoolgirl, the depressed person had never spoken of the incident of the boy's telephone call and the mendacious pantomime with that particular roommate, a roommate with whom the depressed person hadn't clicked or connected at all, and whom she had resented in a bitter, cringing way that had made the depressed person despise herself, and had not made any attempt to stay in touch with after that endless sophomore second semester was finished. But she, that is, the depressed person, had shared her agonizing memory of the incident with many of the friends in her support system, and had also shared how bottomlessly horrible and pathetic she had felt it would have been that nameless, unknown boy at the other end of that telephone. A boy trying in good faith to take an emotional risk and to reach out and try to connect with a confident roommate, unaware that he was an unwelcome burden, pathetically unaware of the silent, pantomimed boredom and contempt at the telephone's other end, and how the depressed person dreaded more than almost anything ever being in the position of being someone you had to appeal silently to someone else in the room to help you contrive an excuse to get off the telephone with. The depressed person would therefore always implore any friend she was on the telephone with to tell her the very second she, that is the friend, was getting bored or frustrated or repelled or felt she had other more urgent or interesting things to do, to please for God's sake be utterly upfront and frank and not spend 1 second longer on the phone with the depressed person than she, that is the friend, was absolutely glad to spend. The depressed person knew perfectly well, of course, she assured the therapist, how pathetic such a need for reassurance might come off to someone, how it could all too possibly be heard not as an open invitation to get off the telephone, but actually as a needy, self-pitying, contemptibly manipulative plea for the friend not to get off the telephone, never to get off the telephone. The therapist was diligent whenever the depressed person shared her concern about how some statement or action might seem or appear in supporting the depressed person and exploring how these beliefs about how she seemed or came off to others made her feel. Note: the multiform shapes the therapist's mated fingers assumed nearly always resembled, for the depressed person, various forms of geometrically diverse cages, an association which the depressed person had not shared with the therapist because its symbolic significance seemed too overt and simple-minded to waste their time together on. The therapist's fingernails were long and shapely and well-maintained, whereas the depressed person's fingernails were compulsively bitten so short and ragged that the quick sometimes protruded and began spontaneously to bleed. End of note. It felt demeaning. The depressed person felt demeaned. She said it felt demeaning to call childhood friends long-distance late at night when they clearly had other things to do and lives to lead and vibrant, healthy, nurturing, intimate, caring partner relationships to be in. It felt demeaning and pathetic to constantly apologize for boring someone or to feel that you had to thank them effusively just for being your friend. The depressed person's parents had eventually split the cost of her orthodonture. A professional arbitrator had finally been hired by their lawyers to structure the compromise. Arbitration had also been required to negotiate shared payment schedules for the depressed person's boarding schools and healthy eating lifestyles, summer camps, and oboe lessons, and car and collision insurance, as well as for the cosmetic surgery needed to correct a malformation of the anterior spine and alar cartilage of the depressed person's nose, which had given her what felt like an excruciatingly pronounced and snoutish pug nose, and had, coupled with the external orthodontic retainer she had to wear 22 hours a day, made looking at herself in the mirrors of her rooms at her boarding schools feel like more than any person could possibly stand. And yet also, in the year that the depressed person's father had remarried, he, in either a gesture of rare, uncompromised caring, or a coup de grace, which the depressed person's mother had said was designed to make our own feelings of humiliation and superfluousness complete, had paid in toto for the riding lessons, jodhpurs, and outrageously expensive boots the depressed person had needed in order to gain admission to a second-to-last boarding school's riding club, a few of whose members were the only girls at this particular boarding school whom the depressed person felt, she had confessed to her father on the telephone in tears late one truly horrible night, even remotely accepted her, and had even minimal empathy or compassion in them at all, and around whom the depressed person hadn't felt so totally snout-nosed and brace-faced and inadequate and rejected that it had felt like a daily act of enormous personal courage even to leave a room to go eat dinner in the dining hall. The professional arbitrator her parents' lawyers had finally agreed on for help in structuring compromises on the costs of meeting the depressed person's childhood needs had been a highly respected conflict resolution specialist named Walter D. D'Alessandro, Jr. As a child, the depressed person had never met or even laid eyes on Walter D. D'Alessandro, Jr., though she had been shown his business card, complete with its parenthesized invitation to informality, and his name had been invoked in her hearing on countless childhood occasions, along with the fact that he billed for his services at a staggering $130 an hour plus expenses. Despite overwhelming feelings of reluctance on the part of the depressed person, who knew very well how much like the blame game it might sound, her therapist had strongly supported her in taking the risk of sharing with members of her support system an important emotional breakthrough she, that is, the depressed person, had achieved during an inner child-focused experiential therapy retreat weekend, which the therapist had supported her in taking the risk of enrolling in and giving herself open-mindedly over to the experience of. In the ICFET retreat weekend's small group drama therapy room, other members of her small group had role-played the depressed person's parents and the parents' significant others and attorneys and myriad other emotionally toxic figures from the depressed person's childhood, and at the crucial phase of the drama therapy exercise, had slowly encircled the depressed person, moving in and pressing steadily in together on her so that she could not escape or avoid or minimize, and had, that is, the small group had, dramatically recited specially prescripted lines designed to evoke and awaken blocked trauma, which had almost immediately provoked the depressed person into a surge of agonizing emotional memories and long-buried trauma, and had resulted in the emergence of the depressed person's inner child, and a cathartic tantrum in which the depressed person had struck repeatedly at a stack of velour cushions with a bat made of polystyrene foam, and had shrieked obscenities and had re-experienced long pent-up and festering emotional wounds, one of which purulent wounds, being a deep vestigial rage over the fact that Walter D. D'Alessandro, Jr. had been able to bill her parents $130 an hour plus expenses for being put in the middle and playing the role of mediator and absorber of shit from both sides, while she, that is, the depressed person as a child, had had to perform essentially the same coprophagous services on a more or less daily basis for free, for nothing. Services which were not only grossly unfair and inappropriate for an emotionally sensitive child to be made to feel required to perform, but about which her parents had then turned around and tried to make her, the depressed person herself as a child, feel guilty about the staggering cost of Walter D. D'Alessandro, Jr., the conflict resolution specialist services, as if the repeated hassle and expense of Walter D. D'Alessandro, Jr. were her fault, and only undertaken on her spoiled little snout-nosed, snaggle-toothed behalf, instead of simply because of her fucking parents' utterly fucking sick inability to communicate and share honestly and work through their own sick, dysfunctional issues with each other. This exercise in cathartic rage had enabled the depressed person to get in touch with some really core resentment issues. The small group facilitator at the inner child-focused experiential therapy retreat weekend had said, and could have represented a real turning point in the depressed person's journey toward healing, had the rage and velour cushion pummeling not left the depressed person so emotionally shattered and drained and traumatized and embarrassed that she had felt she had no choice but to fly back home that night and miss the rest of the ICFETR weekend and the small group processing of all the exhumed feelings and issues. The eventual compromise, which the depressed person and her therapist worked out together as they processed the unburied resentments and the consequent guilt and shame at what could all too easily appear to be just more of the self-pitying blame game that attended the depressed person's experience at the retreat weekend, was that the depressed person would take the emotional risk of reaching out and sharing the experience's feelings and realizations with a support system, but only with the 2 or 3 elite core members, whom the depressed person currently felt were there for her in the very most empathetic and unjudgingly supportive way.
The most important provision of the compromise was that the depressed person would be permitted to reveal to them her reluctance about sharing these resentments and realizations, and to inform them that she was aware of how pathetic and blaming they, that is, the resentments and realizations, might sound, and to reveal that she was sharing this potentially pathetic breakthrough with them only at her therapist's firm and explicit suggestion. In validating this provision, the therapist had objected only to the depressed person's proposed use of the word pathetic in her sharing with the support system. The therapist said that she felt she could support the depressed person's use of the word vulnerable far more wholeheartedly than she could support the use of pathetic, since her gut, that is, the therapist's gut, was telling her that the depressed person's proposed use of pathetic felt not only self-hating, but also needy, and even somewhat manipulative. The word pathetic, the therapist candidly shared, often felt to her like a defense mechanism the depressed person used to protect herself against a listener's possible negative judgments, by making it clear that the depressed person was already judging herself far more severely than any listener could possibly have the heart to. The therapist was careful to point out that she was not judging or critiquing or rejecting the depressed person's use of pathetic, but was merely trying to openly and honestly share the feelings which its use brought up for her in the context of their relationship. The therapist, who by this time had less than a year to live, took a brief time out at this point to share once again with the depressed person her, that is, therapist's, conviction that self-hatred, toxic guilt, narcissism, self-pity, neediness, manipulation, and many of the other shame-based behaviors with which endogenously depressed adults typically presented were best understood as psychological defenses erected by a vestigial wounded inner child against the possibility of trauma and abandonment. The behaviors, in other words, were primitive emotional prophylaxes whose real function was to preclude intimacy. They were psychic armor designed to keep others at a distance so that they, that is, others, could not get emotionally close enough to the depressed person to inflict any wounds that might echo and mirror the deep vestigial wounds of the depressed person's childhood, wounds which the depressed person was unconsciously determined to keep repressed at all costs. The therapist, who, during the year's cold months, when the abundant fenestration of her home office kept the room chilly, wore a pelisse of hand-tanned Native American buckskin that formed a somewhat ghastly, moist-looking, flesh-colored background for the enclosing shapes her joined hands formed in her lap as she spoke, assured the depressed person that she was not trying to lecture her or impose on her, that is, on the depressed person, the therapist's own particular model of depressive etiology. Rather, it simply felt appropriate on an intuitive gut level at this particular point in time for the therapist to share some of her own feelings. Indeed, as the therapist said that she felt comfortable about positing at this point in the therapeutic relationship between them, the depressed person's acute chronic mood disorder could actually itself be seen as constituting an emotional defense mechanism. That is, as long as the depressed person had the depression's acute affective discomfort to preoccupy her and take up her emotional attention, she could avoid feeling or getting in touch with the deep vestigial childhood wounds which she, that is, the depressed person, was apparently still determined to keep repressed. Note: the depressed person's therapist was always extremely careful to avoid appearing to judge or blame the depressed person for clinging to her defenses, or to suggest that the depressed person had in any way consciously chosen to cling to a chronic depression whose agony made her, that is, depressed person's, every waking hour feel like more than any person could possibly endure. This renunciation of judgment or imposed value was held by the therapeutic school in which the therapist's philosophy of healing had evolved over almost 15 years of clinical experience to be integral to the combination of unconditional support and complete honesty about feelings which composed the nurturing professionalism required for a productive therapeutic journey toward authenticity and intrapersonal wholeness. Defenses against intimacy, the depressed person's therapist's experiential theory held, were nearly always arrested or vestigial survival mechanisms. That is, they had at one time been environmentally appropriate and necessary, and had very probably served to shield a defenseless childhood psyche against potentially unbearable trauma,
But in nearly all cases they, that is, the defense mechanisms, had become inappropriately imprinted and arrested, and were now, in adulthood, no longer environmentally appropriate, and in fact now, paradoxically, actually caused a great deal more trauma and pain than they prevented. Nevertheless, the therapist had made it clear from the outset that she was in no way going to pressure, hector, cajole, argue, persuade, flummox, trick, harangue, shame, or manipulate the depressed person into letting go of her arrested or vestigial defenses before she, that is, the depressed person, felt ready and able to risk taking the leap of faith in her own internal resources and self-esteem and personal growth and healing to do so. That is, to leave the nest of her defenses and freely and joyfully fly. End of note. Several months later, when the depressed person's therapist suddenly and unexpectedly died, as the result of what was determined by authorities to be an accidentally toxic combination of caffeine and homeopathic appetite suppressant, but which, given the therapist's extensive medical background and knowledge of chemical interactions, only a person in very deep denial indeed could fail to see must have been on some level intentional, without leaving any sort of note or cassette or encouraging final words for any of the persons and or clients in her life who had, despite all their debilitating fear and isolation and defense mechanisms and vestigial wounds from past traumas, come to connect intimately with her, and let her in emotionally, even though admit making themselves vulnerable to the possibility of loss and abandonment traumas. The depressed person found the trauma of this fresh loss and abandonment so shattering, its resultant agony and despair and hopelessness so unbearable, that she was, ironically, now forced to reach frantically and repeatedly out on a nightly basis to her support system, sometimes calling 3 or even 4 long-distance friends in an evening, sometimes calling the same friends twice in one night, sometimes at a very late hour, sometimes even, the depressed person felt sickeningly sure, waking them up or interrupting them in the midst of healthy, joyful sexual intimacy with their partner. In other words, sheer survival in the turbulent wake of her feelings of shock and grief and loss and abandonment and bitter betrayal following the therapist's sudden death, now compelled the depressed person to put aside her innate feelings of shame and inadequacy and embarrassment at being a pathetic burden, and to lean with all her might on the empathy and emotional nurture of her support system, despite the fact that this, ironically, had been one of the 2 areas in which the depressed person had most vigorously resisted the therapist's counsel. Even on top of the shattering abandonment issues it brought up, the therapist's unexpected death also could not have occurred at a worse time from the perspective of the depressed person's journey toward inner healing, coming as it, that is, the suspicious death, did just as the depressed person was beginning to work through and process some of her core shame and resentment issues concerning the therapeutic process itself and the intimate therapist-patient relationship's impact on her, that is, on the depressed person's, unbearable isolation and pain. As part of her grieving process, the depressed person shared with supportive members of her support system the fact that she felt she had realized, experienced significant trauma and anguish and isolation feelings even in the therapeutic relationship itself, a realization which she said she and the therapist had been working intensively together to explore and process. For just one example, the depressed person shared long distance, she had discovered and struggled in therapy to work through her feeling that it was ironic and demeaning, given her parents' dysfunctional preoccupation with money and all that preoccupation had cost her as a child, that she was now, as an adult, in the position of having to pay a therapist $90 an hour to listen patiently to her and respond honestly and empathetically. That is, it felt demeaning and pathetic to feel forced to buy patience and empathy, the depressed person had confessed to a therapist, and was an agonizing echo of the exact same childhood pain which she, that is, the depressed person, was so very anxious to put behind her. The therapist, after attending closely and unjudgingly to what the depressed person later admitted to her support system, could all too easily have been interpreted as mere niggardly whining about the expense of therapy, and after a long and considered pause, during which both the therapist and the depressed person had gazed at the ovoid cage which the therapist's mated hands in her lap at that moment composed, had responded that, while on a purely intellectual or head level she might respectfully disagree with the substance or propositional content of what the depressed person was saying, She, that is, the therapist, nevertheless wholeheartedly supported the depressed person in sharing whatever feelings the therapeutic relationship itself brought up in her, that is, in the depressed person, so that they could work together on processing them and exploring safe and appropriate environments and contexts for their expression. Notes. 1. The therapist, who was substantially older than the depressed person, but still younger than the depressed person's mother, and who, other than in the condition of her fingernails, resembled that mother in almost no physical or stylistic respects, sometimes annoyed the depressed person with her habit of making a digiform cage in her lap and changing the shapes of the cage and gazing down at the geometrically diverse cages during their work together. Over time, however, as the therapeutic relationship deepened in terms of intimacy and sharing and trust, the sight of the digiform cages irked the depressed person less and less, eventually becoming little more than a distraction. Far more problematic in terms of the depressed person's trust and self-esteem issues was the therapist's habit of from time to time glancing up very quickly at the large sunburst-design clock on the wall behind the suede easy-chair in which the depressed person customarily sat during their time together, glancing, that is, the therapist glancing, very quickly and almost furtively at the clock, such that what came to bother the depressed person more and more over time was not that the therapist was looking at the clock, but that the therapist was apparently trying to hide or disguise the fact that she was looking at the clock. The depressed person, who was agonizingly sensitive, she admitted, to the possibility that anyone she was trying to reach out and share with was secretly bored or repelled or desperate to get away from her as quickly as possible, and was commensurately hyper-vigilant about any slight movements or gestures which might imply that a listener was conscious of the time or eager for time to pass, and never once failed to notice when the therapist glanced ever so quickly either up at the clock or down at the slender, elegant wristwatch, whose timepiece rested hidden from the depressed person's view against the underside of the therapist's slim wrist, had finally, late in the first year of the therapeutic relationship, broken into sobs and shared that it made her feel totally demeaned and invalidated whenever the therapist appeared to try to hide the fact that she wished to know the exact time. Much of the depressed person's work with the therapist in the first year of her, that is, the depressed person's, journey toward healing and interpersonal wholeness had concerned her feelings of being uniquely and repulsively boring or convoluted or pathetically self-involved, and of not being able to trust that there was genuine interest and compassion and caring on the part of a person to whom she was reaching out for support. And in fact, the therapeutic relationship's first significant breakthrough, the depressed person told members of her support system in the agonizing period following the therapist's death, had come when the depressed person, late in the therapeutic relationship's second year, had gotten sufficiently in touch with her own inner worth and resources to be able to share assertively with the therapist that she, that is, their respectful but assertive depressed person, would prefer it if the therapist would simply look openly up at the helioform clock, or openly turn her wrist over to look at the underside's wristwatch, instead of apparently believing, or at least engaging in behavior which made it appear, from the depressed person's admittedly hypersensitive perspective, as if the therapist believed that the depressed person could be fooled by her dishonestly sneaking an observation of the time into some gesture that tried to look like a meaningless glance at the wall, or an absent manipulation of the cage-like digiform shape in her lap. Another important piece of therapeutic work the depressed person and her therapist had accomplished together, a piece of work which the therapist had said she personally felt constituted a seminal leap of growth and deepening of the trust and level of honest sharing between them, occurred in the therapeutic relationship's third year, when the depressed person had finally confessed that she also felt it was demeaning to be spoken to, as the therapist sometimes spoke to her, that is, that the depressed person felt patronized, condescended to, and or treated like a child at those times during their work together, when the therapist would start tiresomely lalating over and over and over again what her therapeutic philosophies and goals and wishes for the depressed person were. Plus, not to mention, while they were on the whole subject, that she, that is, the depressed person, also sometimes felt demeaned and resentful whenever the therapist would look up from her lap's hands cage at the depressed person, and her, that is, the therapist's, face would once again assume its customary expression of calm and boundless patience, an expression which the depressed person admitted she knew, that is, the depressed person knew, was intended to communicate unjudging attention and interest and support, but which nevertheless sometimes, from the depressed person's perspective, looked to her more like emotional detachment, like clinical distance, like mere professional interest the depressed person was purchasing, instead of the intensely personal interest and empathy and compassion she often felt she had spent her whole life starved for. It made her angry, the depressed person confessed. She often felt angry and resentful at being nothing but the object of the therapist's professional compassion, or of the putative friends in her pathetic support system's charity and abstract guilt. 2. Though the depressed person had, she later acknowledged to her support system, been anxiously watching the therapist's face for evidence of a negative reaction as she, that is, the depressed person, opened up and vomited out all these potentially repulsive feelings about the therapeutic relationship, she nevertheless was, by this point in the session, benefiting enough from a kind of momentum of emotional honesty to be able to open up even further and tearfully share with the therapist that it also felt demeaning and even somehow abusive to know that, for example, today, that is, the day of the depressed person and her therapist's seminally honest and important piece of relationship work together, at the moment the depressed person's time with the therapist was up, and they had risen from their respective recliners and hugged stiffly goodbye until their next appointment together, that at that very moment all of the therapist's seemingly intensely personally focused attention and support and interest in the depressed person would be withdrawn and then effortlessly transferred on to the next pathetic, contemptible, whiny, self-involved, snaggle-toothed, pig-nosed, fat-thighed shit-eater who was waiting out there right outside, reading a used magazine and waiting to lurch in and cling pathetically to the hem of the therapist's pelisse for an hour, so desperate for a personally interested friend that they would pay almost as much per month for the pathetic temporary illusion of a friend as they paid in fucking rent. The depressed person knew all too perfectly well, she conceded, holding up a pica-gnawed hand to prevent the therapist from interrupting, that the therapist's professional detachment was in fact not at all incompatible with true caring, and that the therapist's careful maintenance of a professional rather than a personal level of caring and support and commitment meant that this support and caring could be counted on to always be there for the depressed person, and not fall prey to the normal vicissitudes of less professional and more personal interpersonal relationships, inevitable conflicts and misunderstandings, or natural fluctuations in the therapist's own personal mood and emotional availability and capacity for empathy on any particular day. Not to mention that her, that is, the therapist's, professional detachment meant that at least within the confines of the therapist's chilly but attractive home office and of their appointed 3 hours together each week, the depressed person could be totally honest and open about her own feelings without ever having to be afraid that the therapist would take those feelings personally and become angry or cold or judgmental or derisive or rejecting or would ever shame or deride or abandon the depressed person. In fact, that, ironically in many ways, as the depressed person said she was all too aware, the therapist was actually the depressed person's, or at any rate the isolated, agonized, needy, pathetic, selfish, spoiled, wounded inner child part of the depressed person's absolutely ideal personal friend. That is, here, after all, was a person, namely the therapist, who would always be there to listen and really care and empathize and be emotionally available and giving and to nurture and support the depressed person, and yet would demand absolutely nothing back from the depressed person in terms of empathy or emotional support, or in terms of the depressed person ever really caring about or even considering the therapist's own valid feelings and needs as a human being. The depressed person also knew perfectly well, she had acknowledged, that it was, in fact, the $90 an hour which made the therapeutic relationship's simulacrum of friendship so ideally one-sided. That is, the only expectation or demand the therapist placed on the depressed person was for the contracted hourly $90. After that one demand was satisfied, everything in the relationship got to be for and about the depressed person. On a rational, intellectual, head level, the depressed person was completely aware of all these realities and compensations, she told the therapist, and so of course felt that she, that is, the depressed person, had no rational reason or excuse for feeling the vain, needy, childish feelings she had just taken the unprecedented emotional risk of sharing that she felt. And yet the depressed person confessed to the therapist that she nevertheless still felt
on a more basic, emotionally intuitive or gut level, that it truly was demeaning and insulting and pathetic that her chronic emotional pain and isolation and inability to reach out forced her to spend $1,080 a month to purchase what was in many respects a kind of fantasy friend who could fulfill her childishly narcissistic fantasies of getting her own emotional needs met by another without having to reciprocally meet or empathize with or even consider the other's own emotional needs. And other-directed empathy and consideration which the depressed person tearfully confessed she sometimes despaired of ever having it in her to give. The depressed person here inserted that she often worried, despite the numerous traumas she had suffered at the hands of attempted relationships with men, that it was in fact her own inability to get outside her own toxic neediness and to be there for another and truly emotionally give which had made those attempts at intimate, mutually nurturing partner relationships with men such an agonizingly demeaning across-the-board failure. The depressed person had further inserted in her seminal sharing with the therapist she later told the select elite core members of her support system after the therapist's death that her, that is, the depressed person's, resentments about the $1,080 per month cost of the therapeutic relationship were in truth less about the actual expense, which she freely admitted she could afford, than about the demeaning idea of paying for artificially one-sided friendship and narcissistic fantasy fulfillment. Then had laughed hollowly, that is, the depressed person had laughed hollowly during the original insertion in her sharing with the therapist, to indicate that she heard and acknowledged the unwitting echo of her cold, niggardly, emotionally unavailable parents in the stipulation that what was objectionable was not the actual expense, but the idea or principle of the expense. What it really felt like, the depressed person later admitted to supportive friends that she had confessed to the compassionate therapist, was as if the $90 hourly therapeutic fee were almost a kind of ransom or protection money, purchasing the depressed person an exemption from the scalding internal shame and mortification of telephoning distant former friends she hadn't even laid a fucking eyes on in years, and had no legitimate claim on the friendship of any more, and telephoning them uninvited at night, and intruding on their functional and blissfully, ignorantly joyful, if perhaps somewhat shallow lives, and leaning shamelessly on them, and constantly reaching out and trying to articulate the essence of the depression's terrible and unceasing pain, even when it was this very pain and despair and loneliness that rendered her, she knew, far too emotionally starved and needy and self-involved to be able ever to truly be there in return for her long-distance friends to reach out to and share with and lean on in return, that is, that hers, that is, the depressed person's, was a contemptibly greedy and narcissistic omni-neediness that only a complete idiot would not fully expect the members of her so-called support system to detect all too easily in her, and to be totally repelled by and to stay on the telephone with only out of the barest and most abstract human charity, all the while rolling their eyes and making faces and looking at the clock and wishing that the telephone call were over, or that she, that is, the pathetically needy depressed person on the phone, would call anyone else but her, that is, the bored, repelled, eye-rolling, putative friend, or that she'd never historically been assigned to room with a depressed person, or had never even gone to that particular boarding school, or even that the depressed person had never been born and didn't even exist, such that the whole thing felt totally, unendurably pathetic and demeaning, if the truth be told. If the therapist really wanted the totally honest and uncensored sharing she always kept alleging she wanted, the depressed person later confessed to her support system she had hissed derisively at the therapist. Her face, that is, the depressed person's face, during the seminal but increasingly ugly and humiliating third-year therapy session, working in what she imagined must have been a grotesque admixture of rage and self-pity and complete humiliation. It had been the imaginative visualization of what her own enraged face must have looked like which had caused the depressed person to begin at this late juncture in the session to weep, pule, snuffle, and sob in real earnest, she shared later with trusted friends. For now, if the therapist really wanted the truth, the actual gut-level truth, underneath all her childishly defensive anger and shame, the depressed person had shared from a hunched and near fetal position beneath the sunburst clock, sobbing but making a conscious choice not to bother wiping her eyes or even her nose. The depressed person really felt that what was really unfair was that she felt able, even here in therapy with a trusted and compassionate therapist,
that she felt able to share only painful circumstances and historical insights about her depression and its etiology and texture and numerous symptoms, instead of feeling truly able to communicate and articulate and express the depression's terrible, unceasing agony itself, an agony that was the overriding and unendurable reality of her every black minute on earth, that is, not being able to share the way it truly felt, what the depression made her feel like inside on a daily basis. She had wailed hysterically, striking repeatedly at her recliner's swayed armrests, or to reach out and communicate and express it to someone who could not only listen and understand and care, but could or would actually feel it with her, that is, feel what the depressed person felt. The depressed person confessed to the therapist that what she felt truly starved for and really truly fantasized about was having the ability to somehow really truly literally share it, that is, the chronic depression's ceaseless torment. She said that the depression felt as if it was so central and inescapable to her identity and who she was as a person that not being able to share the depression's inner feeling or even really describe what it felt to her, for example, like feeling a desperate life-or-death need to describe the sun in the sky, and yet being able or permitted only to point to shadows on the ground. She was so very tired of pointing at shadows, she had sobbed. She, that is, the depressed person, had then immediately broken off and laughed hollowly at herself and apologized to the therapist for employing such a floridly melodramatic and self-pitying analogy. The depressed person shared all this later with the support system, in great detail and sometimes more than once a night, as part of her grieving process following the therapist's death from homeopathic caffeineism, including her, that is, the depressed person's, reminiscence that the therapist's display of compassionate and unjudging attention to everything the depressed person had finally opened up and vented and hissed and spewed and whined and puled about during their traumatically seminal breakthrough session had been so formidable and uncompromising that she, that is, the therapist, had blinked far less often than any non-professional listener the depressed person had ever shared with face-to-face had ever blinked. The two currently most trusted and supportive core members of the depressed person's support system had responded almost verbatim that it sounded as though the depressed person's therapist had been very special, and that the depressed person clearly missed her very much, and the one particularly valuable and empathetic and elite physically ill core friend whom the depressed person leaned on more heavily than on any other support during the grieving process, suggested that the single most loving and appropriate way to honor both the therapist's memory and the depressed person's own grief over her loss might be for the depressed person to try to become as special and caring and unflaggingly nurturing a friend to herself as the late therapist had been. End of notes. The depressed person's recollections of the therapist's patient, attentive, and unjudging responses to even her, that is, the depressed person's, most spiteful and childishly arrested complaints felt as if they brought on further, even more unbearable feelings of loss and abandonment, as well as fresh waves of resentment and self-pity, which the depressed person knew all too well were repellent in the extreme, she assured the friends who composed her support system, trusted friends whom the depressed person was by this time calling almost constantly, sometimes now even during the day, from her workplace, dialing her closest friends' long-distance work numbers and asking them to take time away from their own challenging, stimulating careers, to listen supportively and share and dialogue and help the depressed person find some way to process this grief and loss and find some way to survive. Her apologies for burdening these friends during daylight hours at their workplaces were elaborate, involved, vociferous, baroque, mercilessly self-critical, and very nearly constant, as were her expressions of gratitude to the support system just for being there for her, just for allowing her to begin again to be able to trust and take the risk of reaching out, even just a little, because the depressed person shared that she felt as if she had been discovering all over again, and with a shattering new clarity now in the wake of the therapist's abrupt and wordless abandonment, she shared over her workstation's headset telephone, just how agonizingly few and far between were the people whom she could ever hope to really communicate and share with and forge healthy, open, trusting, mutually nurturing relationships to lean on. For example, her work environment, as the depressed person readily acknowledged she'd whined about at tiresome length many times before, was totally dysfunctional and toxic, and the totally unsupportive emotional atmosphere there made the idea of trying to bond in any mutually nurturing way with co-workers a grotesque joke.
and the depressed person's attempts to reach out in her emotional isolation and try to cultivate and develop caring friends and relationships in the community through church groups or nutrition and holistic stretching classes or community woodwind ensembles and the like, had proved so excruciating, she shared, that she had all but begged the therapist to withdraw her gentle suggestion that the depressed person try her best to do so. And then, as for the idea of girding herself once again and venturing out there into the emotionally Hobbesian meat market of the dating scene, and trying once again to find and establish any healthy, caring, functional connections with men, whether in a physically intimate partner relationship or even just as close and supportive friends. At this juncture in her sharing, the depressed person laughed hollowly into the headset telephone she wore at the terminal inside her cubicle at her workplace, and asked whether it was really even necessary, with a friend who knew her as well as whatever member of her support system she was presently sharing with did, to go into why the depressed person's intractable depression and highly charged self-esteem and trust issues rendered that idea a pie-in-the-sky flight of Icarusian fancy and denial. To take just one example, the depressed person shared from her workstation, in the second semester of her junior year at college, there had been a traumatic incident in which the depressed person had been sitting alone on the grass near a group of popular, self-assured male students at an intercollegiate lacrosse game, and had distinctly overheard one of the men laughingly say of a female student the depressed person knew slightly, that the only substantive difference between this woman and a restroom toilet was that the toilet did not keep pathetically following you around after you used it. Sharing with supportive friends, the depressed person was now suddenly and unexpectedly flooded with emotional memories of the early session during which she had first told the therapist of this incident. They had been doing basic feelings work together during the awkward opening stage of the therapeutic process, and the therapist had challenged the depressed person to identify whether the overheard slur had made her, that is, the depressed person, feel primarily more angry, lonely, frightened, or sad. Notes. 1. The depressed person, trying desperately to open up and allow her support system to help her honor and process her feelings about the therapist's death, took the risk of sharing her realization that she herself had rarely, if ever, used the word sad in the therapeutic process's dialogues. She had usually used the words despair and agony, and the therapist had, for the most part, acquiesced to this admittedly melodramatic choice of words, though the depressed person had long suspected that the therapist probably felt that her, that is, the depressed person's, choice of agony, despair, torment, and the like, was at once melodramatic, hence needy and manipulative, on the one hand, and minimizing, hence shame-based and toxic, on the other. The depressed person also shared with the long-distance friends during the shattering grieving process the painful realization that she had never once actually come right out and asked the therapist what she, that is, the therapist, was thinking or feeling at any given moment during their time together, nor had asked even once what she, that is, the therapist, actually thought of her, that is, of the depressed person, as a human being, that is, whether the therapist personally liked her, didn't like her, thought she was a basically decent versus repellent person, etc. These were merely two examples. 2. As a natural part of the grieving process, sensuous details and emotional memories flooded the depressed person's agonized psyche at random moments and in ways impossible to predict, pressing in on her and clamoring for expression and processing. The therapist's buckskin pelisse, for example, though the therapist had seemed almost fetishistically attached to the Native American garment, and had worn it seemingly on a near daily basis, was always immaculately clean and always presented an immaculately raw and moist-looking flesh-toned backdrop to the variiform cage-like shapes the therapist's unconscious hands composed. And the depressed person shared with members of her support system, after the therapist's death, that it had never been clear to her how or by what process the pelisse's buckskin was able to stay so clean. The depressed person confessed to sometimes imagining narcissistically that the therapist wore the immaculate flesh-colored garment only for their particular appointments together. The therapist's chilly home office also contained, on the wall opposite the bronze clock and behind a therapist's recliner, a stunning molybdenum desk and personal computer hutch ensemble, one shelf of which was lined, on either side of the deluxe brown coffee maker, with small framed photographs of the late therapist's husband and sisters and son, and the depressed person often broke into fresh sobs of loss and despair and self-excoriation on her cubicle's headset telephone as she confessed to her support system that she had never once even asked the therapist's loved ones' names. End of notes. By this stage in the grieving process, following the therapist's possible death by her own, that is, by the therapist's own hand, the depressed person's feelings of loss and abandonment had become so intense and overwhelming, and had so completely overridden her vestigial defense mechanisms that, for example, when whatever long-distance friend the depressed person had reached out to finally confessed that she, that is, the friend, was dreadfully sorry, but there was no helping it, she absolutely had to get off the telephone and back to the demands of her own full, vibrant, undepressed life, a primal instinct for what felt like nothing more than basic emotional survival now drove the depressed person to swallow every last pulverized remnant of pride, and to beg shamelessly for 2 or even just 1 more minute of the friend's time and attention, and if the empathetic friend, after expressing her hope that the depressed person would find a way to be more gentle and compassionate with herself, held firm and gracefully terminated the conversation, the depressed person now spent hardly any time at all listening dully to the dial tone, or gnawing the cuticle of her index finger, or grinding the heel of her hand savagely into her forehead, or feeling anything much at all beyond sheer primal desperation as she hurriedly dialed the next 10-digit number on her support system telephone list, a list which by this point in the grieving process had been photocopied several times and placed in the depressed person's address book, workstation, terminals, phone.vip file, billfold, zippered interior security compartment of a purse, mini locker at the Holistic Stretching and Nutrition Center, and in a special homemade pocket inside the back cover of the leather-bound Feelings Journal, which the depressed person, at her late therapist's suggestion, carried with her at all times. The depressed person shared, with each available member of her support system in turn, some portion of the flood of emotionally sensuous memories of the session during which she had first opened up and told the late therapist of the incident in which the laughing men had compared the female college student to a toilet, and shared that she had never been able to forget the incident, and that even though she had not had much of a personal relationship or connection to the female student whom the men had compared to a toilet, or even known her very well at all, the depressed person had, at the intercollegiate lacrosse game, been filled with horror and empathic despair at the pathos of the idea of that female student being the object of such derision and laughing intergender contempt without her, that is, the female student, to whom the depressed person again admitted she had had very little connection, ever even knowing it. It seemed to the depressed person very likely that her, that is, the depressed person's, whole later emotional development and ability to trust and reach out and connect had been deeply scarred by this incident. She chose to make herself open and vulnerable by sharing, albeit only with the one single most trusted and elite and special core member of her current support system, that she had admitted to the therapist that she was, even today, as a putative adult, often preoccupied with the idea that laughing groups of people were often derisive and demeaning of her, that is, of the depressed person, without her knowledge. The late therapist, the depressed person shared with her very closest long-distance confidant, had pointed to the memory of the traumatic incident in college and the depressed person's reactive presumption of derision and ridicule as a classic example of the way an adult's arrested vestigial emotional defense mechanisms could become toxic and dysfunctional and could keep the adult emotionally isolated and deprived of community and nurturing, even from herself, and could, that is, the toxic vestigial defenses could, deny the depressed adult access to her own precious inner resources and tools for both reaching out for support and for being gentle and compassionate and affirming with herself, and that thus, paradoxically, arrested defense mechanisms helped contribute to the very pain and sadness they had originally been erected to forestall. It was while sharing this candid, vulnerable 4-year-old reminiscence with the one particular core support system member whom the grieving, depressed person felt she now most deeply trusted and leaned on and could really communicate over the headset telephone with, that she, that is, the depressed person, suddenly experienced what she would later describe as an emotional realization nearly as traumatic and valuable as the realization she had experienced 9 months prior at the Inner Child Focused Experiential Therapy Retreat weekend, before she had felt simply too cathartically drained and enervated to be able to continue, and had had to fly home. That is, the depressed person told her very most trusted and supportive long-distance friend that, paradoxically, she, that is, the depressed person, appeared to have somehow found, in the extremity of her feelings of loss and abandonment in the wake of the therapist's overdose of natural stimulants, the resources and inner respect for her own emotional survival required for her finally to feel able to risk trying to follow the second of the late therapist's two most challenging and difficult suggestions, and to begin openly asking certain demonstrably honest and supportive others to tell her straight out whether they ever secretly felt contempt, derision, judgment, or repulsion for her. And the depressed person shared that she now, finally, after 4 years of whiny and truculent resistance, proposed at last really to begin actually asking trusted others this seminally honest and possibly shattering question, and that because she was all too aware of her own essential weakness and defensive capacities for denial and avoidance, she, that is, the depressed person, was choosing to commence this unprecedentedly vulnerable interrogative process now, that is, with the elite, incomparably honest and compassionate core support system member, with whom she was sharing via her workstation's headset right this moment. Note: the singularly valuable and supportive long-distance friend to whom the depressed person had decided she was least mortified about posing a question this fraught with openness and vulnerability and emotional risk was an alumna of one of the depressed person's very first childhood boarding schools, a surpassingly generous and nurturing divorced mother of 2 in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, who had recently undergone her second course of chemotherapy for a virulent neuroblastoma which had greatly reduced the number of responsibilities and activities in her full, functional, vibrantly other-directed adult life, and who thus was now not only almost always at home, but also enjoyed nearly unlimited conflict-free availability and time to share on the telephone, for which the depressed person was always careful to enter a daily prayer of gratitude in her feelings journal. End of note. The depressed person here paused momentarily to insert the additional fact that she had firmly resolved to herself to ask this potentially deeply traumatizing question without the usual pathetic and irritating defense mechanisms of preamble or apology or interpolated self-criticism. She wished to hear, with no holds barred, the depressed person averred, the one very most valuable and intimate friend in her current support system's brutally honest opinion of her as a person, the potentially negative and judging and hurtful parts as well as the positive and affirming and supportive and nurturing parts. The depressed person stressed that she was serious about this, whether it sounded melodramatic or not. The brutally honest assessment of her by an objective but deeply caring other felt to her, at this point in time, like an almost literal matter of life and death. For she was frightened, the depressed person confessed to the trusted and convalescing friend, profoundly, unprecedentedly frightened by what she was beginning to feel she was seeing and learning and getting in touch with about herself in the grieving process following the sudden death of a therapist who for nearly 4 years had been the depressed person's closest and most trusted confidant and source of support and affirmation, and, with no offense in any way intended to any members of her support system, her very best friend in the world. Because what she had discovered, the depressed person confided long distance, when she took her important daily quiet time now during the grieving process and got quiet and centered and looked deep within, was that she could neither feel nor identify any real feelings within herself for the therapist, that is, for the therapist as a person who had died, a person who only somebody in truly stupefying denial could fail to see had probably taken her own life, and thus a person who, the depressed person posited, had possibly herself suffered levels of emotional agony and isolation and despair which were comparable to, or perhaps, though it was only on a head or purely abstract intellectual level that she seemed to be able even to entertain this possibility, the depressed person confessed over the headset telephone, even exceeded the depressed person's own. Note: quiet time. That is, carefully arranging her morning schedule to permit the 20 minutes the therapist had long suggested for quiet, centering and getting in touch with feelings and owning them and journaling about them, looking inside herself with a compassionate, unjudging, almost clinical detachment. End of note. The depressed person shared that the most frightening implication of this, that is, of the fact that even when she centered and looked deep within herself, she felt she could locate no real feelings for the therapist as an autonomously valid human being, appeared to be that all her agonized pain and despair since the therapist's suicide had in fact been all and only for herself, that is, for her loss, her abandonment, her grief, her trauma and pain and primal affective survival. And the depressed person shared that she was taking the additional risk of revealing, even more frightening, that this shatteringly terrifying set of realizations, instead now of awakening in her any feelings of compassion, empathy, and other directed grief for the therapist as a person, had— and here the depressed person waited patiently for an episode of retching in the especially available trusted friend to pass so that she could take the risk of sharing this with her— that these shatteringly frightening realizations had seemed terrifyingly merely to have brought up and created still more and further feelings in the depressed person about herself. At this point in the sharing, the depressed person took a time out to solemnly swear to her long-distance, gravely ill, frequently retching, but still caring and intimate friend that there was no toxic or pathetically manipulative self-excoriation here in what she, that is, the depressed person, was reaching out and opening up and confessing, only profound and unprecedented fear. The depressed person was frightened for herself, for, as it were, her self, that is, for her own so-called character or spirit, or, as it were, soul, that is, for her capacity for basic human empathy and compassion and caring, she told a supportive friend with a neuroblastoma. She was asking sincerely, the depressed person said, honestly, desperately, what kind of person could seem to feel nothing, she emphasized, for anyone but herself, maybe not ever? The depressed person wept into the headset telephone and said that right here and now she was shamelessly begging her currently very best friend and confidant in the world to share her, that is, the friend with a virulent malignancy in her adrenal medullas, brutally candid assessment, to pull no punches, to say nothing reassuring or exculpatory or supportive which she did not honestly believe to be true. She trusted her, she assured her, for she had decided, she said, that her very life itself, however fraught with agony and despair and indescribable loneliness, depended, at this point in her journey toward true healing, on inviting, even if necessary, laying aside all possible pride and defense, and begging for, she interpolated, the judgment of certain trusted and very carefully selected members of her supportive community. So, the depressed person said, her voice breaking, she was begging her now single most trusted friend to share her very most private judgment of the depressed person's characters, or spirit's capacity for human caring. She needed her feedback. The depressed person wept, even if that feedback was partly negative, or hurtful, or traumatic, or had the potential to push her right over the emotional edge once and for all. Even, she pleaded, if that feedback lay on nothing more than the coldly intellectual or head level of objective verbal description, she would settle even for that, she promised, hunched and trembling in a near-fetal position atop her workstation cubicle's ergonomic chair, and therefore now urged her terminally ill friend to go on, to not hold back, to let her have it. What words and terms might be applied to describe and assess such a solipsistic, self-consumed, endless emotional vacuum and sponge as she now appeared to herself to be? How was she to decide and describe, even to herself, looking inward and facing herself, what all she'd so painfully learned said about her? Cataract. Pam Houston. From Cutbank. I guess I should have known the trip was doomed from the start. When Josh forgot the Coleman stove and the 5-gallon water thermos, but only remembered to tell me about the stove on that truck stop phone, and Henry's plane 4 hours late into Salt Lake City from Chicago, he and Thea fighting over the Wagoneer's front seat, baiting each other like teenagers before we even got on the I-15 headed south. I put in a Leonard Cohen tape, which Thea exchanged for something grungy and indecipherable, which Henry exchanged for Jimmy Buffett's Living and Dying in Three-Quarter Time. Thea said, Henry's not happy unless the music he listens to exploits at least 3 cultures simultaneously. It had been 3 years since Josh had come into my life, wanting to know how to run rivers, 2 years since I taught him to row, 6 months since he decided he knew more about the river than I did, 2 weeks since he stopped speaking, since he started forgetting indispensable pieces of gear. By the time we got to Heights Crossing, ready to leave the truck at the takeout, we couldn't find the pilot who was supposed to fly us back upriver. The little Beechcraft 270 sat on the runway, wings flexing against the wire tie-downs, and I knew that meant we were paying for ground time, while we all walked around separate coves and inlets trying to find the pilot, hands over our eyes, over our sunglasses, trying to fend off the glare and the hot wind and the waves of dizzying afternoon heat. By the time we did find him, the wind was up further, and he said it was too rough to fly, and would we mind keeping him posted while he ran down to the trailers where he had a little girlfriend, and it wouldn't, he winked at Henry, take him but a minute to go down there and see about her. Thea and I sat on the short runway in the shade of the plane's left wing and looked out across the surface of Lake Powell, almost turquoise in the late-in-the-day sun, and the white and rust-colored mesa tops that receded into forever beyond it. "Not a bird, not a tree, not even a blade of grass," Thea said. "What precise level of hell is this?" I looked at the scaly bathtub ring that circled the canyon walls 30 feet above the lake's present surface, at the log and silt jam that floated in the dead space where what used to be the Colorado River once came roaring through. "Somebody's bright idea," I said. "Land of many uses." The wind howled across the surface of the lake, making 100,000 rows of diamonds moving toward us fast. "And there's really a river up there?" Thea said, pointing with her chin to the north, to the other side of the log jam, 100 miles beyond that, to the put-in where Russell and Josh and the boats had been ready for hours, to the place the plane would take us if the wind would ever stop. 30 miles up canyon, I said, is the wildest, whitest water in America. The wind can howl up that canyon all day sometimes, and once you get through the rapids, once you hit lake level, you can row as hard as you want to. You won't be going anywhere but upstream in a blow even half this strong." "Lucy," she said, "you're always going upstream." "I know," I said, "but not as bad as that." I looked along the shore to where the pilot had disappeared and tried not to think about that river level, 61,000 cubic feet of water per second and rising. Everybody who ran Cataract Canyon knew the 60,000s were the most difficult level to negotiate, not counting, of course, the 100-year flood. I'd been running rivers a lot of years by then, but I didn't overwhelm anybody with my level of confidence. Hadn't ever acquired what I would call an athlete's natural grace. It all went back to my father, I guess, as most things did. How he'd wanted me to be Chris Everett, not to be like her, understand, but be her. And being her always meant to the exclusion of me. I got decent to the tennis court when I was 7 and 12 and 14, but could never move my feet fast enough across the hard clay surface to win a first-place prize. I'm strong for a girl, and stubborn enough not to give up without a dogfight. I took to the river because I believed it talked to me. I believed that I could read the river, that I could understand its language, that I could let it tell me, sometimes even mid-rapid, exactly where it wanted me to be. Thea said, "So how are things between Josh and you, anyway?" "Stagnant," I said, "is the word that comes to mind." "You invited Josh to go to sleep," Henry said, startling us from behind. "He accepted." "Easy thing to do, sleep," I said, "when you keep your eyes closed all the time." "You're getting smarter," Henry said, slowly. "That's quite the blessing," Thea said, "coming from you." She turned back to me. "I, by the way, have ended things with Charlie." "Charlie?" I said. "Did I know about Charlie?" "He was in love with me," Thea said. "I was in love with the universe." "You can't be fussy," Henry said, "if you're going to fuck 'em all." "When are you going to bring one of these guys down the river?" I asked her. "With us?" she said. "With you? Never in 100 billion years." Henry and Thea had come into my life in the same year, and both because of photography. Thea was my student at a semester-long seminar I taught in Denver. and Henry had bought one of my prints out of a gallery in Chicago and liked it so well he'd hunted me down. They had taken an instantaneous dislike to each other at a party I'd had the summer before to celebrate the summer solstice. I was running 4 or 5 rivers a year in those days, and Thea hardly ever missed a launch date. Cataract was Henry's first trip. I had been down Cataract Canyon 3 times before, but always in the drought years, thumping along through the big drops in the slow motion of 6 or 11 or 15,000 cubic feet per second, while the Park Service waited for the one big snow that was going to come down from the high country as meltwater and fill the reservoir to the top again. Now the river had come back with a vengeance, filling the lake and threatening daily to burn up the dam's sluggish turbines. The spillways were carrying too much water, and the sandstone was being eaten away on either side of the dam. 30 miles upriver, 5 people were dead at the bottom of Satan's Gut already, the season barely 3 weeks old. "Tell me about the people who died," Thea said, and I blinked at her, my eyes dry as sockets in the wind. She read my mind like that a couple times daily. It still unsettled me. "Well," I said, "2 of them were that father and son that came down the green in their powerboat, got to the confluence and turned the wrong way." Thea nodded, and I knew she'd have studied the maps before she came. She didn't have a lot of experience, but she wanted it bad, was the best student of the river I'd ever trained. When we were in the boat, all I'd have to do was think of something I needed, a throw line or a spare oar blade, even a drink of water, and I'd open my mouth to ask her for it, and there she'd be, already putting it into my hand. "And another one," I said, "was that crazy who tried to swim the whole series at high water each year." 26 rapids? Thea said. "In the drought years the water is warmer," I said, "and there's ages of time between falls. They say he wore 3 life jackets, one right on top of the other. I know it sounds impossible, but there were witnesses, 5 years in a row." "Not this year," Henry said. "No," I said. "He was dead before he even got to the big drops." "And the other 2? Henry said. "The other 2 were experienced boaters," I said, "out to have a little fun." "Just like us," Thea said. "Yep," I said, "just like us." The wind died right at 7, like an alarm clock, and the pilot flew along the tops of the canyon walls, our flight path winding like a snake no more than 2,000 feet above the surface of the water. To the east we could see the heaved-up blocks of the Devil's Kitchen, the white humped back of Elephant Hill, the red and yellow spires of the Needles district, lit up like big bouquets of roses by the setting sun. To the west was Ernie's country, the Finns and the Mays, multicolored canyon walls repeating and repeating themselves like God gone mad with the Play-Doh. After 30 miles, the long finger of lake turned into a moving river again. The canyon walls squeezed even tighter, and in 2 more bends we could see the falls that were known as the Big Drops. The rapids in Cataract Canyon are not named, but numbered, 1 through 26, a decision that said to me, "For serious practitioners only." The rapids come after 3 whole days of hot and silent floating without so much as an eddy, a riffle, a pool. Numbers 20, 21, and 22 are bigger and badder by far than the others, deserve to be named a second time, and are. Big Drop 1, Big Drop 2, Big Drop 3. Big Drop 2 is famous for being the 3rd highest runnable falls in America. Big Drop 3 is famous for the wave in the dead center of it, an unavoidable 20-foot curler by the name of Satan's Gut. Even from that far above them I could feel the rapids roar, and my stomach did flip-flops while the pilot dipped first one wing and then the other, so that Henry and Thea and I could see. I could see the rock in Big Drop 2, dangerously close to the only safe run and bigger than a locomotive, so the havoc it created in the river on every side. Below it, in 3, the Gut surged and receded, built to its full height, and toppled in on itself. Bits of broken metal and brightly painted river gear winked up at us from the rock gardens on either side. People said I was good at running rivers, and I'd come to believe that they liked me because of it. I never gave much thought to what would happen if I stopped. I just kept taking each river on like I took on every other thing my life served up to me, not an if, but a how. The 19 rapids above the big drops sailed under us like an old-time movie in reverse, and before we knew it, we were over Spanish Bottom. The pilot circled the confluence, the place where the waters of the Green and the Colorado come together. The waters don't mix right away, but flow along side by side for almost a mile before mingling, the greenish Colorado, the browner Green, finally becoming indistinguishable in the bend that leads to Rapid No. 1. The pilot dipped his wing one more time before turning for the airstrip and pointed toward the severed brown and green edges of the formation called Upheaval Dome. "They used to think the dome was made of salt," he said, "squeezed out of the ground hundreds of thousands of years ago, built up and up like a pillar before time collapsed it, before weather turned it into the crater you see. But now they think it's the site not of a rise, but of an impact, the place where a meteorite 1/3 of a mile in diameter crashed into the side of the earth." I talked the pilot into driving us to the city market so we could replace the cook stove, talked him further into taking us the 18 miles to the put-in, out of town and back down river, near the mostly defunct potash mine. By the time we got there, it was almost 9 o'clock, near dark, with a full moon on the rise right above the canyon, the mosquitoes so thick I was worried for the grocery bags of food. Josh and Russell had the boats in the water and were trying to keep the bugs off by drinking beer and smoking fat cigars. Russell was a sports photographer from San Diego, who had been a conference buddy of mine until the day he met Josh, and our friendship instantly receded. "Took you long enough," was the first thing Josh said, and then when he saw me put the new stove into my boat, he said, "Oh, yeah, I forgot the water thermos, too." We studied each other in the moonlight for a minute. "It's not like it's any big deal," he said. "We can manage without it." And, technically speaking, he was right. But it was July 15th, the quick-baked middle of the hottest month on the river, and we had 4 full days to get ourselves good and dehydrated under the Utah summer sun in the bottom of a canyon that didn't know the meaning of the word shade. The drinking water would heat up to 90 degrees in no time, would taste like the hot insides of a melting plastic jug. A thermos would keep ice through the first day, maybe into the second. We could steal half a block a day from the food cooler after that. The mosquitoes weren't going to let anyone sleep, that was clear, and I was too mad at Josh to lie next to him, so I set out walking for the city market, which I knew was open 24 hours a day. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Josh called after me, and I didn't turn around, even though I had set out without a water bottle, and I could already feel my throat start to close, even in the first half-mile, even in the dark of the night. The summer triangle hung bright in the sky above me, and the tamarisk, still in their spring blossoms, scraped the canyon walls in a wind that had all of a sudden rekindled itself. A couple of tiny stones skittered down the wall and onto the road in front of me, and I strained my eyes upward in the twilight, looking for whatever it was, wild sheep or coyote, that might have knocked them off. My throat got drier still, and I was almost ready to give up and turn back when I saw headlights behind me, moving slow and from a long ways off. I thought briefly about the part of the world I was in, a place so far away from the city that the danger curve had bottomed out and started to rise again, a place where raping a woman and cutting her up into little pieces could be seen either as violence or religion, depending upon your point of view. Then I thought about how mad I was at Josh, how dry my throat was, how dry it would be in 5 days without a water cooler, and I smiled into the oncoming lights and stuck out my thumb. He worked the late shift, just off duty from the potash plant. He was born again recently, had sworn off liquor and cocaine. He was a big fan of Red Skelton, was picking up part-time work as an extra in a movie they were making in Lavender Canyon. He played a cowboy, he said, and the funny thing was he'd never gotten near a horse in his life. The more he talked, the slower he drove. But every time he got to saying how lonely he was, how in need of female company, I just sat up straight like one of the boys and said I knew that if he stayed sober one day, soon something good would come his way. When he stopped the car in front of the market, I was out the door and running before his hand was off the gear shift, and I didn't stop until I felt the whoosh behind me of the automatic doors. I bought the thermos, filled it with ice cubes, and started the long walk back to Potash. The town was deserted except for the trucks that lined the roadway, their decorator lights glowing, their radios murmuring softly in the dark. "Where do you think that little girl's going with a great big water jug at this time of night?" A husky voice crackled loud across the citizens' band. I hunched my shoulders over and didn't lift my eyes. 18 miles was a long way, but I had water now, and by first light I'd have more than half the distance behind me, and there would be friendlier cars on the road by that time, mountain bikers and climbers, and everything would look different than it did in this eerie 2 a.m. I walked through the portal, the big sandstone gate that says soon the Colorado River will start to plunge again. Above me lay the land behind the rocks, a wilderness of knobs and chutes and pinnacles, a playground for mountain lions and coyotes, for lizards, tarantulas, and snakes. I considered climbing the broken rock wall a couple 1,000 feet up and into it, taking my thermos and getting lost back there for as long as I could make the water last, staying up there till the level of the river ran itself back down into the 50,000s, till Josh and Russell and Henry had floated on down deep into the heart of the canyon. Then Thea and I would make our run, barely speaking, never shouting, the boat moving through the rapids as easily as if it had wings. Russell was pretty impressed that I came up with a water cooler before he'd even gotten out of his sleeping bag, and Henry was impressed generally. Being from the city, even the put-in felt like 1,000,000 miles from anywhere to him. Thea just smiled, as if doing a 36-mile turnaround in the middle of the night without a vehicle was the most logical thing in the world. Henry said, "I think that girl's in awe of you." And Josh said, "I'm afraid it's even worse than that." We launched early, before the sun crawled over the canyon wall. Russell and Henry and Josh's 16-foot Riken, Thea and I and my Achilles, a foot shorter than Josh's boat, and the tubes less than half as big around. "Damned if it isn't hot already," Henry said. We hooked the boats together with a carabiner and let them float down the river, all the way to Dead Horse Point, with only a few words between us, the sun climbing higher in the sky, the canyon wall slick with desert varnish, the heat pressing down on us, not a breath of breeze, too hot it seemed even to lift the water jug to our lips. Then it got hotter still, and we lay stretched out across the tubes like sea lions, hands and feet dangling in the water. We could have all slept like that till nightfall, till 3 days later, when we'd hit the rapids, till the late summer rains came at last to cool us down. "Well, what I think," Henry said, breaking at least an hour's silence, "is that things will never get right in the world until women are willing to give up some of their rights and privileges." That's how it was with Henry, always had been, when the silence got too much. "Say that again," Thea said, and then they were off and into it. Custody rights and fetal tissue, maternity leaves and female sportscasters and locker rooms, job quotas and income tax breaks. I picked up the oars for a minute and gave the boats a nudge away from the bank, back toward the center of the river. "Okay," Henry said. "If we're all so equal, then tell me this. Why is everybody so goddamned accepting of hetero girls falling in love with each other?" He looked from Josh to Russell and then back to Thea. "Why is there no similar deal between heterosexual men?" I watched both Russell and Josh startle, watched them arc their bodies slightly away from Henry, as if in a dance. "Maybe in your fantasies, Henry," Thea said, not quite under her breath. "Lugs," I said louder than I meant to, trying to remember, and all 4 heads turned my way. "Lesbians until graduation," I said. "In college we called them lugs." "It's not that it's unacceptable," Russell said, his voice rising. "Men just aren't attracted in that way to other men." "I hope that isn't true," Thea said, "for all your sakes." "But it is," Henry said. "Women are trained to appreciate each other's bodies. Men aren't. Josh, for instance, would never tell Russell that he had a nice ass." "Even if he did," I said, and winked at Russell. My mind was running 3 days ahead to the rapids, and how our lives might depend on resolving our sociological differences if we all found ourselves in the water, needing to work together just to survive. "It's just not something I'm interested in," Russell said. "And don't tell me I'm in denial." "When a woman meets someone," Thea said, "she decides whether or not she is attracted to them prior to noticing if it's a man or a woman." "Prior to?" said Henry. "Separate from, if you like," said Thea. "But I really do mean prior to." "Let me put it this way," Russell said. "I've never gotten a hard-on for a man. That's the bottom line, isn't it?" "How lucky for you," Thea said, "to have such an infallible bottom line." Thea unhooked the carabiner that held the 2 rafts together and gave their boat a push. We floated to the other side of the river and began my favorite girls' boat conversation, naming in order all the men we'd made love to in our lives. My total always came out somewhere between 23 and 27, depending on how sharp my memory was that day, and also what we'd all agreed would count. Thea had had only half as many, but she was 5 years younger, and because of her stepfather, a whole world angrier at men than me. We camped that night on a fin of Navajo sandstone and listened to the thunder rumble, watched far-off lightning flash a warning in the darkening sky. I made Josh and Russell cool their beer in the river, which made Josh even madder, though he was the one who told me aluminum eats up cooler ice fastest of all. After dinner we ran out of talk, so Thea started us singing songs we could all agree on. Pancho and Lefty and old Janis Joplin, Moon River, You Don't Know Me, and Light as a Breeze. "So, Thea," Henry said before we'd been floating 5 minutes the next morning, "who's the better river runner, Lucy or Josh?" "Please, let's talk about something else," I said. "Josh has a lot of strength," Thea said. "Lucy has a lot of patience." "Patience?" Russell said. "Like for what?" In the days when I called Josh and me the perfect couple, I said it was because his carelessness tempered my exactitude. I had too many fears, he had none. Josh was strong enough to get himself out of tight corners where the river tossed him, and brave enough to go for the odds-against run. He had no fear of the river, which only I saw as a problem. Everything he knew about reading water would fit on the blade of an oar. I still let us into all the major rapids, but I knew those days were numbered, maybe even gone. "Lucy waits on the river," Thea said, "waits for it to help her. Like her goal, once in the rapid, is not to have to use the oars." "That's lovely, Thea," I said. "I've seen her use her oars a few times," Josh said. "Okay," I said. "Can we please talk about something else?" "I don't know why she wouldn't use them," Russell said, kicking Josh's oar with his foot. "They don't weight a third of what these do. Have you felt Lucy's oars, Henry? They're like toothpicks, like feathers compared to these." "But generally speaking, Thea," Henry said, "you have to admit that the average man is better equipped to run rivers than the average woman." "Not," Thea said, "unless it's one of those special trips where the only thing you're allowed to use is your dick." "Is everybody drinking enough water?" I said. "Has everybody peed at least once today?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Josh said. "Oh, great protectress of the block ice." I sent Thea and Russell hiking up and over a big sandstone fin that the river took 6 miles to circle, folding back on itself and winding up as the crow flies less than 100 yards from where I dropped them off. Then I made Henry row my boat the 6 miles. The only good thing about how hot it was that it might stop the river rising, that with heat so severe and no rain, evaporation and usage would start to surpass runoff. Not too long after that, the river would fall. In the afternoon, thunder rumbled again in some far-off corner of the sky, and by the time we entered Meander Canyon, a few clouds were sailing in the wind that must have been whipping somewhere high above the canyon, and a rainbow stretched above us, reaching from rim to rim. On the third day we came to the confluence, and Russell dove into the place where the rivers ran alongside each other and tried to mix the 2 strips of colored water together with his hands. We stopped at the huge salmon-colored danger sign to take pictures, and I wondered how the men in the powerboat could have missed it. Wondered how any boatman could be mistaken about whether he was moving upstream or down. We camped that night in Spanish Bottom, 2 miles upriver from the start of the rapids. Knew we'd hear them roaring all night long. Thea and Russell and I climbed up the canyon rim to the doll's house, its candy-striped spires like a toll booth, taking tickets for Cataract's wild ride. We goofed around at the base of the towers, took pictures of each other, and laughed a lot, and I thought how different the trip might have been without Henry, who caused trouble everywhere he went, and Josh, who could get so far inside himself that the sound of his laughter would make everybody feel hollow and afraid. To the north, Junction Butte rose like the Hall of Justice on the horizon, and behind it the big flat mesa top called Island in the Sky. Russell went off to explore on his own, and left Thea and me sitting on a big slab of orange rock. "If the doll's house were my doll's house," I said, "I wouldn't have wanted to play ball with the boys." "Lucy," Thea said,
Have you ever made love to a woman?" "I've been in love with a woman," I said. "More than one." "That's not what I asked you," she said. "It's not the same thing." "No, it isn't," I said. "No, I haven't." "And no to the next question," Thea said. "And no, and no, and no again." During dinner we watched a thunderstorm roll down the canyon, turning the clouds behind the mesa tops black and lifting the sand into Tasmanian devils all around us. The sun broke low out of the clouds just before setting and lit the buttes bright orange against the black. Then we heard a rumble above our heads, a noise I first associated with an earthquake in a city, highway overpasses tumbling into each other, apartment buildings buckling and collapsing in on themselves. We jumped out of the low folding chairs and ran to the top of a dune and looked back toward the doll's house. "There," Thea said, pointing. We followed her finger to a large wash that plummeted into Spanish Bottom just north of the doll's house. A thick ribbon of what looked like molten chocolate had just crested the rim and was thundering down the vertical face of the wash. It took something like 10 seconds for the front of it to reach the bottom, where it exploded into a giant fan covering half the floor of Spanish Bottom. As it got closer, we could see the cargo it carried, tree trunks, car parts, something that looked like the desiccated carcass of a sheep. "You think the tents are all right?" I said to Josh.
"Yeah," he said. "The ground is a little higher here, and anyway, this thing won't last."
As if in response to his voice, the fan closed itself down by a third in that instant, and the thunder coming down the face of the wash changed into a much duller roar. A rumble began out of sight down canyon, and then another beyond it, even farther down.
"I guess we don't have to worry about the river falling to below 60,000 now," Josh said.
The next day we all hit the rapids smiling. Thea and I strapped everything down twice, threw our shoulders into it and hauled on the straps, fastened each other's life jackets and pulled the buckles tight. The water was thick after last night's thunderstorms, roiling, still the color of hot milk chocolate. I led us out among the tree limbs and tires that the flood had brought down, wondered if the debris would give us any trouble, but forgot my worry instantly as I felt the tug of the V-slick in rapid number 1. We rambled through the first several rapids in short order, me pulling hard on the oars, Thea watching for holes and bailing. We got knocked around pretty good in 9, and we filled the boat in the upper reaches of 15, and in 19 I had to spin around backwards to make the final cut. I was feeling a little out-muscled by the river, feeling like maybe it was trying to tell me something I ought to hear. But as we pulled over to scout Big Drop 1, we were still smiling and, thanks to the sun, almost dry. In the 60,000s, Big Drop 1 is huge, but not technical, and Thea and I eased through it with so much finesse it was a little scary, the water pounding all around us, my hands strong on the oars. Thea was ready to bail at any second, but we were so well lined up, so precise in our timing, and the river so good to us we hardly took on enough water to make it worthwhile. We pulled to the side and watched Josh bring his big boat through the rapid. Then we walked downriver to look at Big Drops 2 and 3. There was no way to stop between them. If you flipped in 2, you swam Satan's gut, sacrificed yourself to it like a kamikaze. I looked hard at the boat carnage that littered the sides of the canyon, broken oars, cracked water bottles, even rafts damaged so badly they were unsalvageable, their tubes split open on the toothy rocks, their frames twisted beyond repair. I knew the river was telling me not to run it. "Not in that little boat," it said. "Not with only the 2 of you. Not during the highest water in a decade. Not when it was roaring past me, pounding in my ears, telling me no." I watched Josh's jaw twitch just slightly as he stared at the rapid, and I knew we wouldn't have to portage. He was going to go for it. And if he didn't die taking his big boat through, he'd like nothing better than a second chance at it in mine. "I don't want to run it," I said, for the very first time in my boating career. "It's too big for me." Henry and Russell lowered their eyes as if I'd just taken off my shirt. "It's a piece of cake," Josh said. "No problem. Why don't you follow me this time if you're nervous? Then you don't have to worry about where to be." I looked at the big rock I'd seen from the airplane, the size of a 7-story apartment building, and at the torrent of water going over its top.
"I don't know," Henry said. "It doesn't look all that bad to me."
"You take my boat through, then, Henry," I said, and he smacked me on the butt with his life jacket and turned to Josh, who shrugged. "It's not a piece of cake," Thea said. "It's a son of a bitch. But I believe you can do it." "Okay," I said, tugging the straps on our life jacket down and tight. "Then let's just the hell go." We agreed that we were going to try to enter the rapid just right of a medium-sized rock that was showing midstream. Then we'd turn our noses to the right and keep pulling left and away from the 7-story rock, which we leave to our right as we entered the heart of the rapid. Once through the biggest waves, we'd have to row like hell to get far enough back to the right again to be in position for Big Drop 3. I was worried about a funny little wave at the top of 2 on the right-hand side, a little curler that wouldn't be big enough to flood my boat but might turn it sideways, and I needed to hit every wave that came after it head-on. Josh said that wave was no problem, and it wasn't for his boat and his big tubes, but I decided I was going to try to miss it by staying slightly to the right of wherever he went in. We pulled away from the bank, my heart beating so fast I could feel it there between my palms and the oar handles. I watched Josh tie his hat to his boat frame, take a last-minute drink of water. "What's the goddamn rapid?" I muttered, and finally he looked up. "Does he seem too far right to you?" Thea said, fear edging into her voice. "There's no way to tell with him right in front of us," I said. "We'll just have to take him at his word." It was right about then that I saw the funny little wave I had wanted to miss more than 30 yards to the left of us, and then I saw Josh's boat disappear vertically, as if it had fallen over a cliff. And I realized in that moment we were too far right, way too far right, and we were about to go straight down over the 7-story rock. We would fall through the air off the face of that rock, land at the bottom of a 7-story waterfall, where there would be nothing but rocks and tree limbs and 60-some thousand feet per second of pounding white water, which would shake us and crush us and hold us under until we drowned. I don't know what I said to Thea in that moment, as I made one last desperate effort, one hard, long pull to the left. I don't know if it was, "Oh, shit," or "Did you see that?" or just my usual, "Hang on," or if there was in that moment between us only a silent, stony awe. And as we went over the edge of the 7-story boulder, down into the snarling white hole, not only wide and deep and boat-stopping, but corkscrew-shaped besides, time slowed down to another version of itself, started moving like rough-cut slow motion, one frame at a time in measured stops and starts. And of all the stops and starts I remember, all the frozen frames I will see in my head for as long as I live, as the boat fell through space, as it hit the corkscrew wave, as its nose began to rise again, the one I remember most clearly is this. My hands are still on the oars, and the water that has been so brown for days is suddenly as white as lightning. It is white, and it is alive, and it is moving toward me from both sides, coming at me like two jagged white walls with only me in between them, and Thea is airborne, is sailing backwards, is flying over my head like a prayer. Then everything went dark, and there was nothing around me but water, and I was breathing it in, helpless to fight it, as it wrapped itself around me and tossed me so hard I thought I would break before I drowned. Every third moment my foot or arm would catch a piece of Thea below me, or was it above me, somewhere beside me, doing our own watery dance. Then we popped up, both of us almost together, out of the back wave and moving by some miracle downstream. The boat popped up next to us, upside down and partly deflated, but I grabbed onto it, and so did Thea, and that's when the truth about where we were got a hold of me, and I screamed, though it was more of a yowl than a scream, an animal sound, the sound maybe of the river itself inside me. And though there were words involved, words that later we decided were, "Help us!" It was some part of me I didn't recognize that made that noise in the rapid, a part just scared enough and mad enough to turn into the face of the river and start fighting like hell for its life. Thea's eyes got big. "It's okay," she said. "Come here." I smiled, a little embarrassed and human again, as if to say I was only kidding about the scream, and Thea laughed with me for a moment, though we both knew it had been the other voice that was the truest thing. The waves were getting smaller, only pulling us under every now and again, and I knew we were in the calmer water between 2 and 3. I got a glimpse of Josh's boat, somehow still topside, Russell and Henry bailing like crazy, Josh's face wild with fear and red. "Help us!" I screamed again, like a human being this time, and Josh's eyes widened like his face was slapped, and I knew that his boat was full of water, way too heavy to move, and that he was as out of control as we were, and that Thea and I were going to have to face Satan's gut in our life jackets after all. "Leave the boat and swim to the right!" Josh screamed, and it took me a minute to realize he was right, to picture the way the rapids lined up when we scouted, to realize that the raft was headed straight into another rockfall, one that would snap our bodies like matchsticks before we had time to say casualties numbers 6 and 7, and that our only chance of surviving was to get hard and fast to the right. I took off swimming, hoping to God Thea was behind me, but I only got about 10 strokes in when I saw Josh's boat disappear sideways into the heart of the gut, which meant that I was too far to the left of him, and Thea farther left still, maybe already in the rock garden, maybe dead on impact, maybe drowning in her own blood. This is the one that gets me, I thought, as I rode the V-slick right into the heart of Satan's gut, and all 20 feet of back wave crashed over my head. The white water grabbed me for a minute and shook me hard, like an angry airport mother, and then just as roughly it spat me out. It let me go. Wave after wave crashed over my head, but I knew I was past the gut, so I just kept breathing every time I got near the surface, choking down water as often as air. My knee banged into a rock during one of the poundings, and I braced for the next rock, the bigger one that would smash my back or my spine, but it never came. Finally, the waves started getting smaller, so small that I could ride on top of them, and that's when in between them I got a glimpse of Josh's boat, still topside, and Thea inside it, safe. "Throw the rope," Josh said to Russell, and he did throw it, but behind me and too far to the left. He pulled it in fast to throw it again, but by that time I was well past him, not very far from exhaustion, and headed for the entrance to Rapid 23. That's when the water jug popped up beside me, and I grabbed for it, got it, and stuffed it between my legs. Rapid 23 isn't big, unless it's high water, and you are sitting not in a boat, but on a 5-gallon thermos. I gripped the thermos between my thighs like it was the wildest horse I'd ever been on, and rode the series of rollers down the middle, my head above water, my feet ready to fend off the rocks. Then the rapid was over, and Josh was rowing toward me, and Russell had the throw rope again in his hands. This time he threw it well, and I caught it, wrapped my hands around it tight. Henry hauled me to the boat, and then into it, and I found myself for a moment back under the water that filled it, clawing my way up Russell's leg, trying just to get my head high enough to breathe. "Grab that oar!" Josh shouted to Henry, and he did, and I saw that it was one of mine, floating near to us, and for the first time I wondered how the wreck of my boat would look. Josh got us to shore, and the 3 men went back to look for the boat, while Thea and I coughed and sputtered and hugged and cried together there on the sand. The boys came back, lining my boat down the side of the river, one tube punctured and deflating badly, the spare oar gone to the bottom of the river, but other than that, not too much the worse for wear. I looked for a minute toward the remaining rapids, zipped up my life jacket, and jumped in the boat. "Come on," I said to Thea. "Let's get through the rest of these mothers before we run out of air." All we had left before us was a long pull out of the canyon. We'd lose the current gradually over the next 20 miles, and eventually, 10 miles from the takeout, we'd hit the backwash of Lake Powell and lose it altogether. We agreed to float until our progress slowed to less than 3 miles an hour. Then we'd row in half-hour shifts, all night if it was required, to miss the winds that would start early in the morning and could keep us from getting across that last long arm of the lake. For the first time, we all sat together on Josh's boat, and I made sandwiches. Thea and I couldn't stop burping up river water, and every now and then one or the other of us would erupt into a fit of the chills. Henry and I sang A Pirate Looks and 40, and Thea and I sang Angel from Montgomery, and then Thea sang Duncan all by herself. My boat, half deflated, limped along in tow. "Well," Henry said, raising a sandwich, "now that we're all safe and sound and feeding our faces, I'd like to tell you that I, for one, have had a perfect day." "Hear, hear," Russell said. "Here's to Josh, river guide extraordinaire." He raised the bilge pump to his forehead in salute. "I would go anywhere with this man." I could feel Thea's eyes on me, but I kept my head down. "It was good fun," Josh said, waving away the bilge pump. "Nothing more or less than that." "You girls should have seen it," Henry said. "You should have heard the way Josh shouted those commands." I handed Thea her sandwich, and the back of her hand rested for a moment on mine. "I'm telling you guys," Henry said, "the day couldn't have been any better." "Good fun,"
Josh said again, like it was an expression he was learning.
Henry, Thea said, weren't you ever just a little concerned that one of us might not make it?
I know what you're saying, Henry said. I do, but Josh had it under control right from the beginning. And what a rush it was. He grabbed my elbow. I wish I had a photo of your face when I pulled you in.
I would go anywhere with that man, Russell said again, dozing now, his words little more than a murmur.
What I always wish, Josh said, is that we could go back up there and do it again.
I studied his profile in the rose-colored light of a sun long gone behind the canyon wall. I saw your face while I was in the water, I said. I know you were scared.
What do you mean?
He said. Your face. I said. It was red. You were worried about me, I know. A light snore came from Russell's lips. Henry jiggled his shoulder.
What color do you think my face should have been? Josh said. I was trying to move 200 gallons of water.
Night fell on the canyon softly just as we decided we'd crossed the 3-mile-an-hour line, but the sky in the east was already bright with the moon, the canyon walls so well defined that rowing all night would be no problem. Russell took the first shift, then Henry, then Thea, then me. Josh slept in a hammock he'd rigged up between his frame and the oarlocks on my boat.
You know, Lucy, Henry said, I know you were only kidding when you said I should have taken the boat through the big drops, but looking back now, I really think I could have done it.
Thea snorted, didn't speak. Josh's turn, I said, when my watch beeped.
Let him sleep, Henry said. I'll cover him. He's done enough for one day.
I turned the oars over to Henry, watched the moon rise into fullness on the rim of the canyon, saw in its reflection everything wrong with how I'd come to the river, everything wrong with why I stayed. They'll never get it, Thea said. You can't expect them to. But I was thinking, in fact, about my father, who wasn't now and never would be on that river, how even if I made 100 runs through the big drops, I'd never be Chris Everett, not in 100 billion years. Thea and I moved to the back of the raft and sang every song we could think of with Continental Divide in the lyrics until it was our turn to row again. What I wanted just one of them to say, Thea said, is that they were glad we made it. What I wanted one of them to say, I said, is tell me what it felt like under there. Eventually Russell and Henry faded, and Thea and I took 15-minute shifts till we crossed under the bridge that meant the reservoir, the parking lot, civilization, and a world once again bigger than just us 5. The moon was high in the sky by then, and lighting the canyon walls like daylight. We'd rowed ourselves right into the log jam, and I couldn't see the edges of it, so I said we should try to sleep until first light, which I knew couldn't be far. I could see the lights in the trailer court and tried to imagine which one belonged to the pilot's girlfriend. The marina would be a ghost town, they said, before the end of the century, completely silted in and useless, a graveyard for cows and cottonwoods and car parts, every dead thing the river brought down. We were cold by then, sick from the river water, and shaken from the 10-minute swim, the long night of rowing, and all that remained unspoken between us, though I didn't know whether it was terror or love. Lucy, Thea said, if you were to kill yourself ever, what would it be over? A man, I said, though I didn't have a face for him. It would only be over a man. And you? I don't think so, she said. Maybe something, not that. What then? I said, but she didn't answer. If you are ever about to kill yourself over a man, she said, get yourself to my house. Knock on my door. You do the same, I said, for any reason. We'll talk about what it was like being under the water, she said, what it was like when we popped out free. Maybe we should talk about that now, I said. I don't think so, she said, not quite yet. On the long drive home from Cataract, Thea and I slept in the back of the wagoneer, curled around each other like puppies, while the boys told and retold the story, trying to keep Josh and each other awake. I dreamed of the place where the scream lived inside me. I dreamed I was a meteor, returned again to crash into the top of a people dome. I dreamed of riding the V-slick again and again into the dark heart of a rapid. I dreamed of a life alone inside the land behind the rocks.
"Christ almighty," I heard Henry say. "Did you see the way Josh passed that semi?"
The sun beat down through the windows, and the sweat poured out of me, and I couldn't tell if he was breathing from my own. In my dream, everything around us was soft and bright, like water.
Sea Oak. George Saunders. From the New Yorker. At 10, Mr. Flint comes on the PA and shouts, "Welcome to Joysticks." Then he announces, "Shirts off." We take off our flight jackets and fold them up. We take off our shirts and fold them up. Our scarves we leave on. Thomas Kirster's our beautiful boy. He's got long muscles and bright blue eyes. The minute his shirt comes off, 2 fat ladies hustle up the aisle and stick some money in his pants and ask, would he be their pilot? He says sure. He brings their salads, he brings their soup. My phone rings, and the caller tells me to come see her in the Spitfire mock-up. Does she want me to be her pilot? I'm hoping. Inside the Spitfire is Margie, who says she's been diagnosed with chronic shyness syndrome, and hands me an Instamatic and offers me $10 for a close-up of Thomas's tush. Do I do it? Yes, I do. It could be worse. It is worse for Lloyd Betts. Lately he's put on weight and his hair's gone thin. He doesn't get a call all shift and waits at 0 tables and winds up sitting on the P-51 wing playing solitaire in a hunched-over position that gives him big gut rolls. I pilot 6 tables and make $30 in tips, plus $5 an hour in salary. After closing, we sit on the floor for debriefing. There are times, Mr. Flint says, when one must move gracefully to the next station in life. Like, for example, certain women in Africa or Brazil, I forget which, who either color their faces or don some kind of distinctive headdress upon achieving menopause. Are you with me? One of our ranks must now leave us. No one is an island in terms of being thought cute forever, and so today we must say goodbye to our friend Lloyd. Lloyd, stand up so we can say goodbye to you. I'm sorry. We are all so very sorry. Oh, God, says Lloyd. Let this not be true. But it's true. Lloyd's finished. We give him a round of applause, and Mr. Flint gives him a farewell pen and the contents of his locker in a trash bag, and out he goes. Poor Lloyd. He's got a wife and 2 kids and a sad little duplex on Self-Storage Parkway. It's been a pleasure, he shouts desperately from the doorway, trying not to burn any bridges. What a stressful workplace. The minute your cute rating drops, you're a goner. Guests rank us as knockout, honey pie, adequate, or stinker. Not that I'm complaining. At least I'm working. At least I'm not a stinker like Lloyd. I'm a solid honey pie adequate, heading home with $40 cash. At Sea Oak, there's no sea and no oak, just 100 subsidized apartments and a rear view of FedEx. Min and Jade are feeding their babies while watching How My Child Died Violently. Min's my sister. Jade's our cousin. How My Child Died Violently is hosted by Matt Merton, a 6'5" blonde who's always giving the parents shoulder rubs and telling them they've been sainted by pain. Today's show features a 10-year-old who killed a 5-year-old for refusing to join his gang. The 10-year-old strangled a 5-year-old with a jump rope, filled his mouth with baseball cards, then locked himself in the bathroom and wouldn't come out until his parents agreed to take him to the fun time zone. The audience is shrieking threats at the parents of the killer, while the parents of the victim urge restraint and forgiveness to such an extent that finally the audience starts shrieking threats at them too. Then it's a commercial. Min and Jade put down the babies and light cigarettes and pace the room while quizzing each other for their GEDs. It doesn't look good. Jade says regicide is a virus. Min locates Biafra, one planet from Saturn. I offer to help, and they start yelling at me for condescending. You're lucky, man, my sister says. You did high school. You got your frigging diploma. We don't. That's why we have to do this GED shit. If we had our diplomas, we could just watch TV and not be all distracted. Really, says Jade. Now, shut it, chick. We got to study. Show's almost on. They debate how many sides a triangle has. They agree that Churchill was an opera. Matt Merton comes back and explains that last week's show on suicide, in which the parents watched a reenactment of their son's suicide, was a healing process for the parents. then shows a video of the parents admitting it was a healing process. My sister's baby is Troy. Jade's baby is Mac. They crawl off into the kitchen, and Troy gets his finger caught in the heat vent. Min rushes over and starts pulling.
Jesus freaking Christ! Screams Jade. Watch it! Stop yanking on him and get the freaking Vaseline! You're going to give him a really long arm, man!
Troy starts crying. Mac starts crying. I go over and free Troy, no problem. Meanwhile, Jade and Min get in a slap fight and nearly knock over the TV.
Yo, chick! Min shouts at the top of her lungs. I'm sure you're slapping me, and then you knock over the freaking TV? Don't you care? I care! Jade shouts back. You're the slut who nearly pulled off her own kid's finger for no freaking reason, man!
Just then Aunt Bernie comes in from Drugtown in her Drugtown cap and hobbles over and picks up Troy, and everything calms way down.
No need to fuss, little man, she says. Everything's fine. Everything's just hunky-dory. Hunky-dory, says Min, and gives Jade one last pinch.
Aunt Bernie's a peacemaker. She doesn't like trouble. Once this guy backed over her foot at Food King, and she walked home with 10 broken bones. She never got married because Grandpa needed her to keep house after Grandma died. Then he died and left all his money to a woman none of us had ever heard of, and Aunt Bernie started in at Drugtown. But she's not bitter. Sometimes she's so non-bitter it gets on my nerves. When I say Sea Oak's a pit, she says she's just glad to have a roof over her head. When I say I'm tired of being broke, she says Grandpa once gave her pencils for Christmas, and she was so thrilled she sat around sketching horses all day on the backs of used envelopes. Once I asked was she sorry she never had kids, and she said no, not at all, and besides, weren't we her kids? And I said yes, we were. But, of course, we're not. For dinner, it's beanie weenies. For dessert, it's ice cream with freezer burn.
What a nice day we've had, Aunt Bernie says, once we've got the babies in bed. Man, what an optometrist, says Jade.
Next day is Thursday, which means a visit from Ed Anders from the Board of Health. He's in charge of ensuring that our penises never show. Also, that we don't kiss anyone. None of us ever kisses anyone, or shows his penis, except Sonny Vance, who does both, because he's saving up to buy a Faxit franchise. As for our penile simulators, yes, we can show them. We can let them stick out the top of our pants. We can even periodically dampen our tight pants with spray bottles, so our simulators really contour. But our real penises? No. Those have to stay inside our hot, uncomfortable, oversized simulators. Sorry, fellas. Hi, fellas, Anders says as he comes wearily in. Please know that I don't like this any better than you do. I went to school to learn how to inspect meat, but this certainly wasn't what I had in mind. Ha! He orders a Lindbergh enchilada and eats it cautiously, as if it's alive and he's afraid of waking it. Sonny Vance is serving soup to a table of hairstylists on a bender when, for a 20, he shoots them a quick look at his unit. Just then, Anders glances up from his Lindbergh. Oh, for crying out loud, he says, and writes up a shutdown, and we all get sent home early. Which is bad. Every cent counts. Lately I've been sneaking toilet paper home in my briefcase. I can fit 3 rolls in. By the time I get home, they're usually flat and don't work so great on the roller, but still it saves a few bucks. I clock out and cut through the strip of forest behind FedEx. Very pretty. A raccoon scurries over a fallen oak and starts nibbling at a rusty bike. As I come out of the woods, I hear a shot. At least I think it's a shot. It could be a backfire. But no, it's a shot, because then there's another one, and some kids sprint across the courtyard yelling that big scary dogs rule. I run home. Min and Jade and Aunt Bernie and the babies are huddled behind the couch. Apparently they had the babies outside when the shooting started. Troy's walker got hit. Luckily he wasn't in it. It's supposed to look like a duck, but now the beak's missing.
Man, fuck this shit, Min shouts. Freak this crap, you mean, says Jade. You want the babies growing up with shit mouths like us? Crap mouths, I mean. I just want them growing up, period, says Min. Boo-hoo, Miss Dramatic, says Jade. Fuck off, Miss Ho, shouts Min. I mean it, jag-off, I'm not kidding, shouts Jade and punches Min in the arm. Girls, for crying out loud, says Aunt Bernie. We should be thankful, at least we got a home, and at least none of them bullets actually hit nobody. No offense, Bernie, says Min, but you call this a freaking home? Sea Oak's not safe.
There's an ad hoc crack house in the laundry room, and last week men found some brass knuckles in the kiddie pool. If I had my way, I'd move everybody up to Canada. It's nice there, very polite. We went for a weekend last fall and got a flat tire, and these two farmers with bright red faces insisted on fixing it, then springing for dinner, then starting a college fund for the babies. They sent us the stock certificates a week later, along with a photo of all of us eating cobbler at a diner. But moving to Canada takes bucks. Dad's dead and left us nada, and Ma now lives with Freddie, who doesn't like us. Plus, he's not exactly rich himself. He does phone polls. This month he's asking divorced women how often they backslide and sleep with their exes. He gets $10 for every completed poll. So, not lucrative. And Canada's a moot point. I find the beak of Troy's duck and fix it with Elmer's. Actually, you know what? Says Aunt Bernie. I think that looks even more like a real duck now, because sometimes their beaks are cracked. I seen one like that downtown. Oh, my God, says Min. The kid's duck gets shot in the face, and she says we're lucky. Well, we are lucky, says Bernie. Somebody's beak is cracked, says Jade. You know what I do if something bad happens, Bernie says. I don't think about it. Don't take it so serious. It ain't the end of the world. That's what I do. That's what I always done. That's how I got where I am. My feeling is, Bernie, I love you, but where are you? You work at Drug Town for minimum. You're 60 and own nothing. You are basically a slave to your father and never had a date in your life. I mean, complain if you want, she says, but I think we're doing pretty darn good for ourselves. Oh, we're doing great, says Min, and pulls Troy out from behind the couch and brushes some duck shards off his sleeper. Joysticks reopens on Friday. It's a madhouse. They've got the fog on. A bridge club offers me $15 to oil wrestle Mel Turner, so I oil wrestle Mel Turner. They offer me $20 to feed them chicken wings from my hand, so I feed them chicken wings from my hand. The afternoon flies by. Then the evening. At 9, the bridge club leaves, and I get a sorority. They sing intelligent, nasty songs and grope my simulator and say they'll never be able to look their boyfriend's meager genitalia in the eye again. Then Mr. Frent comes over and says, "Phone." It's Min. She sounds crazy. 4 times in a row she shrieks, "Get home!" When I tell her calm down, she hangs up. I call back and no one answers. No biggie. Min's prone to panic. Probably one of the babies is pukey. Luckily, I'm on flex time. I'll be back, I say to Mr. Frent. Well, I look forward to it, he says. I jog across the marsh and through FedEx. Up on the hill there's a light from the last remaining farm. Sometimes we take the boys to the adjacent car wash to look at the cow. Tonight, however, the cow is elsewhere. At home, Min and Jade are hopping up and down in front of Aunt Bernie, who's sitting very, very still at one end of the couch. "Keep the babies out!" shrieks Min. "I don't want them seeing something dead." "Shut up, man!" shrieks Jade. "Don't call her something dead." She squats down and pinches Aunt Bernie's cheek. "Aunt Bernie!" she shrieks. "Fuck! We already tried that like twice, chick!" shrieks Min. "Why are you doing that shit again? Touch her neck and see if you can feel that beating thing." "Shit! Shit! Shit!" shrieks Jade. I call 911, and the paramedics come out and work hard for 20 minutes, then give up and say they're sorry, and it looks like she's been dead most of the afternoon. The apartment's a mess. Her money drawer's empty, and her family photos are in the bathtub. "Not a mark on her," says one cop. "I suspect she died of fright," says another. "Fright of the intruder?" "My guess is yes," says the paramedic. "Oh, God," says Jade. "God, God, God!" I sit down beside Aunt Bernie. I think, I am so sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't here when it happened, and sorry you never had any fun in your life, and sorry I wasn't rich enough to move you somewhere safe. I remember when she was young and wore pink stretch pants and made us paper chains out of Drug Town receipts while singing Froggy Went A-Courting. All her life she worked hard. She never hurt anybody, and now this. Scared to death in a crappy apartment. Min puts the babies in the kitchen, but they keep crawling out. Aunt Bernie's in a shroud on this sort of dolly, and on the couch are a bunch of forms to sign. We call Ma and Freddie. We get their machine.
Ma, pick up, says Min. Something bad happened. Ma, please freaking pick up.
But nobody picks up. So we leave a message. Lobton's funeral parlor is just a regular house on a regular street. Inside there's a rack of brochures with titles like, Why Does My Loved One Appear Somewhat Larger? Lobton looks healthy, maybe too healthy. He's wearing a yellow golf shirt, and his biceps keep involuntarily flexing. Every now and then he touches his delts as if to confirm they're still big as softballs. Such a sad thing, he says.
How much? Asks Jade. I mean, like for basic, not super fancy. But not crappy either, says Min. Our aunt was the best.
What price range were you considering? Says Lobton, cracking his knuckles. We tell him, and his eyebrows go up, and he leads us to something that looks like a moving box. Prior to usage, we'll moisture-proof this with a spray lacquer, he says. Makes it look quite wood-like.
That's all we can get, says Jade. Cardboard?
I'm actually offering you a slight break already, he says, and does a kind of push-up against the wall, on account of the tragic circumstances. This is Sierra Sunset. Not exactly cardboard, more of a fiberboard.
I don't know, says Min. Seems pretty jippy. Can we think about it? Says Ma.
Absolutely, says Lobton. Last time I checked, this was still America. I step over and take a closer look. There are staples where Aunt Bernie's spine would be. Down at the foot, there's some writing about folding tab A into slot B.
No freaking way, says Jade. Work your whole life and end up in a Mayflower box? I doubt it.
We've got zip and savings. We sit at a desk, and Lobton does what he calls a credit calc. If we pay it out monthly for 7 years, we can afford the Amber Mist, which includes a double-thick balsa box and 2 coats of lacquer and a 1-hour wake.
But 7 years, geez, says Jade. We got to get her the good one, says Min. She never had anything nice in her life.
So, Amber Mist it is. We bury her at St. Leo's, on the hill up near Bastco. Her part of the graveyard's pretty plain. No angels, no little rock houses, no flowers, just a bunch of flat stones like parking bumpers, and here and there a styrofoam cup. Father Brian says a prayer, and then one of us is supposed to talk. But what's there to say? She never had a life. Never married, no kids, work, work, work. Did she ever go on a cruise? All her life it was buses, 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 buses. Once she went with Ma on a bus to Quigley, Kansas, to gamble and shop at an outlet mall. Someone broke into her room and stole her clothes and took a dump in a suitcase while they were at the Roy Clark show. That was it. That was the extent of her tourism. After that it was drug town, night and day. After 15 years as cashier, she got demoted to greeter. People would ask where the cold remedies were, and she'd point to some big letters on the wall that said cold remedies. Freddie, Ma's boyfriend, steps up and says he didn't know her very long, but she was an awful nice lady and left behind a lot of love, etc., blah, blah, blah. While it's true she didn't do much in her life, still she was very dear to those of us who knew her, and never made a stink about anything, but was always content with whatever happened to her, etc., blah, blah, blah. Then it's over, and we're supposed to go away.
We got to come out here like every week, says Jade. I know I will, says Min. What, like I won't? Says Jade. She was so freaking nice. I'm sure you swear at the grave, says Min. Since when is freak a swear, chick? Says Jade. Girls, says Ma. I hope I did okay in what I said about her, says Freddie, in his full of crap way, smelling bad of English Navy. Actually, I've sort of surprised myself. Bye-bye, Aunt Bernie, says Min. Bye-bye, Bern, says Jade. Oh, my dear sister, says Ma. I scrunch my eyes tight and try to picture her happy, laughing, poking me in the ribs. But all I can see is her terrified on the couch. It's awful. Out there, somewhere, is whoever did it. Someone came in our house, scared her to death, watched her die, went through our stuff, stole her money. Someone who's still living, someone who right now might be having a piece of pie or running an errand or scratching his ass, someone who, if he wanted to, could drive west for 3 days or whatever, and sit in the sun by the ocean. We stand a few minutes with heads down and hands folded. Afterward, Freddie takes us to Trabanti's for lunch. Last year, Trabanti died, and 3 Vietnamese families went in together and bought the place. And it still serves pasta and pizza, and the big oil of Trabanti is still on the wall. But now from the kitchen comes this very pretty Vietnamese music, and the food is somehow better. Freddie proposes a toast. Min says, "Remember how Bernie always called lunch dinner and dinner supper?" Jade says, "Remember how when her jaw clicked she'd say she needed oil?" "She was an excellent lady," says Freddie. "I already miss her so bad," says Ma. "I'd like to kill that fuck that killed her," says Min. "How about let's don't say fuck at lunch," says Ma. "It's just a word, Ma, right?" says Min. "Like pluck is just a word. You don't mind if I say pluck? Pluck, pluck, pluck." "Well, shit's just a word, too," says Freddie, "but we don't say it at lunch." "Same with puke," says Ma. "Shit, puke, says Min. The waiter clears his throat. Ma glares at Min. "I love you girls' manners," Ma says. "Especially at a funeral," says Freddie. "This ain't a funeral," says Min. "The question in my mind is what you kids are going to do now," says Freddie, "because I consider this whole thing a wake-up call, meaning it's time for you to pull yourselves up by the bootstraps like I done and get out of that dangerous crap hole you're living at." "Mr. Phone Pole speaks," says Min. "Anyways, it ain't that dangerous," says Jade. "A woman gets killed and it ain't that dangerous?" says Freddie. "All's we need is a deadbolt and an eye-hole," says Min. "What's a bootstrap?" says Jade. "It's like a strap on a boot, you doof," says Min. "Plus, where we going to go?" says Min. "Can we move in with you guys?" "I personally would love that, and you know that," says Freddie. "But who would not love that is our landlord." "I think what Freddie's saying is it's time for you girls to get jobs," says Ma. "Yeah, right, Ma," says Min. "After what happened last time?" "When I first moved in, Jade and Min were working the info booth at Hardware Niche. Then one day we picked the babies up at daycare and found Troy sitting naked on top of the washer and Mac in the yard being nipped by a Pekingese and the daycare lady sloshed and playing Killer Birds and Nintendo. So that was that. No more Hardware Niche." "Maybe one could work, one could babysit," says Ma. "I don't see why I should have to work so she can stay home with her baby," says Min. "And I don't see why I should have to work so she can stay home with her baby," says Jade. "It's like a freaking vice versa," says Min. "Let me tell you something," says Freddie. "Something about this country. Anybody can do anything, but first they gotta try. And you guys ain't. 2 don't work and 1 strips naked. I don't consider that trying. You kids make squat, and therefore you live in a dangerous crap hole. And what happens in a dangerous crap hole? Bad, tragic shit. It's the freaking American way. You start out in a dangerous crap hole and work hard so you can someday move up to a somewhat less dangerous crap hole. And finally, maybe you get a mansion. But at this rate, you ain't even going to make it to the somewhat less dangerous crap hole." "Like you live in a mansion," says Jade. "I do not claim to live in no mansion," says Freddie. "But then again, I do not live in no slum. The other thing I also do not do is strip naked." "Thank God for small favors," says Min. "Anyways, he's never actually naked," says Jade. "Which is true. I always have on at least a tea-bag." "No wonder we never take these kids out to a nice lunch," says Freddie. "I do not even consider this a nice lunch," says Min. For dinner, Jade microwaves some Stars and Flags. They're addictive. They put sugar in the sauce and sugar in the meat nuggets. I think also caffeine. Someone told me the brown streaks in the flags are caffeine. We have like 5 bowls each. After dinner, the babies get fussy, and Min puts a mush of ice cream and Hershey syrup in their bottles, and we watch The Worst That Could Happen, a half-hour of computer simulations of tragedies that have never actually occurred, but theoretically could. A kid gets hit by a train and flies into a zoo where he's eaten by wolves.
A man cuts his hand off chopping wood, and while wandering around screaming for help is picked up by a tornado and dropped on a preschool during recess and lands on a pregnant teacher.
I miss Bernie so bad, says Min.
Me too, says Jade sadly. The babies start howling for more ice cream.
That is so cute, says Jade. They're like, give it the fuck up. We'll give it the fuck up, sweeties, don't worry, says Min. We didn't forget about you.
Then the phone rings. It's Father Brian. He sounds weird. He says he's sorry to bother us so late, but something strange has happened. Something bad. Something sort of, unspeakable. Am I sitting? I'm not, but I say I am. Apparently, someone has defaced Bernie's grave. My first thought is, there's no stone. It's just grass. How do you deface grass? What do they do? Pee on the grass on the grave? But Father's nearly in tears. So I call Ma and Freddie and tell them to meet us, and we get the babies up and load them into the K-car.
Deface, says Jade on the way over. What does that mean, deface? It means like fucked it up, says Min. But how? Says Jade. I mean, like, what did they do? We don't know, dumbass, says Min. That's why we're going there. And why? Says Jade. Why would someone do that? Check out Miss Sherlock Holmes, says Min. Someone done that because someone is an asshole. Someone is a big-time asshole, says Jade. Father Brian meets us at the gate with a flashlight and a golf cart. When I saw this, he says, I literally sat down in astonishment. Nothing like this has ever happened here. I'm so sorry. You seem like nice people. We're too heavy, and the wheels spin as we climb the hill, so I get out and jog alongside. Okay, folks, brace yourselves, Father says, and shuts off the engine. Where the grave used to be is just a hole. Inside the hole is the amber mist, with the top missing. Inside the amber mist is nothing. No Aunt Bernie. What the hell? Says Jade. Where's Bernie? Somebody stole Bernie? Says Min. At least you folks have retained your feet, says Father Brian. I'm telling you, I literally sat right down. I sat right down on that pile of dirt. I dropped as if shot. See that mark? That's where I sat. On the pile of grave dirt is a butt-shaped mark. The cops show up, and one climbs down in the hole with a tape measure and a camera. After 3 or 4 flashes, he climbs out and hands Ma a pair of blue pumps. Her little shoes, says Ma. Oh, my God! Are those them? Says Jade. Those are them, says Min. I am freaking out, says Jade. I am totally freaking out, says Min. I'm gonna sit, says Ma, and drops into the golf cart. What I don't get is who'd want her, says Min. She was just this lady, says Jade. Typically it's teens, the cop says. Typically we find a loved one nearby. Once we found a loved one nearby with, a cigarette between its lips, wearing a sombrero. These kids today got a lot more nerve than we ever did. I never would have dreamed of digging up a dead corpse when I was a teen. You might tip over a stone, sure. You might spray paint something on a crypt. You might, give a wino a hot foot. But this, geez, says Freddie, this is an entirely different ballgame. Boy, howdy, says the cop, and we all look down at the shoes in Ma's hands. Next day I go back to work. I don't feel like it, but we need the money. The grass is wet, and it's hard getting across the ravine in my dress shoes. The soles are slick. Plus they're too tight. Several times I fall forward on my briefcase. Inside the briefcase are my tea bags, and a thing of mousse. Right off the bat I get a call from a table full of Mediben women seated under a banner that says, Best of luck, Beatrice. No hard feelings. I take off my shirt and serve their salads. I take off my flight pants and serve their soup. One drops $1 on the floor and tells me, Feel free to pick it up. I pick it up. Not like that, not like that, she says. Face the other way so when you bend we can see your crack. I've done this about 1,000,000 times, but somehow I can't do it now. I look at her. She looks at me. What? She says. I'm not allowed to say that? I thought that was the whole point. That is the whole point, Phyllis, says another lady. You stand your ground. Look, Phyllis says, either bend how I say or give back the $1. I think that's fair. You go, girl, says her friend.
I give back the $1. I return to the locker area and sit a while. For the first time ever, I'm voted stinker. There are 13 women at the Medibin table, and they all vote me stinker. Do the Medibin women know my situation? Would they vote me stinker if they did? But what am I supposed to do? Go out and say, "Please, ladies, my aunt just died, plus her body's missing"? Mr. Frent pulls me aside. "Perhaps you need to go home," he says. "I'm sorry for your loss, but I'd like to encourage you not to behave like one of those Comanche ladies who bite off their index fingers when a loved one dies. Grief is good, grief is fine, but too much grief, as we all know, is excessive. If your aunt's death has filled your mouth with too many bitten-off fingers, for crying out loud, take a week off. Only don't take it out on our guests. They didn't kill your dang aunt." "But I can't afford to take a week off. I can't even afford to take a few days off." "We really need the money," I say. "Is that my problem?" he says. "Am I supposed to let you dance without vigor just because you need the money? Why don't I put an ad in the paper for all sad people who need money? All the town's sad could come here and strip. Goodbye. Come back when you feel halfway normal." From the payphone, I call home to see if they need anything from the food so quick.
"Just come home," Min says stiffly. "Just come straight home."
"What is it?" I say.
"Come home,"
she says. Maybe someone's found the body. I imagine Bernie naked, Bernie chopped in two, Bernie posed on a bus bench. I hope and pray that something only mildly bad's been done to her, something we can live with. At home, the door's wide open. Min and Jade are sitting very still on the couch, babies in their laps, staring at the rocking chair. And in the rocking chair is Bernie. Bernie's body. Same perm, same glasses, same blue dress we buried her in. What's it doing here? Who could be so cruel? And what are we supposed to do with it? Then she turns her head and looks at me.
"Sit the fuck down," she says.
In life she never swore. I sit. Min squeezes and releases my hand, squeezes and releases, squeezes and releases. "You, mister," Bernie says to me, "are going to start showing your cock. You'll show it and show it. You go up to a lady if she wants to see it. If she'll pay to see it, I'll make a thumbprint on the forehead. You see the thumbprint, you ask. I'll try to get you 5 a day at $20 a pop. So $100 a day, $700 a week. And that's cash, so no taxes, no withholding, see? That's the beauty of it." She's got dirt in her hair and dirt in her teeth, and her hair is a mess, and her tongue, when it darts out to lick her lips, is black. "You, Jade," she says, "tomorrow you start work. Anderson Labels, 5th and Rivera. Dress up when you go. Wear something nice. Show a little leg. And don't chomp your gum. Ask for Len. At the end of the month, we take the money you made and the cock money and get a new place, somewhere safe. That's part 1 of phase 1. You, Min, you babysit. Plus you quit smoking. Plus you learn how to cook. No more food out of cans. We got to eat right to look our best, because I am getting me so many lovers. Maybe you kids don't know this, but I died a freaking virgin. No babies, no lovers. Nothing went in, nothing came out. Ha-ha. Dry as a bone, completely wasted this pretty little thing God gave me between my legs. Well, I am going to have lovers now, you fucks. Like in the movies, big shoulders and all, and a summer house, and nice trips, and in the morning in my room a big vase of flowers, and I'm going to get my nipples hard, standing in the breeze from the ocean, eating shrimp from a cup, you sons of bitches, while my lover watches me from the veranda, his big shoulders shining all hard for me. That's one damn thing I will guarantee you kids. Ha-ha, you think I'm joking. I ain't freaking joking. I never got nothing. My life was shit. I was never even up in a freaking plane. But that was that life, and this is this life. My new life. Cover me up now, with a blanket. I need my beauty rest. Tell anyone I'm here, you all die. Plus they die. Whoever you tell, they die. I kill them with my mind. I can do that. I am very freaking strong now. I got powers. So no visitors. I don't exactly look my best. You got it? You all got it? We nod. I go for a blanket. Her hands and feet are shaking, and she's grinding her teeth, and one falls out. "Put it over me, you fuck! All the way over!" she screams, and I put it over her. We sneak off and whisper in the kitchen.
It looks like her, says Min.
It is her, I say.
It is and it ain't, says Jade.
We better do what she says, Min says.
No shit,
Jade says. All night she sits in the rocker under the blankets, shaking and swearing. All night we sit in Min's bed, fully dressed, holding hands.
See how strong I am,
she shouts around midnight, and there's a cracking sound, and when I go out, the door's been torn off the microwave. But she's still sitting in the chair. In the morning, she's still there, shaking and swearing.
Take the blanket off,
she screams.
It's time to get this show on the road.
I take the blanket off. The smell is not good. One ear is now in her lap. She keeps absent-mindedly sticking it back on her head.
You, Jade, she shouts, get dressed. Go get that job. When you meet Len, bend forward a little. Let him see down your top. Give him some hope. He's a sicko, but we need him. You, Min, make breakfast, something homemade, like biscuits. Why don't you make it with your powers, says Min. Don't be a smart-ass, screams Bernie. You see what I did to that microwave? I don't know how to make freaking biscuits, Min wails. You know how to read, right? Bernie shouts. You ever heard of a recipe? You ever been in the grave? It sucks so bad. You regret all the things you never did. You little bitches are going to have a very bad time in the grave unless you get on the stick, believe me. Turn down the thermostat. Make it cold. I like cold. Something's off with my body. I don't feel right. I turn down the thermostat. She looks at me. Go show your cock, she shouts. That is the first part of Phase 1. After we get the new place, then that's the end of the first part of Phase 2. You'll still show your cock, but only 3 days a week. Because you'll start community college. Pre-law. Pre-law is best. You'll be a whiz. You ain't dumb. And Jade'll work weekends to make up for the decrease in cock money. See? See how that works? Now get out of here. What are you going to do?
Show my cock, I say.
Show your cock, that's right,
she says, and brushes back her hair with her hand, and a huge wad comes out, leaving her almost bald on one side.
Oh, God, says Min. You know what? No way me and the babies are staying here alone. You ain't alone, says Bernie. I'm here. Please don't go, Min says to me. Oh, stop it, Bernie says, and the door flies open, and I feel a sort of invisible fist punching me in the back.
Outside, it's sunny. A regular day. The guy's changing his oil. The clouds are regular clouds, and the sun's the regular sun, and the only non-regular thing is that my clothes smell like Bernie, a combo of wet cellar and rotten bacon. Work goes well. I manage to keep smiling and hide my shaking hands, and my mid-shift rating is honey pie. After lunch, this older woman comes up and says I look so much like a real pilot she can hardly stand it. On her forehead is a thumbprint, like Ash Wednesday, only sort of glowing. I don't know what to do. Do I just come out and ask if she wants to see my cock? What if she says no? What if I get caught? What if I show her and she doesn't think it's worth $20? Then she asks if I'll surprise her friend with a birthday table dance. She points out her friend. A pretty girl. No thumbprint. Looks somehow familiar. We start over, and at about 20 feet I realize it's Angela. Angela Silveri. We dated senior year. Then Dad died, and Ma had to take a job at Patty Melt Depot. From all the grease, Ma got a bad rash and could barely wear a blouse. Plus Min was running wild. So Angela would come over, and there'd be Min getting high under a tarp on the carport, and Ma sitting in her bra on a kitchen stool with a fan pointed at her gut. Angela had dreams. She had plans. In her notebook, she'd pasted a picture of an office from the J.C. Penney catalog, and under it wrote, "My someday office." Once we saw this black Porsche, and she said, "Very nice, but make hers red." The last straw was Ed Edwards, a big drunk, one of Dad's cousins. Things got so bad, Ma rented him the utility room. One night, Angela and I were making out on the couch late when Ed came in, soused, and started peeing in the dishwasher. What could I say? He's only barely related to me. He hardly ever does that. Angela's eyes were like these little pies. I walked her home, got no kiss, came back, cleaned up the dishwasher as best I could. A few days later I got my class ring in the mail and a copy of The Prophet. "You will always be my first love," she'd written inside, "but now my path converges to a higher ground. Be well always. Walk in joy. Please don't think me cruel. It's just that I want so much in terms of accomplishment, plus I couldn't believe that guy peed right on your dishes. No way am I table dancing for Angela Silveri. No way am I asking Angela Silveri's friend if she wants to see my cock. No way am I hanging around here so Angela can see me in my flight jacket and teabacks and wonder to herself how I went so wrong, etc., etc. I hide in the kitchen until my shift is done, then walk home very, very slowly because I'm afraid of what Bernie's going to do to me when I get there. Min meets me at the door. She's got flour all over her blouse, and it looks like she's been crying.
I can't take any more of this, she says. She's like falling apart. I mean, shit's falling off her. Plus she made me bake a freaking pie.
On the table is a very lumpy pie. One of Bernie's arms is now disconnected and lying across her lap.
What are you thinking of? She shouts. You didn't show your cock even once? You think it's easy making those thumbprints? You try it, smartass. Do you or do you not know the plan? You gotta get us out of here. And to get us out, you gotta use what you got. And you ain't got much. A nice face, and a decent unit. Not huge, but shaped nice.
Bernie, God, says Min.
What, Miss Priss?
Shouts Bertie and slams the severed arm down hard on her lap, and her other ear falls off.
I'm sorry, but this is too fucking sickening, says Min. I'm going out.
What's sickening? Says Bernie. Are you saying I'm sickening? Well, I think you're sickening. So many wonderful things in life, and where is your mind? You think with your lazy ass. Whatever life hands you, you take. You're not going anywhere. You're staying home and studying. What? Says Min. Studying what? I ain't studying. Chick comes into my house and starts ordering me to study? I freaking doubt it. You don't know nothing, Bernie says. What fun is life when you don't know nothing? You can't find your own town on the map. You can't name a single president. When we go to Rome, you won't know anything about the history. You're going to study the World Book. Do we still have those World Books? Yeah, right, says Min. We're going to Rome. We'll go to Rome when he's a lawyer, says Bernie. Dream on, chick, says Min. And we'll go to Mars when I'm a stockbreaker. Don't you dare make fun of me, Bernie shouts, and our only vase goes flying across the room and nearly nails Min in the head. She's been like this all day, says Min. Like what? Shouts Bernie. We had a perfectly nice day. She made me help her try on my bras, says Min. I never had a nice sexy bra, says Bernie. And now mine are all ruined, says Min. They got this sort of goo on them. You ungrateful shit, shouts Bernie. Do you know what I'm doing for you? I'm saving your boy. And you got the nerve to say I made goo on your bras. Troy's going to get caught in a crossfire in the courtyard in September 18th. He's going to get thrown right off his little trike, with one leg twisted under him and blood pouring out of his ear. It's a freaking prophecy. You know that word? It means prediction. You know that word? You think I'm bullshitting? Well, I ain't bullshitting. I got the power. Watch this. All day, Jade sat licking labels at a desk by a window. Her boss bought everybody subs for lunch. She's bringing some home in a green bag. That ain't true about Troy, is it? Says Min. Is it? I don't believe it. Turn on the TV, Bernie shouts. Give me the changer.
I turn on the TV. I give her the changer. She puts on Nathan's Body Shop. Nathan says washboard abs drive the women wild. Then there's a close-up of his washboard abs.
Ah, yes, says Bernie. Them are for me. I'd like to give those a lick and a pinch. I'd like to sort of straddle those things.
Just then Jade comes through the door with a big green bag.
Oh, God, says Min.
Told you so, says Bernie, and pokes Min in the ribs. Ha, ha, I really got the power.
I don't get it,
Min says, all desperate.
What happens? Please, what happens to him? You better freaking tell me.
I already told you, Bernie says. He'll fly about 15 feet and live about 3 minutes.
Bernie, God,
Min says and starts to cry.
You used to be so nice.
I'm still so nice, says Bernie, and bites into a sub and takes off the tip of her finger and starts chewing it up.
Just after dawn, she shouts out my name.
Take the blanket off, she says. I ain't feeling so good.
I take the blanket off. She's basically just this pile of parts. Both arms in her lap, head on the arms, heel of one foot touching the heel of the other, all of it sort of wrapped up in her dress.
Get me a washcloth, she says. Do I got a fever? I feel like I got a fever.
Oh, I knew it was too good to be true. But, okay, new plan. New plan. I'm changing the first part of Phase 1. If you see 2 thumbprints, that means the lady'll screw you for cash. We're in a fix here. We gotta speed this up. There ain't gonna be nothing left of me. Who's gonna be my lover now?
The doorbell rings.
Son of a bitch!
Bernie snarls. It's Father Brian with a box of donuts. I step out quick and close the door behind me. He says he's just checking in. Perhaps we'd like to talk. Perhaps we're feeling some residual anger about Bernie's situation, which would, of course, be completely understandable. Once, when he was a young priest, someone broke in and drew a mustache on the Virgin Mary with a permanent marker, and for weeks he was tortured by visions of bending back the finger of the vandal until he or she broke into tears of apology. I knew that wasn't appropriate, he says. I knew that, by indulging in that fantasy, I was honoring violence, and yet it gave me pleasure. I also thought of catching them in the act and boinking them in the head with a rock. I also thought of jumping up and down on their backs until something in their spinal column cracked. Actually, I had about 1,000,000 ideas, but you know what I did instead? I scrubbed and scrubbed our Holy Mother, and soon she was as good as new. Her statue, I mean. She herself, of course, was always as good as new. From inside comes the sound of breaking glass, and then something heavy falling, and Jade yelling, and Min yelling, and the babies crying. "Oops, I guess," he says. "I've come at a bad time. Look, all I'm trying to do is urge you, if at all possible, to forgive the perpetrators, as I forgave the perpetrators that drew on the Virgin Mary. The thing lost, after all, is only your aunt's body, and what is essential, I assure you, is elsewhere, being well taken care of." I nod, I smile, I say thanks for stopping by, I take the donuts and go back inside. The TV's broke, and the refrigerator's tipped over, and Bernie's parts are strewn across the living room like she's been shot out of a cannon.
"She tried to get up," says Jade. "I don't know where the hell she thought she was going," says Min. "Come here," the head says to me, and I squat down. "That's it for me. I'm fucked, as per usual. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Although, come to think of it, I was never even the freaking bridesmaid. Look, show your cock. It's the shortest line between 2 points. The world ain't giving away nice lives. You got a trust fund? You a genius? Show your cock. It's what you got. And remember, Troy in September on his trike, 1 leg twisted. Don't forget. And also, don't remember me like this. Remember me like how I was that night we all went to Red Lobster and I had that new perm. Oh, Christ, at least buy me a stone." I rub her shoulder, which is next to her foot. "We loved you," I say. "Why do some people get everything and I got nothing?" she says. Why was that?" "I don't know," I say. "Show your cock," she says, and dies again. We stand there looking down at the pile of parts. Mac crawls toward it, and Min moves him back with her foot. "This is too freaking much," says Jade, and starts crying. "What do we do now?" says Min. "Call the cops," Jade says. "And say what?" says Min. We think about this a while. I get a hefty bag. I get my winter gloves. "I ain't watching," says Jade. "I ain't watching either," says Min, and they take the babies into the bedroom. I close my eyes and wrap Bernie up in the hefty bag and twisty-tie the bag shut and lug it out to the trunk of the K-car. I throw in a shovel. I drive up to St. Leo's. I lower the bag into the hole using a bungee cord, then fill the hole back in. Down in the city are the nice houses and the so-so houses, and the lovers making out in dark yards, and the babies crying for their moms, and I wonder if, other than Jesus, this has ever happened before. Maybe it happens all the time. Maybe there's angry dead all over, hiding in rooms, covered with blankets, bossing around their scared, embarrassed relatives. Because how would we know? I for sure don't plan on broadcasting this. I smooth over the dirt and say a little prayer. If it was wrong for her to come back, forgive her. She never got beans in this life, plus she was trying to help us. At the car, I think of an additional prayer. But please don't let her come back again. When I get home, the babies are asleep, and Jade and Min are watching a phone sex infomercial. 3 girls in leather jumpsuits eating bananas in slow-mo, while across the screen runs a constant disclaimer. Not necessarily the girls who man the phones. Not necessarily the girls who man the phones. "Them chicks seem to really be enjoying those bananas," says Min in a thin little voice. "I like them jumpsuits, though," says Jade. "Yeah, them jumpsuits look decent," says Min.
Then they look up at me. I've never seen them so sad and beat and sick. "It's done," I say. Then we hug and cry and promise never to forget Bernie the way she really was, and before bed I use some resolve on the rug, and they do a little reading in their world books. Next day I go in early. I don't see a single thumbprint. But it doesn't matter. I get with Sonny Vance, and he tells me how to do it. First you ask the woman would she like a private tour. Then you show her the fake P40, the gallery of historical aces, the shower stall where we get oiled up, etc., etc., and then in the hall near the restroom you ask if there's anything else you'd like to see. It's sleazy, it's gross, but when I do it, I think of September. September and Troy in the crossfire, his little leg been under him, etc., etc. Most say no, but quite a few say yes. I've got a place picked out at a complex called Swan's Glen. They've never had a shooting or a knifing, and the public school is great, and every Saturday they have a nature walk for kids behind the clubhouse. For every $100 I make, I set aside 5 for Bernie's stone. What do you write on something like that? Life passed her by, died disappointed, came back to life but fell apart?
All true, but too sad, and no way I'm writing any of those.
Bernie Kowalski, it's going to say. Beloved aunt. Sometimes she comes to me in dreams. She never looks good. Sometimes she's wearing a dirty smock. Once she had on handcuffs. Once she was naked and dirty, and this mean cat was clawing its way up her front. But every time it's the same thing.
Some people get everything, and I got nothing, she says. Why? Why did that happen?
Every time I say I don't know. And I don't. Interpreter of Maladies. Jhumpa Lahiri. From Agni. At the tea-stall, Mr. and Mrs. Das bickered about who should take Tina to the toilet. Eventually, Mrs. Das relented when Mr. Das pointed out that he had given the girl her bath the night before. In the rearview mirror, Mr. Kapasi watched as Mrs. Das emerged slowly from his bulky white ambassador, dragging her shaved, largely bare legs across the back seat. She did not hold the little girl's hand as they walked to the restroom. They were on their way to see the Sun Temple at Cataract. It was a dry, bright Saturday, the mid-July heat tempered by a steady ocean breeze, ideal weather for sightseeing. Ordinarily, Mr. Kapasi would not have stopped so soon along the way, but less than 5 minutes after he'd picked up the family that morning in front of Hotel Sandy Villa, the little girl had complained. The first thing Mr. Kapasi had noticed when he saw Mr. and Mrs. Das standing with their children under the portico of the hotel was that they were very young, perhaps not even 30. In addition to Tina, they had 2 boys, Ronnie and Bodhi, who appeared very close in age and had teeth covered in a network of flashing silver wires. The family looked Indian, but dressed as foreigners did, the children in stiff, brightly colored clothing and caps with translucent visors. Mr. Kapasi was accustomed to foreign tourists. He was assigned to them regularly because he could speak English. Yesterday he had driven an elderly couple from Scotland, both with spotted faces and fluffy white hair so thin it exposed their sunburnt scalps. In comparison, the tanned, youthful faces of Mr. and Mrs. Das were all the more striking. When he'd introduced himself, Mr. Kapasi had pressed his palms together in greeting, but Mr. Das squeezed hands like an American, so that Mr. Kapasi felt it in his elbow. Mrs. Das, for her part, had flexed one side of her mouth, smiling dutifully at Mr. Kapasi, without displaying any interest in him. As they waited at the tea-stall, Ronnie, who looked like the older of the 2 boys, clambered suddenly out of the back seat, intrigued by a goat tied to a stake in the ground. "Don't touch it," Mr. Das said. He glanced up from his paperback tour book, which said India in yellow letters, and looked as if it had been published abroad. His voice, somehow tentative and a little shrill, sounded as though it had not yet settled into maturity. "I want to give it a piece of gum," the boy called back as he trotted ahead. Mr. Das stepped out of the car and stretched his legs by squatting briefly to the ground. A clean-shaven man, he looked exactly like a magnified version of Ronnie. He had a sapphire blue visor and was dressed in shorts, sneakers, and a T-shirt. The camera slung around his neck with an impressive telephoto lens and numerous buttons and markings was the only complicated thing he wore. He frowned, watching as Ronnie rushed toward the goat, but appeared to have no intention of intervening. "Bobby, make sure that your brother doesn't do anything stupid." "I don't feel like it," Bobby said, not moving. He was sitting in the front seat beside Mr. Capassi, studying a picture of the elephant god taped to the glove compartment. "No need to worry," Mr. Capassi said. "They are quite tame." Mr. Capassi was 46 years old, with receding hair that had gone completely silver, but his butterscotch complexion and his unlined brow, which he treated in spare moments to dabs of lotus oil balm, made it easy to imagine what he must have looked like at an earlier age. He wore grey trousers and a matching jacket-style shirt, tapered at the waist, with short sleeves and a large pointed collar, made of a thin but durable synthetic material. He had specified both the cut and the fabric to his tailor. It was his preferred uniform for giving tours because it did not get crushed during his long hours behind the wheel. Through the windshield he watched as Ronnie circled around the goat, touched it quickly on its side, then trotted back to the car. "You left India as a child?" Mr. Capassi asked, when Mr. Das had settled once again into the passenger seat. "Oh, Mina and I were both born in America," Mr. Das announced with an air of sudden confidence. "Born and raised. Our parents live here now in Asansol. They retired. We visit them every couple of years." He turned to watch as the little girl ran toward the car, the wide purple bows of her sundress flopping on her narrow brown shoulders. She was holding to her chest a doll with yellow hair that looked as if it had been chopped, as a punitive measure, with a pair of dull scissors. "This is Tina's first trip to India, isn't it, Tina?" "I don't have to go to the bathroom any more," Tina announced. "Where's Mina?" Mr. Das asked. Mr. Capassi found it strange that Mr. Das should refer to his wife by first name when speaking to the little girl. Tina pointed to where Mrs. Das was purchasing something from one of the shirtless men who worked at the tea-stall. Mr. Capassi heard one of the shirtless men sing a phrase from a popular Hindi love song as Mrs. Das walked back to the car, but she did not appear to understand the words of the song, for she did not express irritation or embarrassment or react in any other way to the man's declarations. He observed her. She wore a red and white checkered skirt that stopped above her knees, slip-on shoes with a square wooden heel, and a close-fitting blouse styled like a man's undershirt. The blouse was decorated at chest level with a calico applique in the shape of a strawberry. She was a short woman with small hands like paws, her frosty pink fingernails painted to match her lips, and was slightly plump in her figure. Her hair, shorn only a little longer than her husband's, was parted far to one side. She was wearing large, dark brown sunglasses with a pinkish tint to them, and carried a big straw bag, almost as big as her torso, shaped like a bowl, with a water bottle poking out of it. She walked slowly, carrying some puffed rice tossed with peanuts and chili peppers in a large packet made from newspapers. Mr. Capassi turned to Mr. Das. "Where in America do you live?" "New Brunswick, New Jersey." "Next to New York?" "Exactly. I teach middle school there." "What subject?" "Science. In fact, every year I take my students on a trip to the Museum of Natural History in New York City. In a way, we have a lot in common, you could say, you and I. How long have you been a tour guide, Mr. Capassi?" 5 years. Mrs. Das reached the car. "How long's the trip?" she asked, shutting the door. "About 2.5 hours, Mr. Capassi replied. At this, Mrs. Das gave an impatient sigh, as if she had been traveling her whole life without pause. She fanned herself with a folded Bombay film magazine, written in English. "I thought that the Sun Temple is only 18 miles north of Puri," Mr. Das said, tapping on the tour book. "The roads to Cataract are poor. Actually, it is a distance of 52 miles, Mr. Capassi explained. Mr. Das nodded, readjusting the camera strap where it had begun to chafe the back of his neck. Before starting the ignition, Mr. Capassi reached back to make sure the crank-like locks on the inside of each of the back doors were secured. As soon as the car began to move, the little girl began to play with the lock on her side, clicking it with some effort forward and backward, but Mrs. Das said nothing to stop her. She sat a bit slouched at one end of the back seat, not offering her puffed rice to anyone. Ronnie and Tina sat on either side of her, both snapping bright green gum. "Look," Bobby said as the car began to gather speed. He pointed with his finger to the tall trees that lined the road. "Look!" "Monkeys!" Ronnie shrieked. Wow! They were seated in groups along the branches, with shining black faces, silver bodies, horizontal eyebrows, and crested heads. Their long gray tails dangled like a series of ropes among the leaves. A few scratched themselves with black leathery hands or swung their feet, staring as the car passed. We call them the Hanuman, Mr. Kapasi said. They are quite common in the area. As soon as he spoke, one of the monkeys leaped into the middle of the road, causing Mr. Kapasi to brake suddenly. Another bounced onto the hood of the car, then sprang away. Mr. Kapasi beeped his horn. The children began to get excited, sucking in their breath and covering their faces partly with their hands. They had never seen monkeys outside of a zoo, Mr. Doss explained. He asked Mr. Kapasi to stop the car so that he could take a picture. While Mr. Doss adjusted his telephoto lens, Mrs. Doss reached into a straw bag and pulled out a bottle of colorless nail polish, which she proceeded to stroke on the tip of her index finger. The little girl stuck out a hand. Mine too, Mommy. Do mine too. Leave me alone, Mrs. Doss said, blowing on a nail and turning her body slightly. You're making me mess up. The little girl occupied herself by buttoning and unbuttoning a pinafore on the doll's plastic body. All set, Mr. Doss said, replacing the lens cap. The car rattled considerably as it raced along the dusty road, causing them all to pop up from their seats every now and then, but Mrs. Doss continued to polish her nails. Mr. Kapasi eased up on the accelerator, hoping to produce a smoother ride. When he reached for the gear shift, the boy in front accommodated him by swinging his hairless knees out of the way. Mr. Kapasi noted that this boy was slightly paler than the other children. Daddy, why is the driver sitting on the wrong side in this car, too? The boy asked. They all do that here, dummy, Ronnie said. Don't call your brother a dummy, Mr. Doss said. He turned to Mr. Kapasi. In America, you know, it confuses them. Oh, yes, I am well aware, Mr. Kapasi said. As delicately as he could, he shifted gears again, accelerating as they approached a hill in the road. I see it on Dallas. The steering wheels are on the left-hand side. What's Dallas? Tina asked, banging her now naked doll on the seat behind Mr. Kapasi. It went off the air, Mr. Doss explained. It's a television show. They were all like siblings, Mr. Kapasi thought, as they passed a row of date trees. Mr. and Mrs. Doss behaved like an older brother and sister, not parents. It seemed that they were in charge of the children only for the day. It was hard to believe they were regularly responsible for anything other than themselves. Mr. Doss tapped on his lens cap and his tour book, dragging his thumbnail occasionally across the pages so that they made a scraping sound. Mrs. Doss continued to polish her nails. She had still not removed her sunglasses. Every now and then Tina renewed her plea that she wanted her nails done too, and so at one point Mrs. Doss flicked a drop of polish on the little girl's finger before depositing the bottle back inside her straw bag. "Isn't this an air-conditioned car?" she asked, still blowing on her hand. The window on Tina's side was broken and could not be rolled down. "Quit complaining," Mr. Doss said. "It isn't so hot." "I told you to get a car with air conditioning," Mrs. Doss continued. "Why do you do this, Raj? Just to save a few stupid rupees. What are you saving us, 50 cents? Their accents sounded just like the ones Mr. Kapasi heard on American television programs, though not like the ones on Dallas. "Doesn't it get tiresome, Mr. Kapasi, showing people the same thing every day?" Mr. Doss asked, rolling down his own window all the way. "Hey, do you mind stopping the car? I just want to get a shot of this guy." Mr. Kapasi pulled over to the side of the road as Mr. Doss took a picture of a barefoot man, his head wrapped in a dirty turban, seated on top of a cart of grain sacks pulled by a pair of bullocks. Both the man and the bullocks were emaciated. In the back seat, Mrs. Doss gazed out another window, at the sky, where nearly transparent clouds passed quickly in front of one another. "I look forward to it, actually," Mr. Kapasi said as they continued on their way. "The Sun Temple is one of my favorite places. In that way, it is a reward for me. I give tours on Fridays and Saturdays only. I have another job during the week." "Oh, where?" Mr. Doss asked. "I work in a doctor's office." "You're a doctor?" "I am not a doctor. I work with one, as an interpreter." "What does a doctor need an interpreter for?" "He has a number of Gujarati patients. My father was Gujarati, but many people do not speak Gujarati in this area, including the doctor.
and so the doctor asked me to work in his office, interpreting what the patients say." "Interesting. I've never heard of anything like that," Mr. Doss said. Mr. Kapasi shrugged. "It is a job like any other." "But so romantic," Mrs. Doss said dreamily, breaking her extended silence. She lifted her pinkish-brown sunglasses and arranged them on top of her head like a tiara. For the first time her eyes met Mr. Kapasi's in the rearview mirror, pale, a bit small, their gaze fixed but drowsy. Mr. Doss craned to look at her. "What's so romantic about it?" "I don't know. Something." She shrugged, knitting her brows together for an instant. "Would you like a piece of gum, Mr. Kapasi?" she asked brightly. She reached into her straw bag and handed him a small square wrapped in green and white striped paper. As soon as Mr. Kapasi put the gum in his mouth, a thick, sweet liquid burst onto his tongue. "Tell us more about your job, Mr. Kapasi," Mrs. Doss said. "What would you like to know, madame?" "I don't know," she shrugged, munching on some puffed rice and licking the mustard oil from the corners of her mouth. "Tell us a typical situation." She settled back in her seat, her head tilted in a patch of sun, and closed her eyes. "I want to picture what happens." "Very well. The other day a man came in with a pain in his throat." "Did he smoke cigarettes?" "No. It was very curious. He complained that he felt as if there were long pieces of straw stuck in his throat. When I told the doctor, he was able to prescribe the proper medication." "That's so neat." "Yes," Mr. Kapasi agreed after some hesitation. "So these patients are totally dependent on you," Mrs. Doss said. She spoke slowly, as if she were thinking aloud. "In a way more dependent on you than the doctor." "How do you mean? How could it be?" "Well, for example, you could tell the doctor that the pain felt like a burning, not straw. The patient would never know what you had told the doctor, and the doctor wouldn't know that you had told the wrong thing. It's a big responsibility." "Yes, a big responsibility you have there, Mr. Kapasi," Mr. Doss agreed. Mr. Kapasi had never thought of his job in such complimentary terms. To him it was a thankless occupation. He found nothing noble in interpreting people's maladies, assiduously translating the symptoms of so many swollen bones, countless cramps of bellies and bowels, spots on people's palms that changed color, shape, or size. The doctor, nearly half his age, had an affinity for bell-bottom trousers, and made humorless jokes about the Congress Party. Together they worked in a stale little infirmary where Mr. Kapasi's smartly tailored clothes clung to him in the heat, in spite of the blackened blades of a ceiling fan churning over their heads. The job was a sign of his failings. In his youth he'd been a devoted scholar of foreign languages, the owner of an impressive collection of dictionaries. He had dreamed of being an interpreter for diplomats and dignitaries, resolving conflicts between people and nations, settling disputes of which he alone could understand both sides. He was a self-educated man. In a series of notebooks, in the evenings before his parents settled his marriage, he had listed the common etymologies of words, and at one point in his life he was confident that he could converse, if given the opportunity, in English, French, Russian, Portuguese, and Italian, not to mention Hindi, Bengali, Orisi, and Gujarati. Now only a handful of European phrases remained in his memory, scattered words for things like saucers and chairs. English was the only non-Indian language he spoke fluently anymore. Mr. Kapasi knew it was not a remarkable talent. Sometimes he feared that his children knew better English than he did, just from watching television. Still, it came in handy for the tours. He had taken the job as an interpreter after his first son, at the age of 7, contracted typhoid. That was how he had first made the acquaintance of the doctor. At the time, Mr. Kapasi had been teaching English in a grammar school, and he bartered his skills as an interpreter to pay the increasingly exorbitant medical bills. In the end, the boy had died one evening in his mother's arms, his limbs burning with fever, but then there was the funeral to pay for, and the other children who were born soon enough, and the newer, bigger house, and the good schools and tutors, and the fine shoes, and the television, and the countless other ways he tried to console his wife and to keep her from crying in her sleep. And so, when the doctor offered to pay him twice as much as he earned at the grammar school, he accepted. Mr. Kapasi knew that his wife had little regard for his career as an interpreter.
He knew it reminded her of the son she'd lost, and that she resented the other lives he helped, in his own small way, to save. If ever she referred to his position, she used the phrase doctor's assistant, as if the process of interpretation were equal to taking someone's temperature or changing a bedpan. She never asked him about the patients who came to the doctor's office, or said that his job was a big responsibility. For this reason, it flattered Mr. Kapasi that Mrs. Doss was so intrigued by his job. Unlike his wife, she had reminded him of its intellectual challenges. She had also used the word romantic. She did not behave in a romantic way toward her husband, and yet she had used the word to describe him. He wondered if Mr. and Mrs. Doss were a bad match, just as he and his wife were. Perhaps they, too, had little in common, apart from 3 children and a decade of their lives. The signs he recognized from his own marriage were there, the bickering, the indifference, the protracted silences. Her sudden interest in him, an interest she did not express in either her husband or her children, was mildly intoxicating. When Mr. Kapasi thought once again about how she had said romantic, the feeling of intoxication grew. He began to check his reflection in the rear-view mirror as he drove, feeling grateful that he had chosen the gray suit that morning and not the brown one, which tended to sag a little in the knees. From time to time he glanced through the mirror at Mrs. Doss. In addition to glancing at her face, he glanced at the strawberry between her breasts and the golden-brown hollow in her throat. He decided to tell Mrs. Doss about another patient, and another, the young woman who had complained of a sensation of raindrops in her spine, the gentleman whose birthmark had begun to sprout hairs. Mrs. Doss listened attentively, stroking her hair with a small plastic brush that resembled an oval bed of nails, asking more questions for yet another example. The children were quiet, intent on spotting more monkeys in the trees, and Mr. Doss was absorbed by his tour book. So it seemed like a private conversation between Mr. Kapasi and Mrs. Doss. In this manner the next half-hour passed, and when they stopped for lunch at a roadside restaurant that sold fritters and omelette sandwiches, usually something Mr. Kapasi looked forward to on his tours, so that he could sit in peace and enjoy some hot tea, he was disappointed. As the Doss family settled together under a magenta umbrella fringed with white and orange tassels, and placed their orders with one of the waiters who marched about in tri-cornered caps, Mr. Kapasi reluctantly headed toward a neighboring table. "Mr. Kapasi, wait, there's room here," Mrs. Doss called out. She gathered Tina onto her lap, insisting that he accompany them, and so together they had bottled mango juice and sandwiches and plates of onions and potatoes deep-fried in graham flour batter. After finishing 2 omelette sandwiches, Mr. Doss took more pictures of the group as they ate. "How much longer?" he asked Mr. Kapasi as he paused to load a new roll of film in the camera. "About half an hour more." By now the children had gotten up from the table to look at more monkeys perched in a nearby tree, so there was a considerable space between Mrs. Doss and Mr. Kapasi. Mr. Doss placed the camera to his face and squeezed one eye shut, his tongue exposed at one corner of his mouth. "This looks funny. Mina, you need to lean in closer to Mr. Kapasi." She did. He could smell a scent on her skin, like a mixture of whiskey and rosewater. He worried suddenly that she could smell his perspiration, which he knew had collected beneath the synthetic material of his shirt. He polished off his mango juice in one gulp and smoothed his silver hair with his hands. A bit of the juice dripped onto his chin. He wondered if Mrs. Doss had noticed. She had not. "What's your address, Mr. Kapasi?" she inquired, fishing for something inside her straw bag. "You would like my address?" "So we can send you copies," she said, "of the pictures." She handed him a scrap of paper, which she had hastily ripped from a page of her film magazine. The blank portion was limited, for the narrow strip was crowded by lines of text and a tiny picture of a hero and heroine embracing under a eucalyptus tree. The paper curled as Mr. Kapasi wrote his address in clear, careful letters. She would write to him, asking about his days interpreting at the doctor's office, and he would respond eloquently, choosing only the most entertaining anecdotes, ones that would make her laugh out loud as she read them in her house in New Jersey. In time she would reveal the disappointment of her marriage, and he his. In this way their friendship would grow and flourish. He would possess a picture of the 2 of them eating fried onions under a magenta umbrella, which he would keep, he decided, safely tucked between the pages of his Russian grammar. As his mind raced, Mr. Kapasi experienced a mild and pleasant shock. It was similar to a feeling he used to experience long ago, when, after months of translating with the aid of a dictionary,
He would finally read a passage from a French novel or an Italian sonnet, and understand the words, one after another, unencumbered by his own efforts. In those moments Mr. Capasi used to believe that all was right with the world, that all struggles were rewarded, that all of life's mistakes made sense in the end. The promise that he would hear from Mrs. Doss now filled him with the same belief. When he finished writing his address, Mr. Capasi handed her the paper, but as soon as he did so he worried that he had either misspelled his name or accidentally reversed the numbers of his postal code. He dreaded the possibility of a lost letter, the photograph never reaching him, hovering somewhere in Orissa, close but ultimately unattainable. He thought of asking for the slip of paper again, just to make sure he had written his address accurately, but Mrs. Doss had already dropped it into the jumble of her bag. They reached Cataract at 2:30. The temple, made of sandstone, was a massive pyramid-like structure in the shape of a chariot. It was dedicated to the great master of life, the sun, which struck 3 sides of the edifice as it made its journey each day across the sky. 24 giant wheels were carved on the north and south sides of the plinth. The whole thing was drawn by a team of 7 horses, speeding as if through the heavens. As they approached, Mr. Capasi explained that the temple had been built between 1243 and 1255 A.D., with the efforts of 1,200 artisans, by the great ruler of the Gunga dynasty, King Narasimhadeva I, to commemorate his victory against the Muslim army. "It says the temple occupies about 170 acres of land," Mr. Doss said, reading from his book. "It's like a desert," Ronnie said, his eyes wandering across the sand that stretched on all sides beyond the temple. "The Chandrabhaga River once flowed 1 mile north of here. It is dry now," Mr. Capasi said, turning off the engine. They got out and walked toward the temple, posing first for pictures by the pair of lions that flanked the steps. Mr. Capasi led them next to one of the wheels of the chariot, higher than any human being, 9 feet in diameter. "The wheels are supposed to symbolize the wheel of life," Mr. Doss read. "They depict the cycle of creation, preservation, and achievement of realization." "Cool." He turned the page of his book. "Each wheel is divided into 8 thick and thin spokes, dividing the day into 8 equal parts. The rims are carved with designs of birds and animals, whereas the medallions in the spokes are carved with women in luxurious poses, largely erotic in nature." What he referred to were the countless friezes of entwined naked bodies making love in various positions, women clinging to the necks of men, their knees wrapped eternally around their lovers' thighs. In addition to these were assorted scenes from daily life, of hunting and trading, of deer being killed with bows and arrows, and marching warriors holding swords in their hands. It was no longer possible to enter the temple, for it had filled with rubble years ago, but they admired the exterior, as did all the tourists Mr. Capasi brought there, slowly strolling along each of its sides. Mr. Doss trailed behind, taking pictures. The children ran ahead, pointing to figures of naked people, intrigued in particular by the Nagamithunas, the half-human, half-serpentine couples who were said, Mr. Capasi told them, to live in the deepest waters of the sea. Mr. Capasi was pleased that they liked the temple, pleased especially that it appealed to Mrs. Doss. She stopped every 3 or 4 paces, staring silently at the carved lovers, and the processions of elephants, and the topless female musicians beating on 2-sided drums. Though Mr. Capasi had been to the temple countless times, it occurred to him, as he too gazed at the topless women, that he had never seen his own wife fully naked. Even when they had made love, she kept the panels of her blouse hooked together, the string of her petticoat knotted around her waist. He had never admired the backs of his wife's legs the way he now admired those of Mrs. Doss, walking as if for his benefit alone. He had, of course, seen plenty of bare limbs before, belonging to the American and European ladies who took his tours, but Mrs. Doss was different. Unlike the other women, who had an interest only in the temple and kept their noses buried in a guidebook, or their eyes behind the lens of a camera, Mrs. Doss had taken an interest in him. Mr. Capasi was anxious to be alone with her, to continue their private conversation, yet he felt nervous to walk at her side. She was lost behind her sunglasses, ignoring her husband's requests that she pose for another picture, walking past her children as if they were strangers. Worried that he might disturb her, Mr. Capasi walked ahead to admire, as he always did, the 3 life-sized bronze avatars of Surya, the sun god, each emerging from its own niche on the temple facade to greet the sun at dawn, noon, and evening. They wore elaborate headdresses, their languid, elongated eyes closed, their bare chests draped with carved chains and amulets. Hibiscus petals, offerings from previous visitors, were strewn at their grey-green feet. The last statue, on the northern wall of the temple, was Mr. Kapasi's favourite. This Surya had a tired expression, weary after a hard day of work, sitting astride a horse with folded legs. Even his horse's eyes were drowsy. Around his body were smaller sculptures of women in pairs, their hips thrust to one side. "Who is that?" Mrs. Das asked. He was startled to see that she was standing beside him. "He is the Astachala Surya," Mr. Kapasi said, "the setting sun." "So in a couple of hours the sun will set right here?" She slipped a foot out of one of her square-heeled shoes, rubbed her toes on the back of her other leg. "That is correct." She raised her sunglasses for a moment, then put them back on again. "Neat." Mr. Kapasi was not certain exactly what the word suggested, but he had a feeling it was a favourable response. He hoped that Mrs. Das had understood Surya's beauty, his power. Perhaps they would discuss it further in their letters. He would explain things to her, things about India, and she would explain things to him about America. In its own way, this correspondence would fulfill his dream of serving as an interpreter between nations. He looked at her straw bag, delighted that his address lay nestled among its contents. When he pictured her so many thousands of miles away, he plummeted, so much so that he had an overwhelming urge to wrap his arms around her, to freeze with her, even for an instant, in an embrace witnessed by his favourite Surya. But Mrs. Das had already started walking. "When do you return to America?" he asked, trying to sound placid. "In 10 days. He calculated. A week to settle in, a week to develop the pictures, a few days to compose a letter, 2 weeks to get to India by air. According to his schedule, allowing room for delays, he would hear from Mrs. Das in approximately 6 weeks' time. The family was silent as Mr. Kapasi drove them back a little past 4:30 to Hotel Sandy Villa. The children had bought miniature granite versions of the chariot's wheels at a souvenir stand, and they turned them round in their hands. Mr. Das continued to read his book. Mrs. Das untangled Tina's hair with a brush and divided it into 2 little ponytails. Mr. Kapasi was beginning to dread the thought of dropping them off. He was not prepared to begin his 6-week wait to hear from Mrs. Das. As he stole glances at her in the rearview mirror, wrapping elastic bands around Tina's hair, he wondered how he might make the tour last a little longer. Ordinarily, he sped back to Puri, using a shortcut, eager to return home, scrub his feet and hands with sandalwood soap, and enjoy the evening newspaper and a cup of tea that his wife would serve him in silence. The thought of that silence, something to which he'd long been resigned, now oppressed him. It was then that he suggested visiting the hills at Udayagiri and Kundagiri, where a number of monastic dwellings were hewn out of the ground, facing one another across a defile. It was some miles away, but well worth seeing, Mr. Kapasi told them. "Oh, yeah, there's something mentioned about it in this book," Mr. Das said. "Built by a Jain king or something." "Shall we go then?" Mr. Kapasi asked. He paused at a turn in the road. "It's to the left." Mr. Das turned to look at Mrs. Das. Both of them shrugged. "Left! Left!" the children chanted. Mr. Kapasi turned the wheel, almost delirious with relief. He did not know what he would do or say to Mrs. Das once they arrived at the hills. Perhaps he would tell her what a pleasing smile she had. Perhaps he would compliment her strawberry shirt, which he found irresistibly becoming. Perhaps, when Mr. Das was busy taking a picture, he would take her hand. He did not have to worry. When they got to the hills, divided by a steep path thick with trees, Mrs. Das refused to get out of the car. All along the path, dozens of monkeys were seated on stones as well as on the branches of the trees. Their hind legs were stretched out in front and raised to shoulder level, their arms resting on their knees. "My legs are tired," she said, sinking low in her seat. "I'll stay here." "Why did you have to wear those stupid shoes?" Mr. Das said. "You won't be in the pictures." "Pretend I'm there."
But we could use one of these pictures for our Christmas card this year. We didn't get one of all 5 of us at the Sun Temple. Mr. Kapasi could take it. I'm not coming. Anyway, those monkeys give me the creeps. But they're harmless, Mr. Doss said. He turned to Mr. Kapasi. Aren't they? They are more hungry than dangerous, Mr. Kapasi said. Do not provoke them with food, and they will not bother you. Mr. Doss headed up the defile with the children, the boys at his side, the little girl on his shoulders. Mr. Kapasi watched as they crossed paths with a Japanese man and woman, the only other tourists there, who paused for a final photograph, then stepped into a nearby car and drove away. As the car disappeared out of view, some of the monkeys called out, emitting soft whooping sounds, and then walked on their flat black hands and feet up the path. At one point, a group of them formed a little ring around Mr. Doss and the children. Tina screamed in delight. Ronnie ran in circles around his father. Bobby bent down and picked up a fat stick on the ground. When he extended it, one of the monkeys approached him and snatched it, then briefly beat the ground. I'll join them, Mr. Kapasi said, unlocking the door on his side. There is much to explain about the case. No, stay a minute, Mrs. Doss said. She got out of the back seat and slipped in beside Mr. Kapasi. Raj has his dumb book anyway. Together, through the windshield, Mrs. Doss and Mr. Kapasi watched as Bobby and the monkey passed the stick back and forth between them. A brave little boy, Mr. Kapasi commented. It's not so surprising, Mrs. Doss said. No? He's not his. I beg your pardon? He's not Raj's son. Mr. Kapasi felt a prickle on his skin. He reached into his shirt pocket for the small tin of lotus oil balm he carried with him at all times, and applied it to 3 spots on his forehead. He knew that Mrs. Doss was watching him, but he did not turn to face her. Instead, he watched as the figures of Mr. Doss and the children grew smaller, climbing up the steep path, pausing every now and then for a picture, surrounded by a growing number of monkeys. Are you surprised? The way she put it made him choose his words with care. It's not the type of thing one assumes, Mr. Kapasi replied slowly. He put the tin of lotus oil balm back in his pocket. No, of course not. And no one knows, of course. No one at all. I've kept it a secret for 8 whole years. She looked at Mr. Kapasi, tilting her chin as if to gain a fresh perspective. But now I've told you. Mr. Kapasi nodded. His throat felt suddenly parched, and his forehead was warm and slightly numb from the balm. He considered asking Mrs. Doss for a sip of her water, then decided against it. We met when we were very young, she said. She reached into her straw bag in search of something, then pulled out the packet of puffed rice. Want some? No, thank you. She put a fistful in her mouth, sank into the seat a little, and looked away from Mr. Kapasi out the window on her side of the car. We married when we were still in college. We were in high school when he proposed. We went to the same college, of course. Back then we couldn't stand the thought of being separated, not for a day, not for a minute. Our parents were best friends who lived in the same town. My entire life I saw him every weekend, either at our house or theirs. We were sent upstairs to play together while our parents joked about our marriage. Imagine. They never caught us at anything, though in a way I think it was all more or less a set-up. The things we did those Friday and Saturday nights while our parents sat downstairs drinking tea. I could tell you stories, Mr. Kapasi. As a result of spending all her time in college with Raj, she continued, she did not make many close friends. There was no one to confide in about him at the end of a difficult day, or to share a passing thought or a worry. Her parents now lived on the other side of the world, but she had never been very close to them anyway. After marrying so young, she was overwhelmed by it all, having a child so quickly, and nursing and warming up bottles of milk and testing their temperature against her wrist, while Raj was at work, dressed in sweaters and corduroy pants, teaching his students about rocks and dinosaurs. Raj never looked cross or harried or plump as she had become after the first baby. Always tired, she declined invitations from her 1 or 2 college girlfriends to have lunch or shop in Manhattan. Eventually the friends stopped calling her, so that she was left at home all day with the baby, surrounded by toys that made her trip when she walked, or wince when she sat, always cross and tired. Only occasionally did they go out after Ronnie was born, and even more rarely did they entertain. Raj didn't mind. He looked forward to coming home from teaching and watching television and bouncing Ronnie on his knee. She had been outraged when Raj told her that a Punjabi friend, someone whom she had once met but did not remember, would be staying with them for a week for some job interviews in the New Brunswick area. Bobby was conceived in the afternoon, on a sofa littered with rubber teething toys, after the friend learned that a London pharmaceutical company had hired him, while Ronnie cried to be freed from his playpen. She made no protest when the friend touched the small of her back as she was about to make a pot of coffee, then pulled her against his crisp navy suit. He made love to her swiftly, in silence, with an expertise she had never known, without the meaningful expressions and smiles Raj always insisted on afterward. The next day Raj drove the friend to JFK. He was married now to a Punjabi girl, and they lived in London still, and every year they exchanged Christmas cards with Raj and Meena, each couple tucking photos of their families into the envelopes. He did not know that he was Bobby's father. He never would. "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Das, but why have you told me this information?" Mr. Kapasi asked when she had finally finished speaking and had turned to face him once again.
"For God's sake, stop calling me Mrs. Das. I'm 28. You probably have children my age."
"Not quite." It disturbed Mr. Kapasi to learn that she thought of him as a parent. The feeling he had had toward her, that had made him check his reflection in the rearview mirror as they drove, evaporated a little. "I told you because of your talents." She put the packet of puffed rice back into her bag without folding over the top. "I don't understand," Mr. Kapasi said. "Don't you see? For 8 years I haven't been able to express this to anybody, not to friends, certainly not to Raj. He doesn't even suspect it. He thinks I'm still in love with him." "Well, don't you have anything to say?" "About what?" "About what I've just told you. About my secret, and about how terrible it makes me feel. I feel terrible looking at my children, and at Raj. Always terrible. I have terrible urges, Mr. Kapasi, to throw things away. One day I had the urge to throw everything I own out the window, the television, the children, everything. Don't you think it's unhealthy?" He was silent. "Mr. Kapasi, don't you have anything to say? I thought that was your job." "My job is to give tours, Mrs. Das." "Not that. Your other job, as an interpreter." "But we do not face a language barrier. What need is there for an interpreter?" "That's not what I mean. I would never have told you otherwise. Don't you realize what it means for me to tell you?" "What does it mean?" "It means that I'm tired of feeling so terrible all the time. 8 years, Mr. Kapasi. I've been in pain 8 years. I was hoping you could help me feel better, say the right thing, suggest some kind of remedy." He looked at her in her red plaid skirt and strawberry T-shirt, a woman not yet 30, who loved neither her husband nor her children, who had already fallen out of love with life. Her confession depressed him all the more when he thought of Mr. Das at the top of the path, Tina clinging to his shoulders, taking pictures of ancient monastic cells cut into the hills to show his students in America, unsuspecting and unaware that one of his sons was not his own. Mr. Kapasi felt insulted that Mrs. Das should ask him to interpret her common, trivial little secret. She did not resemble the patients in the doctor's office, those who came glassy-eyed and desperate, unable to sleep or breathe or urinate with ease, unable above all to give words to their pains. Still, Mr. Kapasi believed it was his duty to assist Mrs. Das. Perhaps he ought to tell her to confess the truth to Mr. Das. He would explain that honesty was the best policy. Honesty surely would help her feel better, as she'd put it. Perhaps he would offer to preside over the discussion as a mediator. He decided to begin with the most obvious question, to get to the heart of the matter, and so he asked, "Is it really pain you feel, Mrs. Das, or is it guilt?" She turned to him and glared, mustard oil thick on her frosty pink lips. She opened her mouth to say something, but as she glared at Mr. Kapasi, some certain knowledge seemed to pass before her eyes, and she stopped.
It crushed him. He knew at that moment that he was not even important enough to be properly insulted. She opened the car door and began walking up the path, wobbling a little on her square wooden heels, reaching into her straw bag to eat handfuls of puffed rice. It fell through her fingers, leaving a zigzagging trail, causing a monkey to leap down from a tree and devour the little white grains. In search of more, the monkey began to follow Mrs. Doss. Others joined him, so that she was soon being followed by about half a dozen of them, their velvety tails dragging behind. Mr. Capassi stepped out of the car. He wanted to holler, to alert her in some way, but he worried that if she knew they were behind her, she would grow nervous. Perhaps she would lose her balance. Perhaps they would pull at her bag or her hair. He began to jog up the path, taking a fallen branch in his hand to scare away the monkeys. Mrs. Doss continued walking, oblivious, trailing grains of puffed rice. Near the top of the incline, before a group of cells fronted by a row of squat stone pillars, Mr. Doss was kneeling on the ground, focusing the lens of his camera. The children stood under the arcade, now hiding, now emerging from view. "Wait for me," Mrs. Doss called out. "I'm coming." Tina jumped up and down. "Here comes Mommy." "Great," Mr. Doss said, without looking up. "Just in time. We'll get Mr. Capassi to take a picture of the five of us." Mr. Capassi quickened his pace, waving his branch so that the monkeys scampered away, distracted in another direction. "Where's Bobby?" Mrs. Doss asked when she stopped. Mr. Doss looked up from the camera. "I don't know. Ronnie, where's Bobby?" Ronnie shrugged. "I thought he was right here." "Where is he?" Mrs. Doss repeated sharply. "What's wrong with all of you?" They began calling his name, wandering up and down the path of it. Because they were calling, they did not initially hear the boy's screams. When they found him a little farther down the path under a tree, he was surrounded by a group of monkeys, over a dozen of them pulling at his T-shirt with their long black fingers. The puffed rice Mrs. Doss had spilled was scattered at his feet, raked over by the monkeys' hands. The boy was silent, his body frozen, swift tears running down his startled face. His bare legs were dusty and red with welts from where one of the monkeys struck him repeatedly with the stick he had given to it earlier. "Daddy, the monkey's hurting Bobby," Tina said. Mr. Doss wiped his palms on the front of his shorts. In his nervousness, he accidentally pressed the shutter on his camera. The whirring noise of the advancing film excited the monkeys, and the one with the stick began to beat Bobby more intently. "What are we supposed to do? What if they start attacking?" "Mr. Capassi!" Mrs. Doss shrieked, noticing him standing to one side. "Do something, for God's sake! Do something!" Mr. Capassi took his branch and shooed them away, hissing at the ones that remained, stomping his feet to scare them. The animals retreated slowly, with a measured gait, obedient but unintimidated. Mr. Capassi gathered Bobby in his arms and brought him back to where his parents and siblings were standing. As he carried him, he was tempted to whisper a secret into the boy's ear. But Bobby was stunned and shivering with fright, his legs bleeding slightly where the stick had broken the skin. When Mr. Capassi delivered him to his parents, Mr. Doss brushed some dirt off the boy's T-shirt and put the visor on him the right way. Mrs. Doss reached into her straw bag to find a bandage which she taped over the cut on his knee. Ronnie offered his brother a fresh piece of gum. "He's fine, just a little scared, right, Bobby?" Mr. Doss said, patting the top of his head. "God, let's get out of here," Mrs. Doss said. She folded her arms across the strawberry on her chest. "This place gives me the creeps." "Yeah, back to the hotel, definitely," Mr. Doss agreed. "Poor Bobby," Mrs. Doss said. "Come here a second. Let Mommy fix your hair." Again she reached into her straw bag, this time for her hairbrush, and began to run it around the edges of the translucent visor. When she whipped out the hairbrush, the slip of paper with Mr. Capassi's address on it fluttered away in the wind. No one but Mr. Capassi noticed. He watched as it rose, carried higher and higher by the breeze, into the trees where the monkeys now sat, solemnly observing the scene below. Mr. Capassi observed it too, knowing that this was the picture of the Doss family he would preserve forever in his mind. Nixon under the Bodhi tree. Gerald Reilly. From the Gettysburg Review. Every night it takes Dallas Boyd at least 2 hours to become Richard Nixon, and after the performance it takes just as long to get cleaned up and find a taxi to drive him home. He has started spending nearly the whole afternoon before a show getting ready,
and the people at the theatre are used to it. They've already let him bring in some furniture, a reclining chair, an old oriental carpet, even a hot plate, so he can brew his herb teas, whatever he needs within reason to make things a little more comfortable. He loves his dressing-room. "I could live in a dressing-room," he has confided to the makeup artist named Gwen. He tells himself this is more than just a juicy part. It's become Dallas Boyd's defining moment, his crowning achievement. His entire life has shrunken around the role. He doesn't have energy left over for anything else. The play is called Nixon at Colonus, and he's never liked the title. This play is more mammoth than Sophocles. It hardly offers Tricky Dick anything like the apotheosis that he deserves. But he loves the play all the same. The script is pretty hard on the president by way of being sympathetic. Tough love. Whatever softness Dallas has been able to insert is purely around the edges. No ducking the truth here, no claims that the only problem was being too soft-hearted, as though Nixon was ever soft-hearted. Dallas Boyd loves the author, too, a sweetheart of a playwright named Lester Feltzer, who still shows up occasionally at performances. Feltzer is straight, but the most soft-hearted, gushiest heterosexual friend that Dallas has ever known. At the end of the summer, Les moved out to Los Angeles to write for the movies, but things haven't gone well for him on the coast. The studio declined to exercise its option, and so Les is already planning a return to New York. Whenever he visits the theater, he brings tasty health food offerings with him that he dispenses to Dallas like a Jewish grandmother. And then they sit down and talk. On the very last visit, he told Les that he felt he was starting to finally get deeper into the part. He's been doing the play for more than 14 months already, but at last it feels like all the unyielding discipline and concentration is paying off. With Feltzer, he never talks about his fears, or that he has no idea how long he's going to be able to continue. Even as he's drawn himself in and focused all his energies, inner and outer, on the role, he can feel the life forces fading. The ironies of this are rich, almost Nixonian. 43 years old, after 20 years of freak shows and supporting roles, he lands the perfect part, complete with terrific notices and interest from film casting people. All this, and he doesn't have the slightest idea how much longer he can stick it out. He knows for certain he will not be able to move on to some other role, so he has no choice but to keep settling deeper and deeper into the personality. In his recent performances, he feels like he has finally mastered the physical Dick Nixon. He never had to struggle to achieve the unmistakable clipped speech cadences that always seemed to be uttering just the wrong sentiment, and early on Gwen managed the pasty face makeup that forever appeared in desperate need of a shave. Now he effortlessly takes on the awkward play of the shoulders as the president thrusts yet another absurdly inappropriate victory sign heavenward with both hands. Gwen needs well over an hour to do the hair and face, but he knows the resemblance wouldn't add up to much if he doesn't inhabit that makeup with the bristling awkwardness of the man himself. When he is in character, all the lighting technicians and stagehands call him Mr. President. This started out as a joke, but right away the star understood this helped him get deeper into the part. At one point, when he was struggling to improve his Nixon shuffle, he actually requested Vinny, the chief stage man, to address him the same way. At first Vinny looked vaguely insulted, as though he was outraged by the notion, as though going along with such absurdity was not only not required by the Union Handbook, but absolutely against all good sense. "It helps me get in character," the actor explained. "If you feel I am the president, I'll feel that way too." Over time, Vinny has turned out to be his best friend at the theater. Every week or two he brings in Italian food that his wife has cooked up, and whether his appetite is strong or not, Dallas tries to eat it as best he can, even on those nights when the smell of meatballs and veal nearly turns his stomach, and he always follows the dining with extravagant compliments to the chef and insistent requests for more. But even Vinny has been acting strangely tonight. Earlier he noticed something was wrong with Gwen when she put on his face, but for once he didn't press her for details. Instead, it falls to Vinny to bring him the news. It is almost 6:30, and Gwen has long since finished her work and left him alone, sitting in character, when Vinny knocks on the door. "Want some tea?" Dallas offers, as he always offers. He knows right away something is wrong. Vinny shakes his head about the tea and stands there with an awkwardness that Dallas picks up immediately. How are you today, Vin? Okay. How are you feeling, Mr. President? Terrific. There's something wrong, Vinny. You haven't heard the news? No, what news? That's what Gwen said. She didn't think you knew yet. The stagehand removes the New York Post carefully from behind his back. For once, Vinny looks utterly abashed, like he's doing something that has to be done but gives him no pleasure. The huge front page announces that Richard Nixon is dead. A New York Times follows. The news overwhelms Dallas, surely more than it should. Nixon's health has been shaky. He was in the hospital early in the week, but before this exact moment, Dallas has never been willing to allow the possibility of Richard Nixon's death, much less to explore its potential symbolic significance to his own inner life. And this is especially odd, because he has so often contemplated his own death. His eyes search for details to hang on to. One columnist is named Apple. The time of death is listed as 9 o'clock in the evening, which means he was on stage even as the president died. It occurs to him fleetingly that it might be good for box office receipts, at least from a short-term perspective. And then Dallas blushes deeply at the utter shallowness of that reaction. He thinks that everyone must have been shielding him, avoiding any mention of it with him, as though he were too fragile for the shock. Who knows, maybe they were right. He lives in such a focused world that he hadn't even gotten the news on his own. He blushes again, realizing that he has been ignoring Vinny, who has been standing in the dressing room watching him the whole time. I just thought you should know. Of course, you were right. Thank you, Vinny. Their eyes meet. I guess I'm living in a cocoon. Even news like this comes to me a day late. Alone, Dallas looks in the bright make-up mirror and asks himself what he is going to do. He considers medication, but settles on a mere pair of aspirin that he extracts from the forest of medicine bottles. Prescription bottles are laid out on surfaces everywhere, and Dallas carries a satchel packed with medications wherever he goes. He has become an expert at painkillers, and Dr. Reynolds has given him considerable latitude. There's Vicodin and hydrocodone. When things get more painful, there's Ativan, and an open prescription for morphine, which he doesn't imagine needing till much later on, but which is a reassuring presence, even in prescription form. He feels like he's been enormously lucky. He's gone for monthly blood tests, and he keeps track of his T-cells, but he's resigned to the course of the disease. They tried AZT for almost 6 months, and he's happy to be free of that drug's ugly side effects. He keeps reducing the circle of his days, reducing distractions of any sort. His performances are all that he can manage to get through, and the round of performances never ends. On Mondays, when he finally has a day off, he doesn't budge from his apartment. He lies in bed all day, dressed in a bathrobe with slippers, no matter what the temperature outside. Lately, he always feels a chill. Silk long underwear, the thick wool Irish leg warmers, double layer of socks. Nothing helps much. He begins doing the now familiar Tonglen meditation. In recent days, he has taken to studying all sorts of crazy things, New Age books on channeling and astrology, theosophic tracts, even ancient Buddhist texts. Some might call it desperation, a lame attempt to stave off the idea of his mortality. But it's anything but escapism. In this meditation, he mentally exchanges his own best feelings with another's suffering, all to the rhythm of his respiration, breathing in Nixon's anger and hatred, and breathing out all the most peaceful, wonderful feelings. It feels different with the news that the president has left the human realm. Dallas's mind roams back over the presidential career, and for once he doesn't fight his wandering mind. He tries only to keep the bare touch of the rhythm of his breathing in the exchange, the dark light in, the white light out, and slowly he feels himself steadying. It is simply indescribable doing this meditation with Dick Nixon. He finds himself thinking about Cambodia, and all the bombs that were dropped, and the black karma coming so thick that it clouds out the sun until Dallas feels he can barely keep breathing, and then, just before he panics, he is letting go. All bliss and blue skies exhaling out to Nixon.
It works counter to everything in the life of a struggling, up-and-coming actor, what's supposed to make up your most basic nature, your survival instinct. "You've changed," friends told him. He knew he had grown altogether more somber. He felt like he was wearing a jacket and tie all the time now. He was dying, and yet he was worrying about poor Dick Nixon. He often wondered what the president would think about his performance, even while knowing beyond the slightest doubt that Nixon would never have subjected himself to such a play. For years he's hated Nixon in that strange, superficial way that you can feel emotions about somebody existing so far from your daily life. He knows the written record only too well. At home he has 2 shelves overflowing with Nixon books, and he keeps a few beloved duplicates on hand in the dressing room, but rarely needs them. The sight of himself made up as Nixon is inspiration enough. There's so much juicy stuff. All the swear words that embarrassed Nixon so terribly afterwards, all the anti-Semitic jabs, the compulsive hate talk, how he ranted about all the Jews and liberals out to get him just because he wasn't as charming or Ivy League connected as Jack Kennedy. It's gotten worse since he left the White House. Nixon has remained totally unrepentant. He claims only that he was too soft-hearted, even as one after another of his underlings and friends went to jail for him. In the media, every few years, there arises that periodic drone. "Nixon is back, Nixon is back," every chorus of it more carefully orchestrated than the last one. But maybe the real Richard Nixon, the spirit Nixon, will finally get the chance to perceive his performance in this latest disincarnate form. Watching a play must be entirely different for a consciousness that has left its body. Maybe Richard Nixon will be able to see past the prejudices and stubborn self-images that would have marred his appreciation in the first place. Maybe Nixon will feel Dallas's performance for what it is, a life-and-death role, a veritable inhabitation of the dead man's just-departed career and life story. He has already journeyed through a lifetime of his own karma in the last few years. Jürgen went back to Stockholm as soon as he tested positive, and back then Dallas knew it was only a matter of time before he tested positive. A few months later he got the call to play Nell in Uncle Tom's Cabin, and 2 years after that he was chosen to become Richard Nixon, but only after a pair of unsuccessful tryouts separated by almost a month. From transvestite glitter to the White House. But by then Dallas was all alone with his diagnosis. Such isolation was just perfect for Nixon. It was the way Dallas first slipped into the part. Nixon was a genius at loneliness, and now Dallas Boyd was utterly alone and undistracted, with him, too. Dallas doesn't know how long he's been sitting by himself when there's a knock on the door, and he answers, "Come in," and the dressing-room door opens to reveal Les Feltzer. "As soon as I heard the news, I thought of you." For the first time, Dallas feels like he might start crying. For the first time, he feels like part of himself has died tonight. He motions to the empty chair. "Sit with me for a few minutes." Dallas knows Lester understands, maybe Lester alone in the entire world. They'd had long talks about the role. "I understand why you're acting even though you're sick," he said after the first week of previews. "We do what we do right up until the end," Lester said. "I'm exactly the same. I'll write until I can't hold a pen up. Then I'll probably talk into a microphone and have it transcribed. We're all terminal cases, and the lucky ones, like you and me, we know what we want. No, what we have to do right up till the bitter end." That was months ago, and the stakes have only gotten more intense in the interim. "Want some tea, Lester? Do you have something stronger?" Suddenly Dallas is laughing at the obvious just rightness of the idea of sharing a stiff drink. Of course it has to be booze. He looks quickly around the dressing-room. It is not often that he drinks anything much stronger than green tea, but he sees that he's better stocked than even he realized. He goes out and returns with a tiny cardboard pail of ice, courtesy of Vinny's refrigerator. "I can just about manage martinis." "Just the thing. I think I'll join you, too. One for the president, that bastard. A stiff one for the road." He pours quantities of gin and vermouth into cups used for his tea rituals and mixes them carefully, even using the bamboo tea whisk. He'll worry about cleaning that off later. Yes, just the thing.
Both of them clink their cups as gingerly as if they are drinking highballs at Sardi's or 21. I'm glad you're here tonight, Les. I hope you stay for the show. Wouldn't miss it for the world. You know, I've been thinking a lot about Cambodia. I keep thinking about what he did, what we all did, how it's all been forgotten. Les nods. He is listening with great care. He has spent the afternoon apartment hunting, planning his move back to New York in the next few months, and certainly he hadn't expected to have this impromptu wake in honor of Richard Nixon. He watches Dallas sniff the martini, and then they both take deep draughts of their respective potions. Les has been startled by the signs of physical deterioration that he sees up close, behind his friend's makeup. The actor looks haggard, appears to have aged even since the last time he visited, barely a month ago. All of it contributes to the character, no question, because it's not just the physical appearance. I've taken your play and turned it into a religion, Dallas whispers, exaggerating only slightly. I live and breathe and shit Richard Nixon. I dream his dreams. Lester leans forward but doesn't answer. He senses that the actor, this particular terminal case, is a vehicle for something special tonight. Most people, if I told them I was playing Nixon right up until the day I died, you know what they'd say. Say I was crazy. Absolutely, certifiable crazy. Sometimes I think that, too. Lester says nothing, staying focused, centered. But you know why I'm doing this? Lester admits he doesn't have a clue exactly what he's getting at. I'm teaching Nixon to forgive himself. He empties his cup. I've already forgiven myself. It's all for Tricky Dick from here on out. Every night the soul of Richard Nixon is going to be hearing me, hearing all these prayers you wrote for him, and feeling the play too. Lester cannot speak now. He feels like he's seen a ghost. It's not just this figure that looks like Richard Nixon. It's everything he knows about Dallas, about the fact that the actor is going to die. The real Nixon's with me tonight, says Dallas. I've been reaching out to him night after night. He reaches up toward the ceiling of the dressing room, and now he's reaching back from wherever he's journeying. You feel him? He nods. I felt him last night. I didn't know it then, on stage, but now I know what it was. All that suffering. No wonder I didn't want to see a newspaper. But now I'm going to be able to reach him so much easier. There's nothing separating us anymore. We're all suffering, but poor fucks like Dick Nixon and me, we're just swimming in all the suffering. Then before Les can finish his martini or say no, Dallas has slipped a religious book in front of his friend and placed a Xerox copy of the same text on his own lap. The actor has a huge stack of meditations and prayers for the dying, but his favorite one is right on top. What's this? The playwright asks, not dreaming for a moment of offering the slightest resistance. The Heart Sutra, one of the most sacred Buddhist texts. Now, I'm going to read this slowly, and don't worry if the words don't exactly seem clear or even make much sense. The important thing is the feeling you have. And imagine that Nixon's in the room with us. Just meditate on the words as I say them. Lester is visibly moved, if nothing else, by the intensity with which Dallas is directing this improvised moment. And as always, Dallas, while he knows that his Tibetan teacher wouldn't agree with whatever extras he's adding, how he's turning a simple prayer recitation into something closer to a séance, Dallas feels completely right about what he is doing for the dead president and for himself. Already, even as he begins to read, Dallas is certain that Nixon is with them. His soul is present in the room. Lester is completely spooked by now. Goosebump flesh spooked. He cannot see any of this, of course, but his body is registering that they are not alone in the dressing room. The 5 skandhas are enumerated, each of the components of the psyche, and they are liberated in the text, found to be no different than the selflessness of pure experience, all things marked by emptiness, not born, not destroyed. In the few seconds it takes for Dallas to finish the text, scarcely a page long, Lester sees again that the actor is going to die very soon. First Nixon, then Dallas Boyd. They sit in silence for a little while after the prayer's finished. They can hear backstage sounds, but they are listening to something else. Then Vinny is knocking on the door. 10 minutes to curtain. Lester reaches out and squeezes his hands. I love you, man.
I love you too,
Dallas answers back. The actor spends the last few minutes by himself. Already he feels exhausted. He looks at himself in the mirror and doesn't know how he will have the energy to perform for 2 hours. Outside, the theater seats will be filling up. The electronic bell tone will be signaling that the curtain is about to go up, though he can hear this only in his imagination. He stands up. He is sure that it is not merely his own power carrying him forward any longer. He pauses before opening the door, and pauses again in the darkness outside the dressing room. Ahead, the bright rim of stage lights awaiting him. A few more steps, and he can feel the audience in the darkness, all of them focused on his movements as he enters their view and sits down at the replica presidential desk. The dark space around him has evaporated. He feels as though they're sitting in a space as large as an airplane hangar, but a hangar so very vast that you can't even see the wall supporting it. Thousands of Cambodians are sitting in long aisles. The 4 dead youngsters from Kent State are there. The actor's parents and his grandparents, and poor Jürgen Lindgren, too. Even Pat Nixon has joined the rest of them. Saints, arhats, martyrs, bodhisattvas. But by far mostly simple people, as flawed as Dallas, as flawed as Richard Nixon, all of them merely seeking a glimpse of the truth. What do the souls say to each other in the endless space after their bodies are shed? Soon enough he will know. He looks up through the branches and sees the Milky Way twinkling clearly above. Then he looks down at the dark space that is his audience, and begins speaking with a resonance that surprises even himself, loud enough that even the backmost rows can hear clearly. I am the President. Mr. Brother. Michael Cunningham, from Double Take. Mr. Brother is shaving for a date. Mr. Brother likes getting ready, and he likes having had sex. Everything in between is just business. Hey, Tooey, he says, better take it easy on the sheets tonight. Mom's out of bleach. Tooey, that's you if you're willing to wear the skin for a while, says, Shut up, you moron. Ow, Mr. Brother says, expertly stroking his jaw with chic steel. Don't call me a moron. You know how upset it gets me. Mr. Brother, 17 years old, looks dressed even when he's naked. His flesh has a serenely unsurprised quality, not common in the male nude, since the last of the classical Greek sculptors cut his last torso. Mom and Dad, modest people, terrorized people, are always begging Mr. Brother to put something on. Shut up, you tell him. Just shut up. You, Tooey, I'm sorry to say, are plump and pink as a birthday cake. You are never naked. Tooey, my dear, Mr. Brother says, haven't you got any pressing business elsewhere? You say, You bet I do. And yet you stay where you are, perched on the edge of the bathtub, watching Mr. Brother, naked as a gladiator, prepare himself for Saturday night. You can't seem to imagine being anywhere else. Mr. Brother says, Honestly, if you don't let up on me, I'm going to start crying. I'm going to just fall apart, and won't that make you happy? Mr. Brother is a wicked mimic. When you tease him, he tends to answer in your mother's voice, but he performs only her hysterical aspect. He omits her undercurrent of bitter, muscular competence. You laugh. For a moment, your mother, not you, is the fool of the house. Mr. Brother smiles into the mirror. You watch as he plucks a stray eyebrow hair from the bridge of his nose. Later, as the future starts springing its surprises and you find yourself acquainted with a drag queen or two, you will note that they do not extend to their toilets quite the level of ecstatic care practiced by Mr. Brother before the medicine cabinet mirror. Hey, honey, come on now, don't cry, I didn't mean it, you say, in an attempt at your father's stately and mortified manner. Imitation is not, unfortunately, the area in which your main talents lie, and you sound more like Daffy Duck than you do like a rueful, middle-aged tax attorney. You try to hold the moment by laughing. You do not mean your laughter to sound high-pitched or whinnying. Mr. Brother plucks another hair, rapt as a neurosurgeon. He says, "Tui, man." He says nothing more. You understand. Work on that laugh, okay? Where are you going? You ask, hoping to be loved for your selfless interest in the lives of others. O-U-T, he says. Into the night. Don't wait up. You going out with Sandy? I am, in fact. Sandy's a skank. Mr. Brother preens undeterred. And what have you got lined up for tonight, buddy? He says. A little bonanza? A little self-abuse? Shut up, you say. He is, as usual, dead right, and you're starting to panic. How is it possible that the phrase lonely, plump, and petulant could apply to you? There is another you, lean and knowing, desired, and he's right here, under your skin. All you need is a little help getting him out into the world. So, Tui, Mr. Brother says, how would you feel about shedding your light someplace else for a while? A man needs his privacy, dig? Sayonara, you say, but you can't quite make yourself leave the bathroom. Here, right here, in this small chamber of tile and mirror, with 3 swan decals floating serenely over the bathtub, is all you hope to know about love and order, the whole machinery of the future. Everything else is just your house. Tui, brave little chap, I'm serious, capiche? Run along now. On to further adventures. You nod and remain. Mr. Brother has created a wad of shifting muscles between his shoulder blades. The ropes of his triceps are big enough to throw shadows onto his skin. You decide to deliver a line devised some time ago and held in reserve. You say, why do you bother with Sandy? Why don't you just date yourself? You know you'll put out, and you can save the price of a movie. Mr. Brother looks at your reflected face in the mirror. He says, out, faggot. Now he is imitating no one but himself. You would prefer to be unaffected by such a cheap shot? It would help if it wasn't true. Given that it is true, you would prefer to have something more in the way of a haughty, crushing response. You would prefer not to be standing here, fat in the fluorescent light, with hippopotamus tears suddenly streaming down your face. Christ, Mr. Brother says, will you just fucking get out of here? Please? You will. In another moment you will. But even now, impaled as you are, you can't quite remove yourself from the presence of your brother's stern and certain beauty. What can the world possibly do but ruin him? Mr. Brother, at 17, can have anything he wants, and sees nothing extraordinary about the fact. So what can the world do but marry him, to Carla, not Sandy, find him a job, arrange constellations over his head just the way he likes them, and then slowly start shutting down the power? It's one of the oldest stories. There's the beautiful wife who refuses, obdurately, mysteriously, to be as happy as she'd like to be. There's the baby. Then another. Then, oops, hey, she must be putting pinholes in my condoms. A third. There's the corporate job. Money's no joke any more, not with 3 kids at home, where charm counts for less and less, and where Ossie Ringwald, who played cornet in the high school band, joins the firm 3 years after Mr. Brother does, and takes less than 2 years to become his boss. All that is waiting, and you and Mr. Brother probably know it, somehow, here on this spring night in Pasadena, where the scents of honeysuckle and chaparral are extinguished by Mr. Brother's Aramis and Right Guard, and where the souped-up cars of Mr. Brother's friends and rivals leave rubber behind on the street. Why else would you love and despise each other so ardently, you who have nothing but blood in common? Looking at that present from this present, it seems possible that you both sense somewhere, beneath the level of language, that some 30 years later he, full of Scotch, picked bloody by his flock of sorrows, will suffer a spasm of tears, and then fall asleep on your sofa with his head in your lap. That night is now. Here you are, 45 years old, showing Mr. Brother around the new hilltop house you bought. As Mr. Brother walks the premises, scotch in hand, appreciating this detail or that, you feel suddenly embarrassed by the house. It's too grand. No, it's grand in the wrong way. It's cheesy, Gatsby-esque. The sofa is so faggot baroque. How had you failed to notice? What made you choose white suede? It had seemed like a brave, reckless disregard of the threat of stains. At this moment, though, it seems possible, it does not seem impossible, that men don't stay around because they can't imagine sitting with you night after night on a sofa like this. Maybe that's why you're still alone. Tonight you sit on the sofa with Mr. Brother, who lays his head in your lap. You tell him lots of people go through bad spells in their marriage. You tell him things at work will turn around after the election. Although you still call him by that name, this man is not, strictly speaking, Mr. Brother at all. This is a 48-year-old, nattily dressed, semi-bald guy with a chain around his neck. This is a tax attorney. Here he is, and here you are, speaking softly and consolingly as the more powerful constellations begin to show themselves outside your sliding glass doors. And here you are at 14, in this suburban bathroom. You stand another moment with Mr. Brother, livid, ashamed, snivelling, and then you finally force yourself to perform the singular act that should all along have been so simple. You leave him alone. "So long, asshole," you say weepily as you exit, "and fuck you, too." If he thought more of you, he'd lash out. He wouldn't continue plucking his eyebrows in the mirror. You go and lie on your bed, running your fingers over the stylish houndstooth blanket you insisted on, worried as always about the stains it covers. You hear Mr. Brother downstairs flirting with Mom, shadowboxing with Dad. You hear his Mustang fire up in the driveway. You lie on your bed in the room that will become a guest room, a junk room, a home office, and then the bedroom of a stranger's child. You plan to lose weight and get handsome. You plan to earn in the high five figures before you turn 40. You plan to be somebody other people need to know. These plans will largely, astonishingly, come true. As Mr. Brother roars away, radio blasting, you plan a future in which he respects and admires you. You plan to see him humbled, weeping, penitent. You plan to look pityingly down at him from your own pinnacle of strength and love. These plans will not come true. When the time arrives, reparations will be negotiated between a handsome, lonely man and a much older-looking guy in dockers and a Bill Blass jacket, an exhausted family man who's had a few too many scotches. Mr. Brother won't come at all. Mr. Brother is too fast. Mr. Brother is too cool. Mr. Brother is off to further adventures, and in his place he sent a husband and father for you to hold, as the city sparkles beyond the blue brightness of your pool and cars pass by on the street below, leaving snatches of music behind. Moon. Chaim Potok. From Image. Moon Vinton, recently turned 13, was short for his age, and too bony, too thin. He had a small, pale face, dark, angry eyes, and straight, jet-black hair. A tiny silver ring hung from the lobe of his right ear, and a ponytail sprouted below the thick band at the nape of his neck and ran between his angular shoulder blades. The ponytail, emerging like a waterfall from the flat-combed dark hair, was dyed the clear blue color of a morning sky. Moon marched into the family den one autumn evening and announced to his parents that he wanted to build a recording studio for himself and his band. His parents, short, slender people in their late 40s, had been talking together quietly on the sofa. Moon's father, annoyed by his son's brusque interruption of the conversation, thought, first those drums, then the earring and the ponytail, and now a recording studio? In a restrained tone he asked, "What exactly does that involve?" "A big table, microphones, stands, extension cords, rugs or carpets for soundproofing, a mixing board," said Moon. "And how exactly will you pay for all that?" "With the money I got for my birthday." Patience is the desired mode here, Moon's father told himself. I'll remind you again. That money has been put away for your college tuition.
The band will make lots of money, Dad.
Then buy the equipment with that money.
We'll need money to buy the equipment so we can make really high-quality recordings, said Moon, trying to keep calm. We'll demo the recordings and send them out and start making money from the gigs we'll get. It takes money to make money, Dad.
Moon's father turned to Moon's mother. Where is he learning these things, Julia?
He's your son, too, Kenneth, said Moon's mother. Why don't you ask him?
She had her mind at that moment on another matter, the face of a boy in Pakistan. He's only 13 years old, for God's sake, Moon's father said. Moon hated it when they talked about him as if he weren't there. His parents, who were physicians, often spoke to one another clinically about their patients, and at times about Moon as if he were a patient. It was one more irritant in the list of things that made him angry.
We shouldn't attach an only to a 13-year-old, said his mother, still seeing the face of the Pakistani boy, whose photograph had come to her office in the morning mail. A 13-year-old is not a child.
Moon's father, a precise man with a dry, intimidating manner, looked at Moon and asked, Where exactly do you plan to put all that equipment? In the garage? Moon replied. His parents stared at him. Calm is called for, his father thought, and remained silent. Inside Moon's mother, an unassuming woman of gentle demeanor, the picture of the gaunt, brown-faced Pakistani boy, dry, thin lips, small, straight nose, enormous, frightened eyes, abruptly winked out. She said quietly to Moon, Dear, we keep our cars in the garage. Moon said, Then I'll put it in the basement. We've been through all that, said Moon's father, a clamor erupting from the basement and streaming through the air ducts and filling the house with a booming, drumming, twanging pandemonium they call music. Let's talk about it another time.
When, Dad?
Soon.
But when?
His father said, Morgan, I have very important calls to make. Morgan was Moon's given name, first on the list of things that made him angry. A jovial older cousin had called him Moon some years ago, for a reason Moon could no longer remember. His parents and teachers still called him Morgan.
I need the phone to call the guys in the band, said Moon.
Whoever is on the phone. If an overseas call comes in, on call waiting, please tell me immediately, said Moon's mother.
I need the phone,
said Moon again. Don't you have any homework? His father asked.
Dad, I really need to talk to the guys in my band, said Moon.
Moon's parents sat very quietly on the couch, looking at their son. Even excited or angered, his face still retained its pallid look. But his dark eyes glittered, and his thin lips drew back tight over his small white teeth, as if keeping a seal on a poisonous boil of words. The telephone rang. Moon's father picked up the receiver and said crisply, Dr. Vinton? He listened and handed the receiver to Moon's mother. Pakistan, he said. Moon, his hands clenched, turned and left the den. He took the carpeted stairs 2 at a time to the second floor, and as he threw open the door to his room, the anger erupted. His heart raced, his hands shook. He felt the rage like a scalding second skin. He slammed the door shut. The large color poster of the Beatles, loosely tacked to the inside of the door, fluttered briefly. The Beatles seemed to be dancing and undulating in their exotic costumes. He flopped down on his bed. Always with the fury came fear. Occasional tantrums had accompanied him through childhood, and in recent years had become too frequent fits of rage that rose suddenly from deep inside him and sometimes took possession of his body. He lay on his back, tight and quivering. When you feel it coming, stop what you're doing, Mrs. Graham, the school counselor, had advised. Take deep breaths and count slowly. He counted. 1, 2, 3. Mrs. Graham was in her 40s, a round-faced, good-hearted woman. If you feel you're losing control, walk out of the classroom. I've told your teachers it's all right for you to do that. 4, 5, 6. After his fight with Tim Wesley 2 weeks ago, when they pummeled one another and tumbled down the wide staircase into the school's main entrance hall. 7, 8, 9. Later, Moon couldn't remember why the fight had begun. His parents and Mrs. Graham had discussed the possibility of Moon getting help. A therapist, a total stranger. Everything I'd say would be written down, probably recorded. 10, 11, 12. Maybe go up to the third floor and play the drums a while. But I need the telephone. Was that someone at the door? He got off the bed, pulled the door open, and saw his mother standing in the hallway. She said gently, "I keep reminding you, if you close your door, we can't communicate with you. Closed doors often turn into stone walls." His mother's frequent moralizing was definitely on the list of things that made Moon angry. "Can I use the phone now?" he asked. She sighed. "I came up to tell you that we'll be having a guest." "Who?" asked Moon. "A boy from Pakistan." Children with rare diseases came to his parents from all over the world for diagnosis and treatment, but always to the hospital, never to the house. He asked, "Why is he staying with us if he's sick?" His mother said, "He's not sick, dear. An organization your father and I belong to is bringing him into the country. You'll hear about it in school." "He's coming to my school?" "Yes. Be nice to him, dear." But Moon was imagining the boy wandering around the house and coming upon the small room on the third floor. He took a deep breath and said, "Can I use the phone now, Mom?" Moon's mother remembered when her second son had gone off to college the year before. She had said to her husband, "It's difficult to let go, but it's much worse to hold on." Moon, listening nearby, had suddenly and unaccountably run up to his room and slammed the door, cracking the paint near the ceiling of the hallway wall, much to the annoyance of his father. His mother now stood gazing with disquiet at her youngest son. He was so different from the older ones, Andrew in engineering and football, Colin in pre-med and crew, and Morgan, so edgy and sullen, so fixed upon himself. "Yes, dear, you may use the phone," she said. She was still standing in the hallway looking at Moon when he closed the door. He sat at his cluttered desk and dialed the telephone. Pete's father answered. "Peter is doing his homework," he said. "This won't take long, Mr. Weybridge, I promise," said Moon. "You just make sure of that," said Pete's father. While waiting for Pete to come to the phone, Moon sat looking at the large posters of John Bonham and Stuart Copeland playing the drums on the wall across from his bed, and at the posters on the wall near his bed, George and Paul with their guitars, Ringo at his drums, John singing. He imagined himself sauntering over to them and taking the sticks from Ringo and starting with a light tick-tick-tick-tick on the hi-hat, and then, "Hey, hey," came Pete's voice over the phone. "How you doing, Moon?" "We can jam after school tomorrow, Pete." "That's cool. Hey, Pete, there's a kid from Pakistan who's going to be staying in my house." "Is he staying with you? Hey, that's real cool." "You know about him?" "Everybody knows." "How come I never heard anything about him?" "Hey, you're asleep half the time, and the other half you're so angry you don't know what's happening." "I need to call Ronnie and John about tomorrow." "Stay cool, Moon," said Pete. Moon called Ronnie Klein and then John Wood. Just as he was telling John the time of their jam session, he heard the beep of the call waiting and told John to hang up. Another item on the list of things that angered him, the call waiting, the way it broke into his conversations with his only friends, the members of his band. The low beep, once, twice. Most of the calls were for his parents. No, they wouldn't give him his own telephone. They didn't want him talking on it for hours on end. His brothers hadn't had their own telephones, and neither would he. "This is Imran Morais," a voice said in a strange accent. "I am phoning from Pakistan for Dr. Julia Venten." "1 minute, please," said Moon, and opened his door to call downstairs. "Mom, it's for you." "Thank you, dear." Moon heard his mother's voice coming to him from the den. When he returned to his desk, he put the receiver to his ear and heard, "Yes, Dr. Venten. The boy will arrive early tomorrow. He will no doubt be tired, but he is—" Moon hung up the telephone. He had not thought to ask his mother where the boy would sleep. In Andy's room? In Colin's room? He feared the dusky silences in the house that enlarged the absence of his brothers and magnified invisible presences, like the noises made by the squirrels scampering inside the walls. Moon imagined he heard his brothers' voices. They were teaching him to hold a bat, catch a hard ball, throw a football, dribble a basketball. They were teasing him, calling him the skinny runt of the family. They were helping him with his homework. They were bickering with Mom and Dad over cars and girls and late nights out.
The thought of the boy from Pakistan staying in the room with one of his brothers. Feeling an outrage at the very center of himself, Moon began counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. He inserted a Pearl Jam CD into his player. 5, 6, 7, and put on his earphones and opened one of the textbooks on the desk. He tapped his index and middle fingers on the desk. Doom, diddica, doom, doom, diddica, doom, diddica, doom, doom, diddica, playing as if he were at a drum and snare. The words in the book flickered and pulsated in the torrent of drums and music. Moon sat slumped in the seat, dimly aware of the TV cameras and crews in the back of the crowded auditorium, the empty chairs on the stage, and the whispering among the students and teachers. School assemblies, almost always full of monotonous, preachy, fake talk, were high on the list of things that annoyed Moon and made him angry. He was especially angry that morning. Mrs. Woolston had raked him for not handing in the weekly English essay. A fat, ugly woman with thick glasses and a voice like ice water. She wanted the essay tomorrow, and absolutely no excuses. He'd sensed the smirks of his classmates and saw out of the corner of his eye Pete's sympathetic look. He hadn't been able to think of anything to write about, and listening to Mrs. Woolston's public scolding, had felt heat rise to his face and considered walking out of the room. Instead, he'd remained at his desk, counting to himself, fingers tapping silently on his knees, until the assistant principal's reedy voice came over the public address system, announcing the assembly. The crowd in the auditorium had fallen silent. Moon, still slumped in his seat, watched as some people emerged from the dark right wing of the stage and walked toward the chairs. The first was Dr. Whatley, the school principal. Then came two men Moon didn't know, both dressed in dark suits, then a tall, brown-skinned man with glasses and wearing a baggy light brown suit, followed by a brown-skinned boy about Moon's age, but an inch or two shorter than Moon. He looked gaunt. His eyes were dark and enormous. He wore dark trousers and a sky-blue woolen sweater and a white shirt and tie. His neck stuck out from the collar of the shirt like the neck of a plucked bird. Behind the boy walked Moon's mother and father. Moon watched as they all sat down in the chairs on the stage. The boy, looking tense and fearful, seemed not to know what to do with his hands. He sat on the edge of his chair, leaning forward and staring apprehensively at the crowded auditorium. Dr. Whatley approached the podium and began to speak. Moon closed his eyes and wondered how he could convince his parents to let him build a recording studio. Maybe ask them for an addition to the garage. How much would that cost? Dr. Whatley droned on, the public address system amplifying his words. Moon felt itchy, impatient. There was a scattering of applause and some more talk. A moment later, an odd-sounding voice filled the air, small and breathless and high, and Moon opened his eyes and saw the boy standing behind the podium, only his face and neck visible. Alongside the boy stood the brown-skinned man. Moon vaguely recalled having heard that the boy's name was Ashraf. The boy said something in a foreign language, and the man, who had been introduced as Mr. Khan, translated. The boy spoke again. He was talking about someone named Mr. Malik, and the dozen boys who worked in his carpet factory. He said the boys had been bought by Mr. Malik from their parents. Bought? Thought Moon. Bought? The boy said that he himself had been bought at the age of 5 for $12. Sitting on a bench 15 hours a day as a carpet weaver with the others in a long, airless room and 2 weak light bulbs burning from a ceiling fixture, and the temperature often over 100 degrees, and the mud walls hot when he put his hands to them, and the single window closed against carpet-eating insects. But that was better than working in a quarry, hauling and loading stones onto carts for the building of roads, or in the sporting goods factory owned by one of the many nephews of Mr. Malik, making soccer balls by hand 80 hours a week in silence and near darkness.
At the carpet looms he'd worked from 6 in the morning to 8 at night, and sometimes around the clock, tying short lengths of thin thread to a lattice of heavy white threads. His fingers often bled, and the blood mixed with the colors of the threads. "Look," he said, thrusting his hands palms upward across the podium, his thin wrists jutting like chicken bones from the sleeves of his sweater. And Moon, listening to the quavery words of the boy and the deep voice of Mr. Kahn, tried to make out the fingers from across the length of the auditorium, and could not, and gazed at his own long bony fingers and tapped them restlessly on his knees. The audience was silent. The boy went on talking in his high, breathless voice. 3 weeks ago, in the village where he worked, 2 men in suits, accompanied by 2 uniformed policemen, had entered Mr. Mallock's carpet factory and taken him away, along with 4 younger boys and 3 older ones. What a shouting Mr. Mallock had raised! How dare they take away his workers, his boys? All legally acquired from their parents. He had the papers to prove it, documents signed and recorded with the proper authorities. The boy paused and then said, "Was it right that children were made to labor at carpet factories, at brick and textile factories, at tanneries and steelworks?" He said, "People in America shouldn't buy the carpets made in his country. If the carpet makers couldn't sell their carpets, they wouldn't have any reason to use children as cheap labor." He stopped, peering uncertainly at Mr. Kahn, who nodded and smiled. The boy thanked the audience for listening to him and walked back to his chair and sat down. He put his hands on his knees and gazed at the floor. All the adults on the stage were looking at him. There was an uneasy stirring in the audience, and nervous scattered applause. Moon sat very still, looking at the boy. Mr. Whatley stepped to the podium and introduced one of the 2 strangers, who turned out to be the governor of the state. The second stranger was the head of the organization that had brought the boy to the United States. Moon didn't listen to them, nor did he pay much attention to the brief talks given by his parents. Both said something about the need to raise the consciousness of Americans. Americans. He was watching the boy, who still sat on the edge of his chair, leaning forward and appearing a little lost. And wasn't it strange how right there on the stage, in front of everyone, as first the governor and then the head of the organization, and then Moon's parents spoke, wasn't it strange how Ashraf had begun to tap with his fingers on his knees, lightly and silently tapping in small movements to some inner music he seemed to be hearing? Moon watched the rhythm and pattern of Ashraf's tapping, an odd sort of tempo, unlike anything Moon had ever seen before, and found himself tapping along with him, a 1, 1, 1, and a 2, and a 1, and a 2, and... In the school lunchroom later that day, Moon was at a table with Pete and the 2 other members of his band when Ashraf entered with Mr. Kahn. He saw them go along the food line and then carry their trays to a table and sit with some other students. Moon watched Ashraf eating and heard him respond to questions put to him by the students and translated by Mr. Kahn. Where had he been born? What sort of food did he like? Had he ever heard of McDonald's, or Walt Disney, or Tom Hanks? Did he like rock music? As the last question was translated, Ashraf's eyes grew wide and bright, and he nodded. What was his favorite band? He said, radiantly, smiling for the first time, "The Beatles," pronouncing it Beatles. "He says," Mr. Kahn translated, "that someone near the carpet factory played recordings of the Beatles very often and very loud." Students crowded around the table, blocking Moon's view. Someone asked who was Ashraf's favorite Beatle, and Moon heard the eager, high-voiced answer, "Ringo." Minutes later, the crowd around Ashraf thinned, and Moon saw him drumming lightly on the table surface with a knife and fork. Next to him sat Mr. Kahn, finishing his meal. About a half-dozen students stood near the table, watching Ashraf's drumming. "Hey, man," Moon heard Pete say, "you talked to your mom and dad about the recording studio?" "Yeah," said Moon, looking at Ashraf. "What'd they say?" "They're thinking about it." "Man, that'd be so cool," said Pete. "Our own studio and everything." Moon wished Pete would be quiet so he could see and hear more clearly Ashraf's oddly rhythmed drumming. "What's up, man?"
said Pete into the telephone later that afternoon. "I got one foot out the door." "We can't jam today, Pete," said Moon. "What's happening?" "A kid from Pakistan and his interpreter. They're in my house sleeping. We can't make any noise." "He must be tired, man." "I don't like him sleeping in Andy's bed. And the man, he's in Colin's bed." "Hey, you know what my daddy once said to me? He said, 'You have your own house, you can decide who sleeps there.' We'll jam tomorrow. Tomorrow I got my guitar lesson. The day after." "Okay, Pete. Stay cool, man." Moon called the other 2 members of the band. Then he sat at the desk in his room, listening to the silence in the house. 2 hours at the drums gone. He thought of Ashraf's head on Andy's pillow. Did they carry diseases? Mom would know about that. His parents were at the hospital, and that evening they were to have dinner with Ashraf and Mr. Khan, along with the governor and the mayor. Moon would eat alone at home, as he did on occasion. He would put a CD into the stereo player in the den, fill the air with swelling, pounding music that drove away the ominous silences and muffled the occasional chittering and scurrying of the squirrels inside the walls of the house. A noise took him from his thoughts. Barely audible voices in the next room. Ashraf and Mr. Khan. Moon rose and left his room. He walked past his parents' bedroom to the door at the end of the hallway and climbed the wooden staircase to the 3rd floor. The sloping roof of the large stone and brick house left space for 3 third-story rooms beneath the angled beams. One, a cedar closet, another, a storage area for his parents' files, the third, the room where Moon played his drums and jammed with his band. It was a small room, with barely enough space for the chairs and the music stands and the table with a CD player and the small cassette recorder they used to tape some of their sessions. The crowded room was the only place in the house his parents would permit Moon and his band to play. He removed the covers from his drums, sat down, popped The Police into the CD player, put on the earphones, and took up his sticks. He knew by heart Stuart Copeland's stroke and beat, and played with deft precision. The blue-dyed ponytail moved from side to side and bobbed on his shoulders and back. He played for some while, felt himself gliding off into the surge and crash of the drums, and lifted into the cascades of thumping rhythms, and then sensed an alien presence behind him, and stopped and turned. Ashraf and Mr. Khan were in the room. Moon stared at them. He turned off the CD player and removed his earphones. "We apologize if we are disturbing you," said Mr. Khan very politely. "It's okay," said Moon, trying to keep the anger out of his voice. This was what he had feared most. An invasion of his most secret place. Slow, deep breaths. 1, 2. Mr. Khan said, "Ashraf has asked me to tell you that your walls make sounds. He heard noises that woke him." "Those are squirrels," said Moon. "Sometimes they get inside our walls. Usually we only hear them at night." 3, 4, 5... Mr. Khan spoke to Ashraf, who nodded and responded. "He says to tell you the walls of the factory where he worked were filled with insects, and sometimes he would hear them at night." Moon said, "We once had a nest of honeybees in one of our walls. My parents had to bring in a man who raised bees to take away the nest with the bee still in it." Why am I telling him this? 6, 7... Ashraf listened attentively to the translation, nodding, then spoke softly. "He says he does not know your name," said Mr. Khan. "My name is Moon." Mr. Khan looked puzzled. "M-O-O-N," said Moon, spelling his name. "Ah, yes," said Mr. Khan. "Moon." He spoke to Ashraf, who responded. "He asks, why are you named Moon?" "That's my name, that's all," said Moon. Mr. Khan spoke to Ashraf, who gazed intently at Moon. Dark, glittering pupils inside enormous, curious, eager eyes. "Ashraf says he was drawn here by the sound of your drums, and
asks if he may speak frankly and put certain, how to say it, personal questions to you.
Personal? What do you mean, personal?
He says he will not be hurt if you do not answer.
What questions?
First, he wishes to ask why you wear a ring in your ear.
Why I wear the earring? I just do, that's all.
Ashraf says he does not understand your answer.
It makes me feel different. You know, not like everyone else.
He asks why you dye your long hair blue.
I saw it in a magazine.
He says if you saw it in a magazine and are doing what others do, how does it make you different?
Moon felt heat rising to his face. No one else in my school does it.
He asks if he may touch your hair.
What?
May he touch your hair?
Moon took a deep breath. All those questions. And now this? Touch my hair. Why not? He turned his head to the side. The ponytail swayed back and forth, dangling blue and loose from its root of raven hair. Ashraf leaned forward, ran his fingers gently through the ponytail, touching and caressing the sky-blue strands, a look of wonder on his thin face. Then he withdrew his hand. Moon saw him examining his fingers and heard him speak softly to Mr. Khan.
He says he likes the way your hair looks and feels,
Mr. Khan said to Moon. Moon looked at Ashraf, who smiled back at him shyly and spoke again to Mr. Khan.
Now he asks why you play the drums.
Moon said, after a brief hesitation, I just like to.
He says to tell you that he plays drums because it is sometimes a good feeling to hit something.
Yeah, I feel that way too. Sometimes. Moon had never before talked about these matters with anyone.
He says to thank you for your answers.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Why did he work in that factory? Why didn't he just run away? Mr. Khan translated, and Ashraf lowered his eyes as he responded.
He says there was nowhere to run. He was hundreds of miles from his home and would have starved to death or been caught and brought back to his master and very severely beaten and perhaps chained to his workbench or sold off to work in the quarries.
Why did his parents sell him? Ashraf listened to the translation and seemed to fill with shame.
They needed the money to feed themselves and their other children.
Does he have to go back?
Oh, yes. He feels obligated to return. Our organization will send him to school, and he will continue in the struggle to help other boys like him.
Please say that I wish him good luck. Mr. Khan translated, and Ashraf replied,
He thanks you and asks if he may request of you a small favor.
Sure.
He asks if he may play your drums.
Moon, surprised, was silent. His drums? No one touched his drums ever. He looked at Ashraf, who, after a moment, spoke again.
He says he will not damage them,
said Mr. Khan. Well, okay, Moon said. Ashraf's eyes lit up as he extended his fingers toward Moon. Moon handed him his sticks and slid off the chair. Ashraf took the sticks and sat in Moon's chair and tapped on Moon's drums. He tapped on the drums and the hi-hat, a bit awkwardly and with no apparent rhythm, and after a while he put down the sticks and picked up the bongos from the floor near the hi-hat. Holding the bongos between his knees, he began to tap out with his calloused fingers and palms the odd rhythm he had played in the auditorium and lunchroom. A 1, 1, 1, and a 2, and a 1, and a 2, and... Moon reached over and switched on the tape recorder. Ashraf drummed on. Moon, standing next to him, felt the power and pull of the strange rhythm. Ashraf played for some while. Dum-da, dum-dat, dum-dat, and sweat formed on his brow, and beads of sweat flecked off his face as he played, and his fingers became a blur, dum-dat, 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 and abruptly he stopped. His eyes were like glowing coals. Sweat streamed down his brown face. He placed the bongos on the floor. Moon switched off the recorder. There was a silence before Ashraf spoke.
"He thanks you for the opportunity to play your drums," said Mr. Khan.
"Well, sure, it's okay. You're welcome," said Moon.
"He says you and he will probably never see each other again, but he will remember you."
Moon looked at Ashraf, who briefly spoke again.
"He says we must leave and prepare for this evening's dinner," said Mr. Khan.
Ashraf extended his hand. Moon took it and was startled by its boniness, its coarse, wood-like callus covering. Smiling shyly, Ashraf shook Moon's hand and then turned and left the small room, followed by Mr. Khan. Moon rewound a portion of the tape, checked to see that it had recorded properly, and took it down to his room.
Pete asked, "Hey, you see him on TV?"
"See who?" replied Moon. They were walking up the crowded stairs to their English class.
"That kid, what's his name, Ashraf?
Was he on TV?
Man, what planet you living on? He was on the news last night, and on the Today Show this morning."
"I was writing that essay for Mrs. Woolston."
"Is he still at your house?"
"He left before I woke up," said Moon. That evening he sat with his parents in the den watching a national news report that showed Ashraf speaking at a high school in Baltimore. He looked small and frightened behind the podium, but he thrust out his hands defiantly to show his fingers. Mr. Khan stood beside him translating. The next evening Ashraf was seen on television appearing before a committee of Congress. He wore a dark suit and a tie, and his neck protruded from the collar of his white shirt. He sat at a long table with Mr. Khan. Moon saw Ashraf's fingers tapping silently from time to time on the edge of the table. One of the congressmen asked a question. Ashraf thrust his hands toward the members of the committee, showing his fingers.
"Spunky kid," said Moon's father. "He's going back to a bad situation."
"Nothing will happen to him, Kenneth. Too many eyes are watching," said Moon's mother. When Moon came down to breakfast the following morning, he found his father at the kitchen table, tense and upset. His mother, almost always too cheerful for Moon in the early hours of the day, looked troubled.
"What's happening?"
Moon asked.
"See for yourself,"
said his father, and handing Moon the morning newspaper, pointed to the final paragraph of an essay titled "Blunt Reply to Crusading Boy" on the op-ed page. "In conclusion, we hold that there is room for improvement in any society. But we feel that the present situation is acceptable the way it is. The National Assembly must not rush through reforms without first evaluating their impact on productivity and sales. Our position is that the government must avoid so-called humanitarian measures that harm our competitive advantages." The essay was signed by Imran Malik. Moon asked, "What does it mean, Dad?"
"You're 13 years old. What do you think it means?"
"I don't know," said Moon, afraid he understood it too well. "They would not dare harm him," said his mother. Moon felt a coldness in his heart and the impotence that was the prologue to rage. In the weeks that followed he played the recording often, at times taking it upstairs to the third floor and listening to it and remembering the darkly glittering blaze in Ashraf's eyes when he'd played the bongos. And that's where Moon was. The winter night the portable telephone rang on the table where he'd set it near the tape recorder. It was someone from Washington, D.C., calling his mother. His parents weren't home, he said, and wrote down an unfamiliar name and number. He turned off the telephone, and immediately it rang again, and a man's voice asked for his father. Moon was writing down the man's name and number when he heard the beep of the call waiting, and felt himself growing angry. What was he, his parents' secretary or something? He'd come upstairs to play the drums, not to take their phone calls, one after the other like that.
"Hey, Moon."
It was Pete.
"Hey, Pete, what's up? You heard the news, man?"
"What news?"
"It was just on TV. That Ashraf kid. He's dead."
"What?"
"He's dead, man. Run down on his bike by a truck. Hit and run. Moon's hands began to shake. "They're saying it was an accident, but no one believes it for a minute," said Pete. A fury was boiling in Moon's stomach and flaring red in his eyes. He remained quiet. "Hey, man," said Pete. "You there?" "Yeah," said Moon. "Your parents home?" "No." "You want me to come over?" "No." "You sure you're okay?" "Yeah." "I gotta go. It's late. We'll talk tomorrow." Moon turned off the telephone and the tape recorder and sat for a while in the silent room. He removed the tape from the recorder, brought it down to his room, and placed it in his desk drawer. Then he sat down at his desk and began to tap a rhythm on its surface with his hands. He played rudiments and patterns and flams. Right, right, left, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Flam-a-diddle, paradiddle. Was that someone at his door? He got up and opened the door and saw his parents in the hallway. They were in dinner clothes. Moon and his parents looked at each other a moment. "I see you know what happened," said his father. "Pete called me," said Moon. "It's horrible," his mother said. Her eyes were red, her face pale. She was seeing Ashraf vividly inside her head. "Did they really kill him?" asked Moon. "Our people in Washington are investigating it," said his father. "We were up on the 3rd floor together," said Moon. "I made a tape recording of him playing my bongos." "You did?" said his father, looking surprised. "I liked him," said Moon. Moon saw his parents glance at each other. "Oh, you poor dear," said his mother. "We had no idea all those people would do something like that," said his father. Moon's heart pounded and his skin burned. He stepped back into his room, closing the door. The poster of the Beatles flapped briefly. The telephone rang twice, and stopped. A moment later, someone tapped on his door again. It was his mother. "Dear, I keep reminding you, if you keep your door closed, we can't communicate with you. Your English teacher is on the phone." Moon left the door open and went over to the desk and lifted the receiver. "Hello?" he said. Mrs. Woolston said, "Morgan, the essay you handed in about your meeting with Ashraf is very good. You wrote that you made a tape recording of him playing the bongos. Is that right?" "Yeah," said Moon. "Please bring it with you tomorrow." "Bring the recording to school? Will you do that?" "Sure," Moon heard himself say. "And will you bring your drums?" "My drums?" "There will be a memorial service for Ashraf." "Oh, yeah, sure. I'll bring my drums," Moon said. He sat for a while at the desk, then went downstairs and asked if he could borrow his father's tape recorder. Back in his room, he duplicated the tape of Ashraf playing the bongos. The next morning, he and his father loaded the drums into the car. Moon sat in the back while his parents rode in front, his father behind the wheel. It was a cold, windy day, the sky ice blue. They said nothing to each other during the trip to the school. Pete met them in the parking lot and helped Moon carry his drums into the auditorium and set them up on the stage near the podium. Later that morning, the entire school filed silently into the auditorium. From the dark right wing of the stage emerged Dr. Whatley, followed by the mayor, Moon's parents, and Moon. They sat down in chairs on the stage. Dr. Whatley stepped up to the podium and said that they had assembled to honor the memory of the brave boy named Ashraf, who had spoken in their school some weeks ago and been killed in an accident the other day in Pakistan. He talked about how some people left behind records of their lives, books and music, works of art, deeds. He said that Ashraf had decided to live a life of deeds on behalf of young people his age. He announced that a special school fund would be set up in his memory. Moon sat in his chair on the stage, listening. The mayor spoke, then Moon's parents. Then, at a nod from Dr. Whatley, Moon went over to his drums and sat down. A moment passed, and then over the public address system came the sound of the bongos being played by Ashraf. Moon waited a minute or two, and then began to play an accompaniment to the bongos inside the spaces of Ashraf's beat, a 1-E, and a 2-E, and a 3-E. His hi-hat played the ends, the snare snapped 2 and 4, and he added ghost notes to the snare to make it dance, and then added the bell, and slipped into the Seattle sound. Doom-da-uck, doom-da-doom-uck. And the bongos went dum-dut, 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 in that strange rhythm. And then Moon took the drums higher in volume, and then was taking them higher still, his sticks beating a frenzied cadence, a rhythm of scalding outrage, and he was thumping, driving, throbbing, tearing through his instruments, pouring onto the world a solid flood of sound, and he felt the outrage in his arms and shoulders and heart, and a sublime sensation of secret power deep in the very darkest part of his soul. The bongos fell silent. With a crashing flurry, Moon climaxed the drumming, washed in sweat, strands of his blue-dyed hair clinging to his face and neck. He sat with his head bowed, breathing hard, and feeling an exhilaration that he knew would be too quickly gone. A void followed, a gap in time, and utter silence from the audience. Moon, slowly raising his head, saw his parents staring at him, their faces like suddenly illumined globes. Over the public address system came the hollow hissing sound that signaled the end of the recording of Ashraf playing the bongos. Burning. Robert Schirmer. From fiction. Nicky and I were driving back from the doomed wedding of 2 old friends, drinking cheap wine out of plastic champagne glasses, less out of celebration than our mutual need to forget, when we came across the rumbling house on my side of the road. At first we couldn't fathom the situation. The house convulsed. A window popped, blackened glass. Rags of smoke swirled like dust devils forming. An explosion followed, splitting one porch pillar, crumbling the second fully off its foundation. Twin flames punched through the roof, heaving shingles and nails, and somersaulted to the far end of the house, where they snapped at the stripped trees, red and feral whips. The truth was, I might have driven right past. I'd drunk some whiskey before the wedding, more than was reasonable, and listened while my buddy Pete sobbed in the bathroom for Marcia, his ex-wife, whom he still dreamed that night of holding. "But she's gone for good," he said, wiping his tearing eyes and the scratches on his neck, which I guessed he'd earned from a careless morning's shave. "I could be lying on the side of a road with both my legs broken. Christ, my hips, too. Drake, don't you see? I could cut every goddamn vein in both goddamn wrists. It wouldn't matter to her." He seized the front of my shirt, and in an instant he was sitting on the edge of the tub, quietly holding his face. I had known Pete since we were boys, pilfering cigarettes and skin magazines from a back-room tobacco shop, and still there seemed no comfort I could offer him that would matter now. So I abandoned Pete with his grief and stepped on to the porch solely for the smell of the crisp November air haunted by juniper. There was not a juniper in sight. I breathed to clear my head of several black doubts, and while doing so spotted Linda smoking a joint and staring into one of the desolate fields that unfolded toward the house from all sides. Unfolded toward, unfolded away from. The white lace dress she wore looked yellowed and slept upon. I could tell she was stoned. Her eyes were artificially moist and without focus. "He doesn't love me," she announced dreamily, smoothing down her skirt's most dramatic creases. "That bitch Marcia is holding his heart for more than a ransom." I said, of course, Pete loved her, meaning Linda. He loved Linda. But she must have misinterpreted my generosity, or in my desire to please her I'd generated the wrong hormones, because soon she was leaning into me, one unwarm hand pressed to my thigh. In that way we smoked the joint down, growing agitated as we inhaled and exhaled. "God, what am I doing?" Linda asked. "Nicky doesn't know how to handle a sweetheart like you, do you hear?" From such early promise, weddings proceed. This one in the center of Pete and Linda's scanty farmhouse living room, made unserious by dust balls, dog hairs, and crepe paper Nicky had looped around the fireplace in some misguided attempt to be festive. We stood stoically beside our friends, Nicky and me, the silent witnesses, our ring hands like granite and our knees fizz. 2 years together, and I'd never fully cheated on Nicky once. Yet at one time or another hadn't I also betrayed her in nearly every way a lover could? All the while the holy roller preacher Pete had met and commissioned in a bar spoke with zeal of love and enchantment, resurrection, Lazarus, bread and wine. We focused on him with more than a little terror. Before he declared Pete and Linda husband and wife, he paused to cough into the hand he blessed them with. Everyone looked toward me, as if I alone possessed the will to navigate a path out of our rubble of lies. And what did I do? What any man would, who has pot on his breath and the smell of another woman on his hands and some displaced ache inside him that some people might call a conscience. I turned away and looked down at my shoes, scuffed. Maybe I started to drive past the burning house because I didn't recognize in the first moments what it was I was looking at. Or maybe I knew exactly what, and that was why I drove on. "Stop!" Nicky cried, and my foot floated to the spongy brakes. The car jolted to a halt. A door to the house opened. A barefoot man and woman spilled out, their clothes and hair smoking. Nicky stumbled from the car in her heels and crushed taffeta, dropping her imitation champagne glass into the snow. I understood there was nothing left for me but to follow. The man lurched across the frosted yard, peering at us in shame and apology. With bare hands he patted smoke off the woman's shoulders, delivering into the air his disjointed, white-breathed words. "Don't, baby, loose." One of his shirt-sleeves was on fire. The flame coiled around his arm and crawled into his hair. I watched the flame jitter, gathering force, a riot of color and heat, before I tossed the jacket of my tux over him. I rolled him around in the dead winter grass and the snow pockets until I'd put him out, and also the manic, unearthly glow in his eyes. He didn't seem much interested in being helped to his feet. "Please," he muttered, "see to Sybil." The woman, Sybil, was hunched low to the ground, peering dazed at the house and at Nicky and me, her stylish rescuers. Despite her face, which looked finger-painted with soot, I could see she was younger than this man by a full 10 years, and that she was good-looking, but in a swiftly decaying way, linked not at all to age. It had to do with smoke, whiskey, bad sex, and false hopes. This kind of dissolution, with mute phones and jukebox bars stocked with 60s love ballads, and too much time spent drifting among strangers as misdirected and loveless as oneself. The blanket she clutched around her was in an Indian weave. Maroon coyotes howled at dusky suns, bloody moons. Some day I planned to visit a place with coyotes and bloody moons, but Nicky feared the desert. The scorpions, she said, and rattlers and flesh-eating birds, as if that were all the desert had to offer. Clutched in Sybil's hand were a blouse, a pair of sandals, and a framed photograph of a sad-mouthed woman. "It was all I could reach," she said. "I put out my hands, and there they were." The man sat up, his shirt hanging open in scorched flags, exposing white shoulders, lean chest, the prison of his rib-cage. On the verge of leading us, he settled back onto the ground, as if having thought better of it. And we might have stayed like that until the first knee-deep snow, the four of us, watching the house devoured. A couple of teens leaned out the window of their passing car, pressing the horn, their ruddy, boyish faces spun out of Ovaltine and Midwestern Bible School, reminding us of time and space and a different kind of life. "We're on our way to the hospital," I yelled to them, as if I knew exactly where we were headed. Once we were seated in the car and on our way, I realized someone might be badly burned. The possibility came to me first as a smell, a rich opiate smell, sweet and repellent, stinging my nostrils. Nicky rolled down her window, her eyes wide and woozy, a smear blemishing the front of her dress. But was it a dirt smear? Smudged blood? None of us were bleeding. I couldn't imagine that. "We're all okay, right?" Nicky asked, a question we left unanswered. I suppose for some small solace she lay her hand on my thigh in the exact place and manner Linda had settled her own fingers in those final fitful moments before the wedding. "What?" I asked Nicky, and she said, "All right, then," and dipped her hand back into her lap. Sometimes it was as if I didn't know her, I thought hotly, or we knew each other, but a falseness had crept in. "My name's Cooper," the man in the back said. He sat very near Sybil, with his head rested in a broken way on her shoulder, which, if you asked me, did nothing to close an unseen dark space between them. Sybil shivered into her desert blanket, so with regret I tossed Cooper the rented jacket I'd used to save his life, invested now with value and significance. He hugged it to his chest and sighed deeply into the collar.
"The place just blew," Sybil said. "A place can't just blow like that."
"Houses have temperaments."
The words sounded wrong, twisted, coming from Cooper's mouth.
"You can't always keep them from ruin, but sometimes you can be more prepared."
"We were in the back room," Sybil said. "The cot."
We drove through a silence so fragile it felt cupped in someone's hands. Traces of snow slanted across the windshield to dizzy us. The ways in which people can be brought together, I thought. The pot tasted rank on my breath. "You name the hospital," I said. "Who said anything about a hospital?" After a healthy silence, Nicky said, "Excuse me?"
"Don't listen to him."
Sybil smelled deeply of ashes, corn husks, and cherry chapstick.
"He thinks all hospitals are the death factory since he lost Eileen."
"Eileen! And you didn't know her, so you shouldn't talk like you did, sweetheart." "I'll tell you what I want," Cooper continued to me. "Down the road a few miles there's a church. Same church where I was baptized, married Eileen, buried Eileen. Some things just keep coming back to you. She was young when she went. That's what makes death mystifying. I promised Sybil I'd show her the altar and the stained glass." "Now?" I was trying to remember something, the fire only minutes before or something farther back, until what came to me was how I'd watched a cow bleed into the snow when I was a boy. The cow was old, the farmer had said, and in her dull and bovine old age she had followed a wind-swept burlap sack into a barbed wire fence, thinking the sack a hobbled calf she'd born years before and lost. Once snared, the deceived animal fought and chewed, managing only to tear herself open in her efforts to escape. That was the farmer's explanation, at any rate. He was old himself and smelled of Scotch and carrion. A false and a real thing looked the same to the lonely dreamer, he muttered through his stained, uneven teeth. He stroked the cow into a blissful silence and shot her once while the ice breathed around us. "Let that be a lesson to you," the farmer said, and trudged off in a different direction from the one from which he'd come. "A fine church," Cooper continued now. "We just sat all morning singing gospel. We listened to Scripture and ate raisin cake and buried our dead, young and old." With his rough hands he stroked the veins of Sybil's wrists. He moistened his thumb with his tongue and wiped away the soot beneath her eyes. She gazed at him in mild revulsion, but didn't pull away. I looked over at Nicky because for a moment I doubted that she was still inside the car. I drove us into a glen of oaks that embraced over the road, shameless dead trees waving their speared branches, some imitation of living things. "We're not agreeing to this?" Nicky asked. "Of course not." At the same time, I wasn't convinced fully this was the truth. I snapped on the radio. The Doors, Riders on the Storm. Everything had turned at once unclear and overly meaningful. Who could keep up with it? Who could translate?
"My God," Sybil said. "Cooper, look at your hands."
I watched with my own eyes as white blisters formed across his hands and spread like quick-moving acid up the backs of his hands to his wrists and forearms. I held my breath until my lungs felt like crushed weights. The blisters had not been there one moment, and in the next moment a flourishing. Such moments could sway a man toward believing the stories of the ancient saints, whose palms opened up and bled in glory to God, or the dark-age nuns who levitated over their beds at the dream of Christ's hands laid upon their exhausted foreheads. "Amazing," I said, and I resented driving just then because it forced my attention away from Cooper and onto the road. A deserted intersection lay ahead, indicating St. Joseph's Hospital, left turn. "The church is to the right," Cooper offered. "Don't you see the hospital is just a trap?" "A trap," I repeated. "Nicky," I whispered. "A left." She clung to her door, as if expecting it to fly open. "Of course, a left." I had to focus my hands and my mind to make that necessary left turn, which expelled us suddenly out of the trees and into a frozen field of icy silos and trampled cornstalks. A dozen blackbirds rose to the sky and beat their wings over the car, filling me at once with hope and a nameless resignation. I laughed openly. I unnoosed my tie, feeling wildly joyful, desperately bold, for no more reason than neither Cooper nor Sybil had noticed the direction in which I'd turned.
How long could I go without casting a shadow? "What's funny?" Nicky asked, and I shrugged, my head light as birthday cake. "I wish I had the slightest clue what's so funny about any of this." "Now you're turning blue," Sybil said. The second discoloration reached from Cooper's temple down his cheek to form a V at the base of his neck. The left side of his face subtly shifted shades and even texture before our eyes, his flesh alive with its own defiant will, or so it seemed to me in the altered atmosphere of the car. Do I confess my horror and envy of this man? In his presence, my own face, my hands, everything about me, down to the way I inhaled, seemed standard and unchanging. "Skin trauma," Nicky said, and Cooper nodded. "Sure." "Did you leave the gas on? Is that how this happened?" Sybil asked. "A gas leak? A pilot light?" "Those are the easy explanations." Cooper peeled strips of damaged skin from his hands and dropped them like petals to the floor. "The bones of this man will soon be visible in pale light," I thought in a distant voice, not my own. "I have a right to know, Cooper." She leaned forward, distracted. Cooper's name shuddered through my hair and whispered down my shirt. What I wanted most in that moment was to brush my hand back there, to feel Cooper's name adrift in my hair, not only his name, but his name spoken by Sybil, whose breath only moments ago had been drawn in the midst of flame. "Damn you," she said. "Look what you've done to me." "Don't think I enjoy always being the sensible one, Drake." Nicky's breathing had taken on an enervated sound. "There's no joy in it." "Sometimes the mysteries of life cannot be explained by pilot lights and gas leaks," Cooper muttered, wrapped still in my empty arms. "Funny," he added, "I don't remember taking this road to church." The blizzard moved in without warning. The snow slanted in front of the headlights, a quiet movie-set ash, and soon a blinding dust bowl white swept across the roads, rattling the car's frame, pushing up through the floor cracks beneath our feet. The wind, the frosting windows. Cooper sat up suddenly and stared at his unrecognizable hands. "Where are you taking us?" he asked. The hospital materialized through the wet and falling snow. A pair of ambulance vans were parked haphazardly in the front, one van's back door flapping open. No one was visible inside either vehicle. "This isn't where we asked to go," Cooper said. "We trusted you, and this isn't where we asked to go." Cooper's admonishments raked against my ears as I veered us into a side lot. Cooper stumbled over Sybil, forgetting, I suppose, that he had a workable door on his own side. Without sound, he stepped from the car before I'd come to a full stop. He kneeled into a snowbank and shoveled snow over the fire he could suddenly feel in his arms, face, blistered hands. We all climbed out after Cooper, but once exposed, stood somber in the accumulating drift. Sybil stared at me, not Cooper, and her eyes seemed inflated with cold wind. She had stepped into her sandals, feeble against the snow, but still clutched her blouse in the photograph. As for me, I badly needed something from this couple, but what that might be had grown faint and unreachable once the hospital came into view. I pinned both Cooper's arms to his side and pulled him to his feet. He trembled against me, muscle against bone, generating heat. A man possessed, I thought, my head crackling with its own energy. "Stop," I said, although secretly I marveled at the force radiating through my arms, reminding them of passion and a life beyond the transparent. "I can't go inside." Sybil gripped my arm. "I'll wait out here for you." "No," Nicky said. "Of course you have to be examined, too." Nicky cupped an arm around Sybil's waist from behind, and that's how we all briefly stood, the four of us entangled, breathing ice into our lungs. Cooper was wheeled into a strangely desolate ER for treatment. Sybil was ushered into a different room to sign forms. There was a brief rushing blur of doctors, nurses, gurneys, terse instructions back and forth, and when the activity ceased, Nicky and I stood abandoned in the hall. A spectacle, it seemed, in our disheveled formal wear. A janitor with a buzz cut doused his mop into a bucket and stared at us with misplaced joy. I turned away from him. The lighting overhead was too bright. With everything lighted so fully, how were any of us to see with any clarity? I sat down on a small cushioned seat. Past the janitor were a chapel and a bathroom. A couple walked into the hall, a hunched woman clutching her side. A moment passed, and the couple turned and walked away. I stared down at the shirt I was wearing. It wasn't even mine. Pete had loaned it to me. He had stressed the importance of my wearing just the right shirt for his wedding. Apparently the right shirt was his own, still laced with smells that would remind Pete of himself. I met Nicky in a hospital. I had broken my knee in a car accident. She was a nurse's aide. "You're killing me!" I'd screamed at Nicky, who fluffed pillows across the room while the head nurse stuck a hot needle into my leg. See what a hospital can do to a person's thoughts? All that false light. I had a sense of Nicky speaking, and when I glanced up she was facing a boyish doctor dressed in scrubs and a jauntily polished stethoscope. He was Italian, or possibly Greek. I was in no position to distinguish. A darkly exotic doctor, at any rate. "You're the wife?" he asked Nicky. "Pass her by," I said. The doctor cast me a glance that implied he knew my sort well. "That may be true," he said to Nicky. "Still, if you'd care to know about his condition—" Nicky looked at me, shrugged, and followed the doctor down the hall. Twice abandoned, I thought. I had no idea why I was being excluded from Cooper's diagnosis. The doors to the ER swung open, and two nurses in poorly scrubbed whites wheeled Cooper out on a stretcher. He was still awake, but his eyes had lost the gleam of inner fire. Now he was an older, medicated man, ordinary and unsurprising as bread. "Where are you taking him?" I asked the younger nurse, determined to be a part, at least, of this. "Burn unit." Her hair glittered with clashing barrettes. "My wife died in this hospital," Cooper said. "She had a troubled heart, and your doctors couldn't bring her around." "None of us," the older, gloomier nurse advised, "should expect miracles." They wheeled Cooper down the hall. I followed because it seemed someone should, and I didn't want to break away from him yet. Already I missed what had existed among the four of us in the car, whatever that had been. "I'll tell you about miracles," Cooper said. "That Sybil and I ever found our way to each other, that's some degree of miracle." The sound of her name coming from his own mouth startled him. "Where is she?" And when no one answered, he tightened his hand on my shirt sleeve. "The admitting desk," I said. "Thief." For a moment I expected him to sit up and squeeze my throat with his disfigured hands. "You haven't fooled me." His furious words faded, and he lay back on the gurney. The nurses plied apart his fingers, and in an instant they had whisked him around the corner and were gone. "Thief?" I stared at my forearm, the pale marks from his grip diminishing from sight. I slouched back to the ER hallway. Sybil sat on the cushioned seat, still bowed into the sunset of her blanket. The soot had been scrubbed from her face, giving it a raw, unhealed look. "Cooper's been transferred to the burn unit," I said. She nodded and unspooled the blanket's loose threads. "We're not married," she said. "I don't even live with him as long as you're pressing this." Down the hall the doctor was still speaking to Nicky, his thick lips shaping soundless words. A bastard's language, I thought. And didn't I have a right to be bitter? He was barely old enough to be swabbing babies' butts, this man. What did he have to say that I couldn't hear? But it was Nicky, her complete absorption in the doctor's words, her sudden ease that held my attention. "I don't know why I'm here," Sybil said, not bothering to lower her voice. "I don't know how I ended up with him." "You're in love." "No, that's not it." She stumbled into the chapel, taking the blouse with her, but leaving behind the picture of the sad-mouthed woman. In love? What had I meant by that? I stepped into the tiny chapel after her, holding out the forgotten photograph. And at that moment the blanket slipped away from Sybil's shoulders, revealing, as if by accident, her startlingly pale back, with a spine clearly lined and delicately rendered as a windpipe. A rash of violet pimples scattered like drifting pollen across her shoulders, which were slightly more stout and rounded than I'd imagined. The blanket shuddered beneath my gaze, yielded, slumped to the drafty floor, long enough so I caught sight of her standing in her underpants, the drama of her spine ending there. Then she slipped on the blouse and rearranged the blanket around herself in a movement so gradual, so deliberate, I was torn between thinking I'd witnessed something very remarkable and that I'd indulged in a church peep-show. She turned to face me. I had no idea what to do with myself.
My arms felt grafted onto my body through some unholy surgery. Sad. I felt sad. The church was cold, so I rubbed my hands together. At least there was that. A velvet curtain hung in front, offering us a woman bathing the Son of God's feet with a loose blue river of her hair. The curtain was more sensual than reverent, Christ himself more a shy lover than the Saviour of fallen men. To think Nicky had never washed my feet, or my hands, or any part of my body with her hair. As for Sybil, she showed no surprise or embarrassment at my presence.
"Because I'm not staying here," she said.
"What about Cooper?"
"Cooper?" She glared at me. "You have to get me away from here, please." I shook my head dumbly. I was trying hard not to think of her powerful spine. "I don't care, do you hear? I don't care." Her voice fought against itself, asserting and pleading. "I want to get out before someone expects me to go to him." I couldn't catch my breath. A knife might as well have been stuck into my lungs, leaking air from the inside. I imagined I smelled ethanol. "He's not my husband," she spoke swiftly, her words flying at me like stung sparrows. "The truth is I'm married. Do you see? But not to Cooper. You want the whole story? The whole story is I've got a husband, kids, 2 of them, and they're expecting me soon." An old woman wearing a smudged overcoat with a fake fur collar stepped into the chapel and settled herself into the front pew, clutching a string of mismatched beads. The beads were not rosaries. "Don't you see how this will look?" Sybil whispered. I shook my head again, solely for the feel of motion. "You have to give me a lift. Back to my place, now." What I felt inside, a tangle of wires and cables, as if I had been invented on random parts and energized by sudden jolts of electricity. Any move or decision I made now would verge on the monstrous. "It's not like I'm leaving him alone here," she continued desperately. "He has doctors, nurses. He's being cared for." The old woman signed a cross in the air, shook her beaded fist, slipped the beads around her neck. "If you won't give me a ride back, I'll walk. So there, I'll walk. Is that what I should do?"
"You can't walk."
"Well, then."
She moved toward the door, scornful of the photograph I held out to her.
"Leave it," she said. "Better yet, give her back to Cooper. He's the one who lost her."
I could feel there was something not right in this. More not right than it appeared. This unrightness moved through me like false blood, turning me bold. A quick exit began to make sense, if a forbidden wrong sense. But then, how had any of us ended up here or anywhere? As soon as we stepped back into the hall, we ran into Nicky, finished at last with her secretive Italian doctor. I sensed instantly she wouldn't understand, yet I explained the story as best I could in my mangled shorthand. "I'll take Sybil home," I stammered. "It shouldn't take that long."
"Careful."
She took the photograph from me. Once it was in her hands, I thought she meant to smash it.
"She's leaving?"
she whispered. "Yes, well, it's what she says she wants."
"Where does she live?"
Nicky asked, and I shrugged. Seconds crawled around us.
"You want me to go with you?"
I shrugged. "I suppose someone should stay with Cooper." Nicky nodded and shook her head in one movement.
"My God," she whispered. "What is this, Drake? What is she thinking?"
She touched my cheek and pulled her hand away, staring at her fingers displaced in air. The bones in my face trembled, missing her in some way.
"What about Cooper?"
Nicky stroked her own collarbone.
"He's hurt. He needs skin grafts. My God, the doctors... Cooper's expecting her."
I took hold of Nicky's hand. I felt so near to crying suddenly, the kind of crying that rises not from one thing but all things. "I can't explain. There are complications. I don't know what she's thinking, you see." If my words had felt connected to my mind or my heart, I was sure I would sound less covert. "I'll drive her to the main road near her place. I'll drop her off. I shouldn't be more than a half-hour." Briefly our breath rose and fell, jagged and frail, scented with smoke. Or I smelled smoke, tasted smoke, whether it was on our breath or not. Sybil disappeared down the hall, dragging the blanket behind her, a regal robe, igniting some primal force back into my legs. I kissed Nicky's pale forehead. "I'll be back soon," I said. I turned away and walked down the hall. I felt, rather than saw, Nicky lean against the wall, the portrait of Cooper's dead wife in her hand. She stared after me as the door closed, as the sound of my boots crunching in the snow was lifted and carried off by the storm, a memory.
I lied, Sybil said. We had been driving for several minutes, past the first exit and the second, my hands locked on the wheel. I lied, she repeated, and I nodded. Now we were getting somewhere, to the lost and corroded heart of some matter. I'm not married. I just said that so you'd take me away from there. I have no kids, nothing. I have nothing.
You're not married. I was trying it out, the concept.
I've only known Cooper for 3 months. 3 months! You can never tell it from the way he talks. You don't know what it was like with him. All this talk of love. But that's all it was. Talk, talk, talk. Do you know what we were doing just before the fire?
The blizzard had slackened some, but in my mind it was still swirling, white and hot stars. I remembered how snow fallen on Nicky's hair took a long, sweet time in melting.
Nothing, she said. We were lying together nude, just lying there, Cooper and me. A study in restraint. Maybe it's a 90s thing, but I say fuck the 90s, just fuck them.
The billboards we passed promised hearty meals, comfortable lodging, youth and song. It was not so long ago that I had known them all. So, where am I taking you? I asked.
I don't know.
Her voice sounded thin as kite string.
Where?
I shook my head. I didn't want to know what I was doing. My body knew in all its need. Sitting beside Sybil, I could feel myself growing hard, and was lost to it. This misplaced yearning, this desire, lust, was that all this was? She was beautiful and desperate. I couldn't shake the thought. And rootless, too. Being loved so openly by the wrong man.
Pull over and drop me off if you want, Sybil said. I'll find somewhere to go.
I didn't pull over. We were beyond pulling over.
Sybil slid closer and rested her hand on my thigh. I could smell her, you see. The flames, the heat. And this overpowered my lingering thoughts of the hospital, Cooper, the snow in Nicky's hair. I don't have much money, if you want the truth. Everything I owned I lost back there in the fire.
I nodded. I supposed Sybil and I would get a motel room somewhere, cheap, and we would spend the weekend together, in bed with the blinds drawn, adrift in the remainder of passion the fire had ignited between us. But where was there to go, once the thrill and the shock of the fire and our own shameful exits had worn away? Sybil patted my shoulder and rested her head.
Don't leave me,
she whispered, her voice hopeful as a child's. The ways people can be brought together, I thought, and the ways they can be divided. I'd driven us so far back in the direction we'd come that I could see across a rubbled field Pete and Linda's house, gray and peeling in the distance. If for this one weekend I could banish them from memory, I would. Pete's tears, Linda's hands, the preacher's joyless blessing to their union of quiet desperation. My own silence as Pete and Linda, without love for the other in their hearts, promised themselves unto death. I pressed Sybil's hand to my mouth and kissed each finger. Don't worry, I lied. No one's leaving anyone.